For the children of the legendary Zeoghart clan, today is the day that defines their entire future, the Judgment Ceremony, a ritual designed to reveal the purity of their mana. This trial will expose their elemental affinity and ultimately decide if they possess the raw talent to carry the family's legendary name. After all, they're descended from the most feared swordmasters and aura users on the planet. The first kid steps up to a massive stone sword, the air thick with anticipation. It explodes in a vibrant green light, signaling a wind attribute and a mana purity well above average. Not bad. But then the next girl approaches, and the sword erupts in a brilliant blue glow, an aura that completely outshines the last. The crowd goes wild. The family has produced yet another prodigy. At last, all eyes fall on a boy named Rayon as the family's patriarch motions for him to come forward. He steps up, places his hand on the cold stone, and it barely musters a dim, flickering white light. White, the absolute weakest attribute possible. The hall erupts in mocking laughter, but the patriarch silences them with a single, sharp glare. He cuts the ceremony short. But later, when only the patriarch and his attendant are left in the empty chamber, the unthinkable occurs. The massive sword reignites, but this time with a torrent of blazing golden fire, the legendary aura of the Zeoghart family's first ancestor. An element so potent, it's said to incinerate anything it touches. The patriarch is completely stunned. He realizes he needs to keep a very close eye on this boy. He's determined to see just how strong Rayon will grow. But what the patriarch doesn't know is the truth about Rayon's soul. He is the reincarnation of the world's deadliest assassin, an assassin who was brutally betrayed by the very person who created him. Let's rewind. On a bone-chilling night, the top killer of the Shadow Syndicate confronts his master, a man named Darius Robert. It seems Darius has figured out that Rayon, his ultimate weapon, has somehow shattered his mental conditioning, and he demands to know how it was done. You see, Robert's entire operation is built on kidnapping children and twisting them into unfeeling killers. Rayon only managed to break his programming by a complete fluke while on a mission. When Rayon demands to know how Darius knew his master, just smirks. He reveals that every assassin is bound by two curses, one for the mind and another for the body. Right then, an excruciating pain explodes in Rayon's chest. Darius unveils his trump card, a rage worm, a parasitic curse implanted inside their hearts engineered to devour the organ from within, on the master's command. As the parasite tears his heart to shreds, Rayon swears he won't go down like some discarded tool. He's determined to leave one final scar on Darius. He grits his teeth, surges forward, and is instantly decapitated. But even in death he succeeds. Darius stares in disbelief at the gash on his arm. He coldly orders the others to get rid of the dead dog's corpse, and with that he's gone. As Rayon's consciousness fades, all he feels is a burning inferno of rage for the life that was stolen from him. With his final thought, he begs any god, or any demon to grant him one more shot at revenge. As if answering his call, a small trinket hanging from his neck begins to pulse with an eerie light. Suddenly, a bizarre screen materializes before him, declaring he's been chosen by an entity known only as Wrath. But there's a problem. Before Wrath can fully bond with his soul, his physical body gives out, and the process is cut short. Fast forward some time, and a young woman is gently playing with her newborn son, a baby she lovingly calls Sunshine. And this new child, it's none other than Rayon, somehow reborn into a new life, reincarnated as the son of this gentle woman Sylvia. The craziest part, Rayon remembers everything from his brutal past as an assassin. The whole situation feels utterly surreal, like some kind of twisted fever dream. But after weeks trapped in this infant body, he's forced to accept the insane truth. This isn't a dream he's going to wake up from. This is his new reality. His new mother, completely unaware, babbles, playfully trying to tell him that the head of the household still hasn't come back yet. He needs a real name, she coos, having no clue that her baby understands every single word she's saying. To Rayon, it's pretty strange. He's been alive for about 100 days now, so what's the holdup? One thing is crystal clear, though, this family is loaded. They're clearly wealthy and influential. For him, this is a massive win. Being born into a family with deep pockets is a huge advantage. After all, he's going to need every resource imaginable to get his revenge on Darius. But since he's never even left the mansion since birth, he has no idea where he is or what his actual standing in this family is. And to make things even worse, his old Flamelinks technique just isn't working in this new body. Looks like his epic revenge plot is going on the back burner for now. Just then, a maid named Helen bursts into the room, breathlessly announcing to Lady Sylvia that the lord of the house has finally returned. Sylvia scrambles to get ready, but it's way too late. A moment later, the man himself strides through the doorway. This guy radiates an insane amount of power, and as he gets closer and Sylvia calls him father, Rayon's mind clicks into place. This powerful figure is his grandfather, and looking at his face, there's no mistaking him. It's Glenn Zeoghart, the infamous Northern Lord of Destruction, the man at the absolute pinnacle of power on the entire continent. It seems Rayon has been reborn into literally the most powerful family in the nation. After a moment of silence, Lord Glenn gives the baby his name Rayon, the very same name from his past life. Then he gives him a chilling order: live quietly as if you don't even exist. That night, Ryan, who's been itching to train for what feels like an eternity, after being ambushed by random baby naps and forced to play with Sylvia, is absolutely buzzing with excitement. He's finally alone. It's time to get back to work and cultivate his flame links, one of the most fundamental cultivation techniques on the continent. Unlike most cultivation methods that require you to pull mana from the world around you, storing it in your core, the flame links technique is a whole different beast. It literally forges circular chains of power around your heart, jacking up your stamina, focus, and connection to mana, which is why it's the ultimate power-up for a warrior. And the craziest part, it operates in complete stealth mode, totally invisible to god-tier transcendents like Darius. The game plan is simple: power up his body and mind with the flame links, then master the legendary Sieghart swordsmanship. This strategy should make his revenge scheme against Darius completely airtight. There's just one tiny, life-threatening problem. The mana circuits in his new infant body are flooded with a lethal destructive chill. After a quick internal scan, he confirms about 9 of his circuits are totally blocked. At this rate, he's on a one-way trip to an early grave. His only shot is to somehow force the flame links to blast through the icy blockages. He pushes himself for hours, cultivating until the world turns into a blur, and he finally crashes onto the bed completely overpowered by sleep. But passing out was the luckiest thing he could have done, because moments later, Lord Glenn quietly enters the room to check on the baby. And while the boy sleeps, Glenn gently drapes his own powerful aura over him. The following morning, our hero gets back to his baby duties. His main quest for the day is the grueling task of crawling just a little bit further to make his new mom happy. The sheer frustration is killing him. A fully grown man on the inside, trapped, forced to act like a helpless infant. The poor guy would honestly rather battle the deadly frost in his veins than endure another minute of being treated like a baby. But his day is interrupted when Lady Sylvia receives a very important guest. Rayon instantly recognizes him from his past memories. It's the legendary Ragged Saint. This man's divine power and medical genius are said to be beyond anything a normal person could grasp. He's not just famous, he's literally known as the greatest healer on the entire continent. After the usual greetings, the Ragged Saint warmly tells Sylvia he rushed over as soon as he heard she'd had a baby. He gushes about how the boy is a spitting image of her, with adorable features that are the polar opposite of his perpetually grumpy grandfather. But when the saint finds out, Lord Glenn named the baby Rayon, which means shadow. His friendly expression darkens, and he wonders what on earth the old man was thinking. From his tone, you can tell the saint and Lord Glenn are close, not bound by formalities. This immediately confirms the old rumors Rayon had heard about the two men's legendary friendship. But after checking Rayon's condition, the mood plummets. The Ragged Saint drops a bombshell on Sylvia. Her son is suffering from a condition known as the Curse of Bitter Frost. He explains that the child's mana circuits are frozen solid, making it impossible for him to ever become a swordsman. Even worse, if left this way, he likely won't survive for long. Sylvia is shattered completely, refusing to believe what she's hearing. The saint just bypasses her denial, promising to prepare some medicine for the boy. A moment later, a maid enters, informing the Ragged Saint that the Lord wishes to see him. After the saint departs, Rayon feels a strange sense of relief. At least now he has a name for the enemy he's fighting. He begins to strategize how to overcome it, but he's pulled from his thoughts by a warm drop of water landing on his face. He looks up to see his mother silently weeping, whispering to herself that this can't be happening. But then a fire ignites in her eyes. She leans in close and tells her baby that she absolutely refuses to let him die. For the first time in centuries, Rayon feels a bizarre twitch in his chest, a sensation he had long forgotten. He tries to process what's happening to him, and then it hits him. He feels sad because he can't bear to see Sylvia crying. Acting on pure instinct, he reaches his tiny hand up to wipe away her tears, and for the very first time, calls her mama. That single word breaks her. Lady Sylvia shoves her way into the chamber where the Lord and the Saint are meeting. Ignoring the maid's frantic protests, her sudden intrusion enrages the Lord, but she collapses to her knees, begging him to save Rayon's life. Sylvia pours her heart out, pleading with Lord Glenn, but his response is pure ice. He states that it's pointless to save a boy who can't become a warrior, and will therefore bring nothing but shame to the family name. When Sylvia reminds him that this is his own grandson, he doesn't budge, simply commanding the guards to drag her away. As she's hauled out of the room, the Ragged Saint calls the Lord a stubborn old fool. Then the Saint reveals the truth. That cold, harsh act was all for show. The Lord had already suspected something was wrong with the baby, and had secretly summoned the Saint to the palace himself. Lord Glenn doesn't dignify that with a response. He just tells him to continue with his diagnosis. The Saint confirms the boy's mana circuits are blocked by the frost, and that it's a ticking time bomb. Letting him grow up this way is a death sentence. He explains that Rayon is only temporarily stable because Lord Glenn had used his own aura to push back the chill during his visit the night before. Still, that was just a band-aid. It does nothing to solve the root problem or give him any hope of becoming a warrior. But in a shocking twist, the Lord says that doesn't matter, as long as the boy survives. The saint can only smirk, calling him out for hiding his true feelings behind a mask of cruelty. To deflect from his obvious affection for his grandson, Lord Glenn spins a tale when the saint questions why, of all names, he chose one meaning shadow. He claims that centuries ago, the name carried the complete opposite meaning. A few days pass and Sylvia gives Rayon a dose of the elixir. The wandering saint provided a potion meant to bolster his frail health. Our boy is seriously hyped that it's a fire-based elixir. He can feel its warmth pushing back against the relentless chill plaguing his mana circuits. Time jumps forward, and Rayon hits 5 years old. A system notification suddenly blares in his mind, announcing the completion of his second flame link. This level up juices his soul's rank mana, affinity, focus, and stamina. The news is an absolute banger, and he's starting to suspect his insane growth spurt is thanks to these system messages only he can see. It's a personal UI that materialized not long after he was born, giving him a real-time stat screen for his own body. His only real beef is that even after hitting his second link, his trash tier stamina and the curse haven't really budged. Honestly, the only reason he's even made it this far is because of that elixir and the unconditional love from his mom and their maid Helen. He also feels like he's not progressing fast enough, but then he remembers he's literally 5 and has plenty of time to prep for his revenge arc. In his past life, he was the world's most legendary assassin, and now he's armed with the ultimate flame cultivation technique. With that combo covering up his weaknesses, should be a piece of cake, especially once he masters the legendary Sieghart style of swordsmanship. He knows that patience is his ultimate weapon in the long game to take down Darius, one of the continent's god-tier transcendents. Throwing his life away for petty revenge just isn't a smart trade. A little later, his mother brings him a fresh set of clothes, telling him they have a very important event to attend today. It's the day of the discernment ceremony. Now, to get what that means, you gotta understand the world's power balance. The forces that keep the continent from collapsing are split between 6 lords and 5 demons, and Rayon just so happened to be reborn into the family of one of those 6 lords. The lords are basically the guardians of the continent, while the demons are constantly trying to wreck the place. The whole point of the discernment ceremony is to separate the future legends from the total washouts. And today, it's House Sieghart's turn. As they step into the grand hall, the entire room's gaze falls on Sylvia and her son. Their faces are twisted with pure contempt. Vicious whispers slither through the crowd, mocking her and trashing Rayon's fragile health. Some even call her a failure to her face, arguing that the son of a disgrace has no right to participate in the sacred ceremony. But Sylvia, with unshakable grace, strides forward, completely ignoring their venom. Rayon feels the sting of their words, but his mother just tells him to keep his eyes locked on her. Moments later, the Lord himself arrives. It's the first time Rayon has laid eyes on the man in 5 long years. As he settles onto his throne, a colossal blade, known as the Sword of Discernment, descends into the center of the chamber, and the Lord commands the ceremony to begin. This isn't just any sword. It's a magical artifact that can read the absolute maximum mana potential of anyone who touches it. A kid from the main family, a boy named Warren, is called up first. These ceremonies are always performed on young children, because the plates in a child's skull fuse around age 4, permanently sealing their mana potential. This entire ritual is designed to pinpoint the exact sealing of every kid in the bloodline. The moment Warren lays his hands on the sword, a brilliant light erupts. The crowd showers him with praise, as the light bursts from every inch of the blade, shining with a pure top-tier quality. Just what you'd expect from Lord Karen's son, they murmur. Next on the list is a girl named Runin Sloan from a vassal family. You see, the sword does 2 things. The brightness of the light reveals the mana's purity, and it also shows which element that mana is best suited for. When Runin takes her test, she's also hailed as a prodigy thanks to her glowing results. A true Sloan, the crowd cheers. To Rayon, it's painfully obvious this crowd is obsessed with power and bloodlines. He figures his own results are going to be a major letdown. His mana circuits are still frozen even if he did manage to unlock his second flame link. When Rayon's name is finally called, dozens of scornful glares follow him as he and his mother step into the circle. Reaching the massive sword, Rayon tells himself not to get his hopes up. All he really needs is to learn his elemental affinity so he knows what to focus his training on. As Rayon rests his hand on the cold steel, a bizarre, untamed fire suddenly explodes from the blade, mesmerizing him. Instantly, his world dissolves into a vision of nightmarish, grotesque monsters, and standing among them is a lone, young warrior. Rayon watches completely captivated, trying to make sense of what he's seeing. As the colossal beasts tower over the warrior, threatening to crush him, the young man suddenly raises a sword engulfed in flames. He slams it into the ground. The resulting shockwave is apocalyptic, a wave of fire that expands across the entire battlefield. It completely obliterates every single monster in its path. Just as quickly as it began, the vision fades, and Rayon is back in the hall, staring at the element now glowing on the sword. But something's off. The sword ignites with something completely different from his vision. A burst of light flares from the steel, but it fizzles out before even reaching the middle. Snickers rip through the crowd at his pathetic display, but Lord Glenn just watches his face a stone mask. Sylvia, playing the supportive mom, whispers that he did a great job and guides Rayon back to their seats. The nobles are secretly dying of laughter, unable to believe a descendant of the legendary House Siegfried could show such a pitiful level of power. The shade extends to Sylvia, with people muttering that the only traits she passed down were his blonde hair and crimson eyes. Suddenly, Lord Glenn's voice booms, telling the crowd to shut their mouths and asking why they're causing such a scene inside the sacred chambers. Once the room falls silent, the Lord announces that the ceremony has concluded. As the chamber empties, only Lord Glenn and his personal butler remain, standing before the Sword of Discernment. To the Lord, it seems Rayon's failure was simply inevitable. But then an intense flame explodes from the sword, grabbing Lord Glenn's full attention. The fire coils around the blade, surging to its absolute peak, a spectacle nothing like the fizzle they saw during the ceremony. Lord Glenn is completely captivated, noticing the light is as brilliant and golden as the sun itself. He checks a nearby chronicle, confirming that a light this powerful has only ever manifested once before during the ceremony of the founder of House Siegfried. A transcendental aura so ferocious it could melt the very flames of the demon realm had erupted. This golden-hued mana has literally only appeared one time in the entire history of their house, so for it to manifest now is world-shattering. After staring at the blindingly beautiful light, the Lord finally connects the dots. Rayon was responsible for this, but it makes absolutely no sense. Fast forward 7 years after that disastrous ceremony, Rayon's stats pop up on a system window. He's still cursed with garbage tier stamina, awful athletic skills, and poor mana affinity, but he has managed to grind out some water resistance, which helps with the constant stiffness in his hands and feet. It looks like he's also on the verge of completing his third flame link. He's now 12 years old. A short while later, his mother comes to get him, reminding him they have to attend the next discernment ceremony being held today. Given his last experience, our boy has zero excitement for this, knowing he's about to walk right back into a nest of vipers. They arrive, and the discernment ceremony for the new generation of kids wraps up. To Rayon, everything feels way more rushed this year, but before he can dip, he's summoned by the Lord himself. Lord Glenn demands to know why he's ignored the summons for basic training, a summons that's been sent for a solid month. Rayon is completely blindsided. He has no idea what he's talking about, so his mom jumps in to answer for him. Turns out she'd been hiding the summons from him. She begs the Lord, explaining Rayon isn't built like the other kids, that the frost curse in his body would put him under too much strain to survive the training. Her desperate plea is completely ignored. The Lord coldly states that on Siegfried territory, no one bearing the family name gets an exception. Refusal is not an option. From Lord Glenn's point of view, even those who can't walk are expected to crawl to training, because that is the Siegfried way. Stunned by his brutal words, Sylvia declares she cannot accept those terms. The Lord fires back, asking if she plans to abandon the family again just like last time. He lays it out plain and simple: follow Siegfried rules, or get out. And just like that, the mention of Sylvia leaving becomes fresh gossip for the vultures in the room, who immediately start whispering about the time she abandoned the house. As always, Rayon can't stand seeing them trash talk his mother. From their nasty whispers, the reason for their hatred becomes crystal clear. It's because she walked away. And she didn't just leave, she shattered her own core and destroyed her mana circuits, throwing away the Siegfried swordsmanship she had mastered, which is why she now has no aura. She did all of it to marry the man she loved, but he tragically died right after she got pregnant with Rayon. After that devastating loss, she had no other choice but to crawl back to the family. When she returned, they treated her like dirt for having thrown away her prestigious position in the main family line. But despite all that history, Rayon knows he can never join them in hating her. He's her son, and he refuses to watch them treat her like this anymore. In a sudden move, the young boy steps forward, intending to speak directly to the Lord. Ignoring his mother's frantic protests, he looks the Lord in the eye and declares he will join the training next month, exactly as commanded. His sudden compliance gets an immediate challenge from one Daniel Siegfried, the head of the Palace of Elders, who's been watching from the side. Daniel objects, claiming he knew nothing about this, and warns Rayon not to underestimate basic training just because of its name. But Rayon holds his ground, even stating he will participate in the training to truly live up to the Siegfried name. And that is the part that makes the Lord's expression turn dark. Lord Glenn unleashes a crushing wave of pressure, an aura so immense it feels like the entire weight of the Sieghart name is about to snap Rayon's bones. A trickle of blood escapes his mouth. This pressure, it's on another level, light years beyond what his old master Darius could ever dish out. Fighting through the agony, he clenches a fist so tight his knuckles turn white, trying to endure, but the sheer force slams him to his knees. Instantly, his mother and the maid Helen are at his side. Denier desperately pleads with the Lord to call off his suffocating spiritual force. He's just a kid, he doesn't understand what he's saying, but it's like talking to a brick wall. The Lord ignores them completely. He silences them with a single command, let him speak. But Sylvia, terrified, keeps pleading, explaining that her son is in no condition for training, begging him to release the crushing pressure. Raon, held tight in his mother's arms, is thrown back to the darkness of his past life, an assassin, a ghost who lived and died in the shadows, his existence a complete secret. A wave of raw frustration hits him. He will not live like that again. He breaks free from his mother's hold, determined to forge a new path for himself. Not just for him, but for Sylvia. He's going to restore her rightful place in this family no matter what it takes. He squares up to the Lord once more, admitting he knows nothing about the legendary Sieghart name, having been raised in the isolated annex, completely cut off from the main house. He then declares his intention. He's joining the training to see for himself what this family is truly made of. An immense weight of responsibility settles on him for Sylvia, for Helen, for every single person in the annex who has cared for him. It's this duty that fuels his defiance. The Lord, a flicker of interest in his eyes, questions him. You intend to judge the honor of the Sieghart name, based solely on our basic training? Raon's response is blunt. It's the only path open to him. Amused, Lord Glenn promises to tell the instructor to bring his A-game, so that Raon won't be disappointed. Then, the full weight of the Lord's aura slams back down, forcing Raon to buckle and stumble to the floor. But even as he struggles, his mind is already calculating, figuring out how to merge the lethal instincts from his past life as the world's greatest assassin, with the raw power of the Rings of Fire. Even on the ground, he's planning how he'll rise to the top of this cutthroat house. He silently vows to prove them all wrong. The pebble they all stepped on is about to become an unbreakable diamond. Elsewhere, over at one of the training centers, Karun Sieghart, the formidable head of the Palace of Warriors, is interrogating a guard. He's questioning the intel he received because he was told Raon was a complete invalid, basically a cripple. But the guard stands by the report, insisting that multiple maids in the annex overheard the ragged saint himself discussing it with Lord Sieghart. They're sure the kid is suffering from some kind of catastrophic illness. Still, to Karun, the boy definitely looked unwell, but none of that adds up. How in the world did a supposedly sick kid endure the full force of the Lord's aura during the ceremony? The only thing he can think of is that Sylvia's own potential was off the charts. Maybe her son inherited that latent power. Having reached a decision, Karun orders the guard to have the maids plant a mole in the annex. He needs to monitor Raon's every move. Meanwhile, Raon is pushing his body to the absolute limit, just like always, earning a gentle reminder from his mother that she warned him about overdoing it. A few days later, Lord Glenn himself strolls into the 5th Sieghart training grounds looking for the instructor in charge, an elf named Lamar. He finds the guy pretending to be asleep, and after waking him, the two old friends immediately start bickering. Lord Glenn jabs that Lamar hasn't matured one bit in 50 years, which is true, since he's an elf and literally doesn't age like a human. Lamar immediately guesses the real reason for the visit. You're here about the kid, he states bluntly, adding that Sylvia was just there begging, but he has zero plans to lighten the training. After all, Glenn gave him total authority over this place. But to Lamar's shock, the Lord isn't there to ask for special treatment. In fact, he tells him to maintain the brutal standard, or even crank it up a notch, to filter out anyone unworthy of the Sieghart name. Lamar instantly sees the truth. Glenn is only this harsh because he secretly loves his grandson. It's his twisted way of showing the affection he could never give Sylvia. In response to this call-out, Lord Glenn deadpans that if they weren't old war buddies, he'd have Lamar's head on a spike. With their productive chat over, Lord Glenn departs, leaving a thoughtful Lamari behind, wondering just what is so special about this Raon kid. At that very moment, Raon himself achieves a major breakthrough, completing his 3rd Ring of Fire. The power-up is insane. His body and soul rank skyrockets, boosting his constitution, dexterity, mana, affinity, focus, and stamina. He even unlocks a 3-star water resistance. But the best part, one of the strands of the crippling Curse of Frost has completely vanished. A system message confirms it, and Raon is ecstatic. It's proof that his balanced approach, training hard without destroying his body, is working. It's a strategy his mother has helped him perfect. Plus, that magical status window is acting like a massive experience booster, supercharging his growth. But all this pain is just a warm-up for the absolute hell that awaits him at the Sieghart training. Even this 3-star flame link is merely the bare minimum foundation he needs to even start building his power. His master plan is to unleash a performance so legendary that every single person who ever dissed him will be forced to eat their words. And after that, he's coming to erase his arch-nemesis Darius Robert. But as these dark ambitions swirl in his mind, his mother quietly slips into his room late at night. Knowing he's set to leave for basic training at dawn, she asks him, her voice filled with dread, if he absolutely has to do this. She's terrified he'll just keep grinding himself down past his breaking point, risking a catastrophic injury during the brutal training. She pleads with him to wait just 1 more year, but Raon flatly refuses, telling her he can't. He explains that he can't stand watching the main and branch family members look down on her, treating everyone in the annex like they're complete trash. and he's dead set on the belief that if he crushes it at the training, he can put an end to all their suffering. His mother is floored by his words, stunned by the sheer depth of his understanding of their miserable reality. To finally shed light on why they're treated like outcasts, she reveals how she randomly met his father on a mission and fell hopelessly in love. But being with him was a forbidden dream, because he was just a common knight. To chase that love, she made an impossible choice. She shattered her own core, severed her mana circuits, and walked away from the family for good. It's then revealed that Rayon once had an older sister named Sia. While they were living a quiet life, a notorious group called the Cadre of Eden tracked Sylvia down and ambushed them when they were most vulnerable. With her pregnant and their father powerless to stop them, they were utterly helpless. She was forced to watch as her entire family was brutally slaughtered right before her eyes. A secret team dispatched by her father for her protection finally arrived to save her, but because of the massive distance, they were tragically late. By the time they stormed the scene, her husband and her daughter were already gone. It was far too dangerous to be on her own, so she was left with a single horrifying option. She had to crawl back to the family she abandoned. And just like that, she became the official scapegoat of the Sieghart household, with no excuse or defense to offer her own father upon her return. As her tragic story concludes, the only thing Rayon can process is that she selfishly tossed aside all her responsibilities for a shot at personal happiness, only to come running back home the second her own life was on the line. He instantly gets why the Siegharts treat her with such cold disdain, but in his heart she's still the woman who brought him into this world, and she's the very first person to ever show him genuine love across 2 entire lifetimes. This is the only mother he's ever known, and he realizes he can't just ice her out like everyone else. Out of the blue, he asks her a heavy question: does she regret abandoning the family? She tells him no, not for a second. Apparently her entire life as a Sieghart, she felt like a ghost, completely invisible. It was only after she broke free that she finally felt like a real person, and that feeling was more than enough. She tells him that her time away was pure happiness, and having him now brings her a new kind of joy. Her one and only regret, she says, is feeling like she's not a good enough mother for him. But Rayon immediately shuts that down, promising her she doesn't have to worry about a thing anymore. Overwhelmed, Sylvia completely breaks down, sobbing uncontrollably. A bewildered Rayon is left trying to comfort her, totally clueless as to what triggered the waterworks. After finally managing to get her to calm down, he retreats to his room for a final check on his flamelinks before shipping out to basic training the next morning. As he's focusing on his internal energy, a terrifying spectral figure materializes from the shadows of his room. The entity declares that the time has finally come. It announces that a boiling rage summoned it to this very spot. The being introduces itself as Wrath. He's none other than the second ruler of the entire demon world, here to carry out a contract of vengeance after sensing an immense surge of rage. But as the demonic being lays out its terms, demanding Rayon's body and soul as payment, it's completely thrown off when it realizes a literal child is the one who summoned it. Rayon is just as shook, and the two of them start grilling each other, trying to figure out who the hell the other one is. Wrath is convinced there's no way a small kid could have possibly unleashed the kind of raw fury that called him forth. But after taking a closer look, he quickly changes his tune. Wrath accepts the boy as his contractor and demands he offer up his soul as payment, so that his revenge can be perfectly executed. But to Wrath's absolute shock, Rayon stone cold rejects the offer, claiming he plans to get payback with his own 2 hands. He's going to savor the moment he takes Darius's head himself. Hearing this, the demon's entire vibe shifts. It snarls that Rayon is seriously mistaken if he thinks this is some kind of negotiation. The demon world has already made its choice, and Wrath is here to collect what he's owed. In a flash of fury, the being engulfs him in a vortex of chilling ethereal fire. Then it lunges at him like a wild beast, attempting to forcibly possess Rayon's body. The sheer force of the demon's invasion sends an icy shockwave through our boy, his body and mind beginning to freeze over. As a twisted incentive, the spirit whispers that once he gives in and lets its rage fester inside him, they can annihilate any enemy he desires, even if it's a literal god. With his buffed-up water resistance, Rayon manages to push back against the raw, biting cold. But this entity's assault is more than just a deep freeze. It's an insidious attack that stokes the embers of his rage from within, and the spirit just keeps twisting the knife. It whispers promises of crushing the skulls and feasting on the flesh of his enemies, if only he'd surrender his body to its control. But a wave of doubt washes over Rayon. How can he possibly guarantee Sylvia's safety or the maid's if he lets a monster like this take the wheel? The creature's patience finally snaps, hissing that it was trying to minimize damage to its future vessel. But now it's done playing games. It's just going to devour him, plain and simple. The crushing weight of the pressure becomes unbearable, making Rayon feel like he's about to be pulverized into a million tiny fragments. His body is screaming, stretched to its absolute breaking point. Then, just before he shatters, a brilliant idea cuts through the agony. He's been banking on his water resistance to survive the chill, but now he needs to turn up the heat. He's going all in on the flame links. It's his only shot. Our boy unleashes his fire link. a blinding flash of light erupts from his body, stunning the spirit. It's absolutely furious that a mere human child dares to defy its immense power, and Rayon declares that he will see his own revenge through to the end because he's not about to hand his body over to some shady specter. The name Spectre makes Wrath absolutely livid. He explodes, demanding to know how he could possibly disrespect a ruler of the demon world. Rayon just scoffs, retorting that he's not much of a ruler if he can't even handle one kid. This only enrages the creature further, but as Rayon thinks about it, he realizes Wrath can't be using his full power. It must be because he just woke up exactly like he claimed. In that instant, a notification window materializes, informing Rayon that a new skill has been unlocked. He has no clue what it is. The sudden appearance of the system screen sends Wrath into another spiral of fury. He screams that the system window is his own power, his masterpiece. Rayon probes the being, asking if the messages and status windows are his doing, and the entity confirms it created the entire system. Rayon tries to dig deeper. He wants to know why it was made, but Wrath refuses to spill any more secrets. The Demon Lord does, however, let something slip. When Rayon speculates that the system was built to accelerate growth, he sees it. The spirit can't hide its shock, just as you'd expect from a being literally named Wrath. It turns out the flame links are way more overpowered in this life because the system itself was designed as a cheat code for rapid growth. When Wrath demands he either return the system or surrender his body, Rayon responds with a fist packed with mana. But the punch does absolutely nothing. Wrath figures out that trying to overpower the boy is a losing battle. So he coils around Rayon's hand and solidifies into a bracelet. He pulls this move because it's been a hot minute since his seal was shattered and he's still running on fumes. The new plan is to lay low and recharge his power. Then he can seize his rightful place as the driver. Rayon mulls over, taking the bracelet off, but that feels like a terrible idea. Who knows, it might make the system vanish or worse, unleash the spirit to harm Sylvia or Helen. To him, keeping the enemy close seems like the smartest play. He can monitor the spirit while he gets stronger. Rayon then asks Wrath, of all the things he could become, why a flowery bracelet? Wrath just snaps back that it's his aesthetic, and Rayon better learn to respect it. The following day, Lady Sylvia is a wreck, completely on edge about Rayon leaving the estate, while Helen tries to soothe her. When Rayon appears ready for his departure, the somber mood hangs thick in the air. Just before he leaves, Helen warns him not to overdo it, and he swears he'll be cautious. After stewing in her worry for a moment, Sylvia finally manages to tell Rayon to do his best, sending him off with a heavy heart. Once he's gone, Sylvia looks to Helen for reassurance. She needs to hear that her boy will be all right, and the head maid reminds her just how much his health has turned around. She suggests he might even complete the entire training regimen. Her words are a small comfort to Sylvia, who had been weeping uncontrollably just moments before. Back inside, Rayon had promised her he wouldn't push himself too hard or allow himself to get hurt. A short while later, droves of kids are gathered at the entrance to the 5th training ground, buzzing with excitement. Rayon, however, hangs back, observing the crowd. He takes stock of the competition. It's not just the main and branch families here. There are also vassal families and even outsiders who got in on a recommendation. It isn't long before a couple of boys start mocking Rayon's scrawny build, laughing about how he should just tuck tail and run. They even start cracking jokes about the floral bracelet he's wearing, which sends Wrath into a silent rage. The demon starts hurling invisible curses at the boys. Lucky for them, they can't see a thing. But Rayon hears their trash talk loud and clear and decides to confront them. He walks right up and asks why they don't say it to his face instead of whining like mosquitoes. They're taken aback for a second before they immediately get defensive. They're absolutely baffled, wondering what gives a kid from the Branch family, who was literally locked away in the annex, the nerve to talk to them like that. The hilarious part, they're also from the Branch family, which makes you wonder where they get the audacity to even ask that question. But when Rayon calmly points out that you only talk down to people you see as beneath you, the boys' faces twist with rage. One of them lunges forward and snatches Rayon's shirt, hissing at him to learn his place. A wild, almost feral grin spreads across Rayon's face. He begins to crack his knuckles, ready for a fight, but is cut short when another kid from the main family steps in. The boy is none other than Warren Sieghart, a prodigy who was evaluated right before Rayon during his very first discernment ceremony. Warren immediately lays into the bullies, demanding to know if they plan on embarrassing the entire family in front of outsiders. The boys instantly retreat, bowing their heads and apologizing to Warren. But he wasn't saving Rayon. Warren stalks over to him and sneers, asking if he's finally figured out his place yet. He smugly declares that Rayon is nothing but dust, something he can effortlessly sweep aside whenever he feels like it. He gives Rayon a chilling warning: keep his head down if he doesn't want to get booted from the annex for good. In Warren's mind, Rayon only got into the training grounds by exploiting the chaos in the discernment chambers, not through any actual talent. To him, Rayon is just a failure waiting to be washed out. As the group walks away, Warren tells Rayon to get lost. If he's not even going to try in the training, there's no way he'll pass anyway. But before he can leave, Rayon's voice cuts through the air. He calmly suggests that Warren should have put a little more feeling into all that trash he was just talking. He reminds him that being part of the main family doesn't make him special. He has no rank, he's not an official trainee, and he has zero power to do anything to him. Rayon lands the final blow, joking that his only real option is to go tattle to his dad. Warren's face flushes a deep red, only able to sputter out the classic, "How dare you?" Just as things are about to explode, the door bursts open, and Instructor Lemire appears, looking amused that the fighting has started before the training has even officially begun. Raon, who had no idea who the instructor would be, instantly recognizes him as the legendary Sword of Light who had retired after his energy core was destroyed. Lemire scatters the crowd, ordering them to save their squabbles for after the admission ceremony. During the ceremony, Lemire formally introduces himself to the new recruits. He notes that there are 160 people here for the training, a number he considers far too large. So he announces a simple test to slash that number down to just a quarter. The kids freeze their faces pale with terror. Getting kicked out on the very first day is a brutal thought. Lemire makes it clear that in these grounds his word is absolute. He adds that if they have any issues, they're free to take them up with the head of the house. Moments later, the test of endurance and willpower begins. The kids start sprinting around a track with one simple instruction: run at full speed, and don't stop until he says so. Wrath's voice pops up in Rayon's head again, demanding to know why he's lagging at the back of the pack instead of pushing to the front. But Rayon knows this isn't a race. There's no point in being faster than everyone else. He's certain their instructor is looking for something deeper than raw speed, like resilience and temperament. He's betting that the true winner of this test will be the last one left standing, and he is determined to see it through to the end. The other instructors point out the two in the lead, Warren and a boy named Ruinen. They're convinced that with such skill at a young age, those two are destined for incredible futures. When they spot the now infamous Rayon, they note that he can barely keep up, but figure it's still impressive for a kid who's supposedly sick. The instructors all predict Rayon will drop out any second now, but Lemire simply watches him with an intense, unreadable gaze. In his mind, he admits he's never encountered a kid like Rayon. He's seen the most powerful humans on the continent whose depths he could never fully grasp. He could see the potential in the other children, the colors and threads of who they would become, but with Rayon, there was nothing, a total void. That phenomenon only occurs when a person's potential is so vast that it completely eclipses his own ability to perceive it. The bullies who messed with Raon earlier look back laughing that he won't make it another 10 minutes. Meanwhile, Raon is almost disappointed. All this training consists of is running in circles. In his past life, training meant being hunted by starving beasts, forcing them to run for their lives just to survive. Compared to that, this is ridiculously tame. Time drags on as the kids continue their endless run. Lemire is shocked. Rayon is still running even though his stamina must have hit rock bottom ages ago. It's obvious this is something more than sheer willpower. The kid is running on pure fumes. That level of focus, Lemire realizes, is only forged by someone who has survived absolute torment and has stared death in the face time and time again. This whole situation is getting more and more fascinating, and Lemire finds himself completely captivated. Out on the track, Warren glances over his shoulder and sees Rayon still running right behind him. He can't believe it. How is that even possible when the kid is supposed to be sick? He'd been spying on his father's conversation with the guard, and it confirmed his suspicions the boy was genuinely sick. Totally ticked off, Warren decides to flex his aura, cranking up his speed to show these peasants they aren't even in the same league. In a flash, he blasts forward, leaving Ruinen and Rayon, who look like the only two still in the race, eating his dust. Warren is coming off as seriously immature, next to Ruinen, who's maintaining a stone-cold and focused demeanor. He isn't about to get drawn into a pointless race, refusing to break his rhythm over a challenge that isn't even a real competition. The rest of the trainees have already collapsed along the path. Some are whispering about who the hell Rayon even is, while others are just salty jealous that the so-called sick kid is outlasting them. Rayon catches one of the guys asking if he even gets tired. A bitter laugh almost escapes his lips. Are you kidding? The bone-deep chill, ravaging his body, feels like death is knocking at his door, like his heart and lungs could give out at any second. The only thing keeping him on his feet against the relentless cold is his flame links, which he's using to wring out every last drop of stamina. The instant Wrath senses Rayon's exhaustion from the chills, the spirit sees his opening and tries to seize control, demanding that Rayon surrender his body. He promises he can overtake that little punk Warren, all while a deranged grin spreads across the spirit's spectral face. Rayon knows he's in deep trouble, and his fear is confirmed when Wrath slams him with yet another brutal wave of cold energy. The impact is devastating, and Rayon's world starts to go hazy, but he forces himself to put on a mask, pretending like nothing is wrong. Wrath is absolutely certain no human could withstand this onslaught, but Rayon desperately clings to consciousness, knowing that the spirit will devour his soul the moment he reveals a single crack in his composure. Against all odds, nothing happens, and Rayon just keeps running. Wrath is absolutely livid, wondering why his torment is having no effect on this fragile boy. All the while, our hero feels like he's seconds away from collapsing. He's losing control of his own limbs. His vision is tunneling, and each breath feels like his last. He's at his absolute limit. Just as he's about to be swallowed by darkness, the instructor's voice cuts through the air, signaling the end of the drill. After they come to a stop, Warren shoots Rayon a look of pure contempt for refusing to quit, but Runan just observes him with a spark of intense interest. Meanwhile, Wrath is still trying to compute how Rayon managed to endure that relentless barrage of cold. But Rayon hits him with a mental comeback, reminding him this is why he said not to waste time with training. Wrath's attack didn't stop him. It actually kick-started his flame links, pushing his body far beyond its normal threshold and making him stronger. Then, a system window materializes. The notification confirms Rayon has met the condition for intense movement that surpasses his current physical state. Thanks to this, his strength, dexterity, and constitution all get a small but crucial boost, which only makes Wrath even more furious. After the trainees reassemble, Lemaire congratulates them on their effort and then informs them that he was totally bluffing about cutting their numbers down to a quarter. He says it would be insane to fail, that many recruits on the very first day, and that he never specified this would be the test that would weed most of them out. He does, however, warn them that if they approach every training session with today's attitude, the majority of them are guaranteed to fail. He calls them out, pointing out that he told them to go all out, yet none of them maintained full speed until the end, except for Warren, who was cheating with his aura. Lemaire makes it crystal clear, take things seriously, and follow his exact instructions if they want to avoid failure, because it's only going to get harder. From that moment, they are all designated as provisional trainees for the next 6 months, until their final exam determines if they lose that temporary title. Should they pass, that is. At the conclusion of the 6 months, Lemaire also plans to select a single valedictorian from their ranks. Lemaire wanders into the nearby forest to take a nap on a boulder, only to discover Lord Glenn is already there. Glenn asks for a report on the test. Lemaire confirms that, as expected, Warren and Runan possess terrifying potential, and the other children are more than qualified to become future cornerstones of House Seghart. The only real mystery is that Lemaire can't seem to get a read on Rayon's situation at all. The instructor describes how the kid pushed himself to the very end long after he should have collapsed from exhaustion. He then confesses that this is only the second time he's ever witnessed such a thing. The first was Master Glenn himself. For Lemaire, this whole situation is a welcome dose of entertainment. He's been dying of boredom ever since his own core was shattered. As the Lord departs, Lemaire muses aloud that it feels like someone he can finally entrust his legacy to might actually emerge from this new batch of recruits. Lord Glenn, however, dismisses the idea as pure coincidence. He stubbornly insists the child is completely incapable of ever becoming a swordsman. Lemaire doesn't believe that for a second. Elsewhere, Rayon, immediately after finishing that brutal training, announces he's heading to the center's training room, which definitely turns the heads of some boys who hear him. As soon as he's out of earshot, the boys start debating, convinced Rayon must have used some kind of trick to survive the run. After all, it's public knowledge that he's sick. One of them, a member of a branch family named Crane Seghart, leans in to share some gossip he heard. He claims a rumor is going around that the elder gave our boy a powerful elixir, and that's the only way he could have done it. The other boys immediately buy it. Fuming that Rayon used an elixir to get one over on them, the other kids decide it's time to put the smug brat back in his place. A few moments later, they ambush him, slamming Rayon against a tree while he's completely blindsided, having no clue why he's being jumped. The bullies get right in his face, sneering that a cast-off from the main family has zero right to act so cocky after cheating his way to a win. They begin cracking their knuckles with menacing grins, claiming they just want to have a little conversation with him just like old times. Internally, Wrath is absolutely raging that Rayon would even tolerate this disrespect, screaming in his mind to just shatter their skulls open on the spot. But plot twist, Rayon, an absolute psycho on the inside, is savoring every second of this as he proceeds to dismantle all three of them, leaving them a broken mess. The sheer brutality is so magnificent that Wrath practically blushes as the bullies are left whimpering on the ground, begging for their lives. Rayon glares down at them, demanding to know if Warren was behind this. They swear he had nothing to do with it, but Rayon isn't buying it for a second. He knows for a fact that Warren despises him, and after grilling them, he leans in close to threaten that what just happened will feel like a tickle next time. If a single word about this gets out, or if they even so much as look at him again. And with that, the terrified boys scramble away. They're just grateful to have escaped with their lives. Meanwhile, Lemaire, who was observing from behind a tree, totally enjoyed the spectacle, feeling like he was watching the legendary young Master Glenn all over again. This only hardens his suspicion that Rayon is a hidden monster, a diamond in the rough with terrifying potential. When Rayon gets home, the system pings him. He's fulfilled another condition by satisfying Wrath's bloodlust. For that, his dexterity stat increases by 1. As usual, Wrath goes ballistic, finding it ridiculous that Rayon gets stat points just for pleasing him. He rants that the system is completely broken, but when Rayon dryly reminds him that he designed it, Wrath snaps back that this feature is brand new to him. He's never had his system hijacked before, after all. But as Wrath starts cussing up a storm, he notices Rayon has completely tuned him out. So he pivots and proposes a high-stakes gamble, a chance to score a massive dump of stat points by winning. Or if he loses, he'll be forced to absorb a sliver of Wrath's own rage. The challenge: he just has to rank number 1 in the trainee exam. This sounds a lot like what Lemaire offered, but Rayon's eyes go wide when he sees he can also score a random attribute. Wrath clarifies that by winning, Rayon will absorb one of his core attributes, which will be nerfed to a level his weak body can handle. He's also warned that the penalty for losing is a tiny piece of the spirit's own essence of rage, which will only be a small fragment at first, but could fester into an uncontrollable force in the future. The fact that the spirit is being so upfront about the terms proves he isn't bluffing. Rayon knows the offer is legit and weighs his options. The rewards are insane, but so is the risk. It is 100% a poisoned apple, but he's confident that the experience from his past life is more than enough to guarantee a first-place finish. Our boy accepts the deal. A slow, predatory grin spreads across Wrath's face as Rayon agrees. His master plan to slowly corrupt and take over Rayon's body is proceeding perfectly. Sometime later, the trainees are being absolutely demolished by another training exercise. They are all visibly exhausted. After a grueling morning of non-stop running, they're now holding a deep horse stance under Lemaire's watchful eye. Lemaire barks at them, declaring that this single stance is the foundation of every fighting style in existence. No one is exempt. He commands them to hold that position until he says they can stop. Then he just turns and walks off to take a nap. As a parting shot, he reminds them that they're the ones who have to pass, not him. The moment he's gone, some of the students start groaning about the hellish exercises. All they want is to start learning the cool sword techniques. After the session, Warren pulls aside a few of the other boys to get in some extra sword practice, worried that their skills are going to get rusty. If all they do are these boring basic drills, Wrath practically screams at Rayon to go join them. But Rayon knows better. He thinks it would be completely useless for them to even touch a sword right now. At their current fitness level, what they really need is raw stamina and strength, not fancy swordplay. This is even more critical for him thanks to the curse of the Bitterfrost, so prioritizing the fundamentals is non-negotiable. While Rayon is in the gym grinding it out, he finds himself being stalked by Runan Sloan from the Vassal House, who is completely baffled by his progress. He's jumping to heavier and heavier weights in just a few days. She heard he was supposed to be sick, so it makes absolutely no sense. Seeing him progress at this insane speed, she starts to wonder if his secret lies in the unique stance he's using. It's unlike anyone else's. Her curiosity taking over, she marches right up to him and just stares, not saying a single word. Her intense gaze finally snaps Rayon out of his zone. He asks her what's up, but she gives him no reply, her mind racing as she just keeps staring at him. She's trying to reverse engineer the insane spike in his growth. Watching him in total silence, something suddenly clicks in her head. And without a word, she walks right past him, sits down at a nearby weight bench, and starts lifting. Her bizarre behavior is seriously freaking Rayon out. With that, he leaves her to her business. He moves on to different machines, but Runan just shadows his every move. And as she sticks close to him, a memory flashes in her mind, that strange scent coming off Rayon just moments ago, making her entire body feel weightless. It was the reason she could suddenly powerlift way past her usual limits. Getting seriously creeped out by her staring, Rayon finally spins around and asks if she's got something to say, but she just shakes her head. In that moment, Runan makes a silent vow to herself she will follow Ron no matter where he goes. Right then, Warren and his cronies swagger into the gym, and they're instantly pissed to see Runan hanging around a dude who was exiled from the main family. Warren scoffs that there's 0 point in such boring basic training, convinced Rayon is only doing it because he's got a pathetically weak body and could never hope to achieve their level of physical perfection. To prep for the upcoming test, he rallies his crew to double down on their swordsmanship, warning them not to get rusty. The squad quickly departs, leaving Warren absolutely certain the exams will prove whose method, his or Raon's, is the real deal. A little later, a kid named Dorian respectfully approaches Raon, asking if he could possibly train alongside him. When he spots Runan tailing them, Dorian, who isn't a Sieghart but from an outside family, questions it. Raon just sighs and reluctantly agrees to let him join. An overjoyed Dorian immediately offers him a cookie. Rayon, deeply skeptical, tries to hand it back, but then he glances to his side and sees Runan staring at the cookie in his hand with a primal hunger. She's giving him this accusing, sad puppy look that totally weirds him out, so he caves and gives her the cookie. As the days turn into weeks, this bizarre trio starts working out together, even running side by side during races. An unlikely friendship starts to form between them. The seasons change, but the grind never stops. It's now been 6 months since the basic training kicked off, and Raon has spent every single day running like his life was on the line. By now, Raon is absolutely smoking everyone else, effortlessly leaving them in the dust during the running drills, everyone except Runan and Warren, of course. More time flies by, and the day of judgment finally arrives. Parents and powerful guardians from across the land have journeyed here to witness how their chosen prodigies will perform. On the examination stage, they fill a colossal arena as Lemire addresses the crowd. Among them, Sylvia, Helen, and the formidable Lord Karun can be spotted in the stands. At the same time, Wrath materializes, gleefully reminding Rayan about their little bet. He's totally convinced Ron is going to fail, especially since he could never outpace Runan and Warren in training. But Ron just brushes him off, coolly stating that exams are a completely different beast, and anything can happen. A moment later, Rayan and Runan spot Dorian huddled in a corner, completely freaking out about the test. The connection between Rayan and Runan has obviously deepened, because she just casually offers him a cookie. Looking at his strange new friends, our hero starts to worry that he might be a magnet for absolute weirdos. Meanwhile, Helen and Sylvia are beaming with pride, seeing their boy not only survive the grueling 6 months of training but also make a couple of friends along the way. Then a booming announcement echoes through the arena, signaling the arrival of the head of the house himself, who has come to observe the proceedings. This is clearly not a normal occurrence. As a wave of shock ripples through the crowd, someone whispers that this is the Lord's first time ever attending this event. When Lemire voices his own surprise, Master Glenn simply states that this exam will determine the very future of the house, making his presence essential. With the Lord's arrival, Lemire declares the trainee selection exam will now begin, but first he has to reveal the nature of the test, something he has kept a complete secret until this very moment. Then out of nowhere, shocking every single student, Lemire unleashes a crushing torrent of aura, declaring that the test is to pierce through his spiritual force. Lemire explains that as fighters they will constantly face spiritual pressure, and this exam is designed to measure the raw strength of their spirit. From the stands, a guardian shouts in protest that the kids have barely even learned to control their own auras, and now they're being tested on something as advanced as spiritual force. Soon a chorus of boos erupts from the other guardians, but Lemire looks completely bored by their whining. He clarifies that spiritual force isn't just about manifesting aura. True spiritual force is the very rank of your soul, something forged over a lifetime of a warrior's triumphs and trials. The ultimate proof of a warrior is one who doesn't even need an aura to command respect. As the Guardians' protests grow louder, Lord Glenn's voice cuts through the chaos, declaring that Lemire is correct. He explains that whether they have an aura or not, every warrior develops a unique spiritual signature based on the life they've led. Depending on the sheer intensity of one's training, even those without an aura can forge an unbreakable spiritual force. The Lord's words bring an immediate and total silence to the arena. Lemire smirks, saying that since there are no more complaints, the exam can proceed. The first name to be called is Runan. Lemire looks her in the eye and says that the spiritual pressure he's about to project is an obstacle she is fully capable of overcoming. If she's poured everything into her training, she'll pass by, shattering his defense. A cocky grin spreads across Lemire's face as he unleashes a crushing wave of spiritual force right at her. Her breath hitches. The invisible pressure slams into her, and she immediately starts to grimace in pain. She's been warned that activating her own aura is an instant disqualification. Her only weapon now is the iron will she forged during her brutal training. Despite the escalating agony and the suffocating tide of energy pushing back, she claws her way forward. Her fingers wrap around Lemire's hand, and a flicker of genuine pride flashes in his eyes at her victory. Her legs buckle beneath her, forcing him to catch her and hold her steady. He even praises the insane effort she's been showing in her training, telling her to stay on this exact course. To his absolute dread, Dorian is the next name called, and the kid starts sweating bullets like he's just seen a monster. He's given the same objective Runan had smashed through the spiritual wall, using only the mental strength he's supposedly been building. But Dorian looks like he has zero faith in himself, staring down the barrel of failure if he can't pull this off. Dorian throws himself into the storm of energy, but crumples to the ground halfway through. From the sidelines, Rayon notices the spiritual pressure suddenly vanished. The test for Dorian feels completely different, and he starts to suspect Lemire is tweaking the intensity of the spiritual force for each person. He's basing it on his personal observations of each kid playing to their individual strengths. Against all odds, Dorian manages to crawl forward and grab Lemire's feet. The instructor actually congratulates him, telling him he needs to have more faith in his own power from now on. It's just a shame that after such a massive compliment, Dorian immediately pukes his guts out all over the floor. The next challenger called to the floor is Warren Siegert. He's subjected to the exact same trial, but the raw force unleashed on him is so powerful that Warren begins to doubt if the other kids actually endured something this overwhelming. A violent shiver racks his body, and he realizes his feet are cemented to the ground. In a cold response, Lemire tells him that his innate talent is more unique than anyone else's in the group. But he and the children who aped his style squandered their time on a sword technique they didn't fundamentally understand. Instead of honing their core and their mental toughness, he was always using his aura as a crutch. Anytime the training got remotely difficult, and Lemire warns him that if he uses it here, he's out. But for Warren, Failure simply isn't an option. The only thing flashing through his mind is the chilling memory of his father's coldness as he ripped into his older brother years ago. Realizing his father will cast him aside too if he fails this, he unleashes a desperate roar and surges forward with every ounce of his being. He ends up tripping and sprawling forward, but he manages to clutch Lemaire's legs, securing his pass. Lemaire then offers a piece of brutal advice. He reminds him that he's only 12 years old, and he needs to drop the mature act and train at a level that's actually right for his age. The very last person to be called is Rayon Siegfried. As he steps up, a blinding wall of spiritual energy is blasted directly at him. The impact nearly sends him flying, but the sheer weight of the force is on a completely different level than what the other kids had to face. His mother and Helen look on their faces, twisted with worry. Even Lord Glenn is visibly stunned by the magnitude of the spiritual power that Lemaire is aiming at the boy. Meanwhile, Rayon is staggering under the immense pressure. He can't help but wonder if this is even the same exam. But Lemaire did this for a reason. He saw a greater potential sealed within him, more than in Ruinen and even Warren, and he challenges him to show him what he's truly made of. The thing is, a person's rank isn't determined by their physical shell, but by the sheer vastness of their soul. And the crazy part is, Rayon isn't just carrying Roa Sigart's soul. He also possesses the spiritual power forged through the entire life of the assassin Rayon. In a stunning turn of events that leaves Lemaire shook, our boy starts pushing back against the spiritual tempest, capturing the full attention of the Lord. As he gets just inches away from Lemaire, the instructor's mind is screaming that this can't possibly be real. Unlike every other kid who stumbled or fell, Rayon simply walks straight up to Lemaire and shoves him backward. The sight is so unbelievable that the entire crowd gasps in unison. Lemaire and the Lord are left utterly frozen, their jaws hanging open. A faint smile crosses Rayon's face as he asks if he passed the test. The others can't process how our boy just walked through that impossible wall of force. Even Karun is shocked to his core that the bratty kid actually managed to reach Lemaire. The instructor just stands there, completely awestruck. He's trying to figure out how a sickly kid who can barely manifest his aura could withstand that kind of pressure. Finally, Lemaire demands to know what Rayon is, and Rayon flatly tells him his name is Rayon, the same kid he's been training for 6 months. Lemaire argues back that he deliberately unleashed a force far beyond his known potential, specifically designed to make him fail. So breaking through it should have been literally impossible. Rayon's only response is a casual shrug, which just makes Lemaire even more furious. At last, the moment arrives for Lemaire to declare the results of the brutal exam and name the top trainee he had promised. Warren and his father practically vibrate with tension as Lemaire announces Rayon as the #1 trainee for this training cycle. The moment they hear Rayon snagged first place, Sylvia and Helen just start bawling while the crowd is buzzing over the wild results. Warren storms up to Lemaire, screaming that he can't accept this outcome because it's totally rigged. His accusations leave Lemaire completely stunned, as he's forced to listen to this kid rant about how he's leagues above Rayon in strength, stamina, and raw potential. When he throws out the theory that Rayon must have used some dirty trick or a spell, some of the crowd actually starts eating it up, arguing there's no way he could pull that off while crippled by the curse of bitter frost, and with no aura to speak of. The protest gets so heated that people even start throwing shade at instructor Lemaire's well-known integrity. Finally, Warren demands a one-on-one fight with Rayon to put this to bed once and for all. The mayor just observes that Warren is clearly desperate for that #1 spot, and he punts the decision over to Master Glenn, letting him figure out how to shut down all this noise. The Lord decides to put the question to Rayon himself, asking if he's down to throw hands with Warren to prove to all the haters that his score was legit. Rayon looks right back at the Lord and says he's going to pass because the exam results are already official and there's zero reason to fight if there's nothing in it for him. To settle things, the Lord proposes they fight for the title of top trainee, and as a bonus, he offers a bronze medallion to Rayon if he comes out on top. That gets Rayon's attention, because the gold, silver, and bronze medallions are a huge deal handed out by House Sieghart based on major accomplishments, and the rewards they come with are insane. With a medallion straight from the Lord of the House, he could cash it in for something seriously valuable. The new terms are enough to get Rayon on board. The rules for the duel are simple, 1 round only, and anyone who uses weapons or aura automatically forfeits. So this is going to be a straight-up hands-only brawl. The match kicks off, and Warren blitzes forward, throwing a haymaker right at Rayon's face, only for Rayon to casually duck under it as the punch whistles past his nose. Warren is shook that he dodged it, and tries to follow up with a nasty kick, but Rayon shuts that down too. Warren gets heated and declares that he's using the charging tiger technique, a style his own father taught him, and he unleashes a flurry of attacks on Rayon, who just keeps parrying every single blow. Some spectators think Rayon is just stuck on defense, unable to fight back, while all Warren can feel is the humiliation of being challenged by some nobody from a branch family. He swears to himself there's no chance in hell he's giving up the top trainee title to this kid, and a flashback hits him his own father, disowning his older brother for being a weakling. The only thought pounding in his head as he fights is that his father is in the crowd watching, and he absolutely cannot fail. All the while, Rayon is effortlessly deflecting or weaving out of the way of every single attack. The thing is, Rayon hasn't struck back, because he's been patiently downloading Warren's entire moveset, analyzing the rhythm of his fists and his technique, and after a few moments, he finally gets it. Seeing Rayon pause, Warren is certain his opponent has finally given up, so he lunges in for the finishing blow. But Rayon mirrors his punch with one of his own. To Warren's absolute shock, his fist is knocked clean off course, and his opponent slams a devastating shot right into his gut that makes him spit. The sudden reversal leaves the entire crowd speechless, along with Warren's own father. But what really floors everyone, including Lord Glenn, is how Rayon was able to counter with the exact same move the charging tiger fist. When Warren demands to know how he learned the technique, Rayon just deadpans that Warren himself demonstrated it, and he simply copied the skill. A wave of murmurs ripples through the onlookers, all of them wondering how it's even possible for this kid to use the charging tiger fist, questioning if he learned it in secret. Meanwhile, Warren is still doubled over, completely wrecked from that one hit, and Lemaire is now positive that Rayon is the real deal. He starts wondering how Rayon managed to counter the charging tiger's fist by using a reverse spin of his own to completely nullify its power, all from just watching someone else perform it. To Lemaire, this is the generational talent House Seagart has been desperately searching for, the kind of potential that could one day stand at the very peak of the continent. After a tense silence, Rayon is declared the victor, since the proof of his skill is undeniable, for all to witness. Sylvia can't contain herself anymore. She rushes out and crushes Rayon in a massive, tearful hug. At the same time, Rune's father is doing the exact same thing with his daughter. Warren, however, is left standing alone, with only his butler, as his father coldly turns his back on him, which was the exact nightmare he had been dreading. Later that night, the silence hanging over Warren's home is heavy enough to crush stone. Finally, his father shatters the quiet, asking if Warren remembers being told to secure the top rank in the trainee exam, and to never ever lose to anyone. He snarls at Warren, asking if his goal was to publicly humiliate him by ranking lower than the kid from Slorn, and the son of a total failure. He reminds him that he's already blown one opportunity, and his only chance to redeem himself is to seize the #1 title at the final graduation exam. As his father walks away, it becomes crystal clear to Warren that he cannot afford to squander this last chance if he ever hopes to live the life that's expected of a member of the main family. A burning rage ignites within him, and he focuses all of his hatred on Rayon. How could he have fallen behind? It made zero sense. He'd poured everything he had into his training, so why wasn't it enough? Blinded by a storm of frustration, his feet carry him aimlessly until he stumbles into the deserted training center gym. The place is dead silent, everyone's off at exams. As Warren tries to sweat out his rage, his eyes lock onto the student lockers, and one in particular pulls him in rounds. He figures just a quick peek, it's not like he's stealing anything. But when he cracks it open, his jaw hits the floor. Inside are about 10 pairs of shoes. What's even crazier is that every single pair is absolutely shredded, completely blown out in just 6 months. The sight triggers a flashback, a montage of every time he'd seen Raon. He sees Raon grinding away tirelessly in this very gym, even while he was out there swinging his sword just to look cool and build his rep. He even remembers seeing him train while he was just kicking back and relaxing in his room. The brutal truth hits Warren. Raon embodied the spirit of a true Siegfried, and he just didn't. Defeated, he shoves everything back in the locker and walks away. A little later, Wrath, still salty about losing their bet, is complaining that in all his countless years, he's never seen a freak of nature quite like Raon. Finally, he just demands to know what Raon is, but our boy just shrugs him off. Just then, a notification screen flashes to life. Raon has officially won Wrath's wager. The prize, a massive +2 boost to all his stats, and he's just inherited one of Wrath's own attributes, called the awareness of the snowflower. When asked to explain, Wrath smugly calls it a god-tier attribute, totally wasted on a puny existence like Raon. The skill basically amps up his senses, but since it's only a 1-star ability, it's just a tiny 1% buff for now. Wrath can't resist flexing, bragging that he used the system to crank his own senses up by a factor of 10. Raon thinks the name Awareness of the Snowflower sounds kinda sus, so he asks Wrath what's up with the dramatic name. Wrath declares it a magnificent title, but Raon instantly realizes the all-powerful spirit has absolutely tragic taste, which only infuriates Wrath even more. Sometime later, a messenger arrives from the main building. The Lord has summoned Raon. The news sends a jolt of pure terror through Sylvia. She's convinced something terrible is about to happen to her son, but the butler calmly reassures her that everything is fine. In fact, it's more than fine. When Raon arrives at the throne room, Master Sieghart himself is waiting to personally award him the bronze medal. Lord Glenn is radiating disapproval, looking like he just swallowed a lemon, but a promise is a promise. He begrudgingly presents the medallion to Raon. He's told that if he ever returns it, he can request a favor in exchange. And our boy doesn't waste a single second. He decides to cash in that chip immediately. He asks what he must do to restore his mother to her rightful place, a question that sends shockwaves through the entire room. Lord Glenn, completely thrown, clarifies if he truly wants to return his mother to the main family line. He explains that it is possible, but only if he accomplishes something so legendary that the entire house has no choice but to recognize him, a feat considered next to impossible. From Lord Glenn's point of view, a rookie like Raon earning the respect of the entire Siegfried clan is as likely as him touching the stars. But that impossible challenge just lights a fire in Raon's eyes. He thanks Lord Glenn for the answer, hands the bronze medallion right back, and turns to leave. But just before he goes, the Lord stops him, pointing out that providing an answer wasn't the reward. He still gets to ask for something. Raon's mind races, landing on the one thing he needs most right now. He asks for a cultivation technique, but he's shut down immediately, told that the instructors will teach him one when he gets to basic training. Our boy isn't having it. He clarifies that he needs something far greater than the starter technique taught to newbies. He demands that the Lord provide a technique worthy of the bronze medallion's value. The shadow cultivation he learned in his past life isn't going to cut it. He needs something way more powerful if he's going to restore Sylvia's honor, and eventually take Daru's head. Intrigued, the Lord snaps his fingers. A hidden door grinds open, revealing a secret mystical library. Raon is speechless. Towering shelves filled with thousands of ancient books stretch up into the darkness, making him feel tiny. Lord Glenn informs him that this is just a tiny fraction of the Siegfried archives. All he has to do to find the book he needs most is stand in the center and raise his hands. As he steps into place, he prays that whatever he gets will be strong enough to surpass his old shadow technique. Then it happens. A single book floats off a high shelf on its own, drifting down to land gently in his hands. It's a worn, ancient-looking book, but the sight of it completely shatters Lord Glenn's and the butler's composure. How, Glenn whispers, did he get that one? At that moment, flames erupt from the book's pages, licking towards Raon. He's wondering what fire has to do with a cultivation technique when he opens the first page. An explosive blast of light bursts forth, throwing Raon back. The Lord just stares, awestruck by the raw power. In that blinding light, a vision floods Raon's mind. He sees a younger Lord Glenn receiving a report that Sylvia has fled the house. But Glenn's response is ice cold. That is of no concern to me. The growth of this house comes first. It was a glimpse into the past, a time when the Lord believed expressing emotion was a luxury he couldn't afford, when all he cared about was the power of his family. In that chilling vision, he'd seized a power that shattered the very limits of demons, but that power came at a devastating cost. Later, Lord Glenn gets a soul-crushing message. His son-in-law and precious granddaughter were ambushed by a shadowy crew called the Eaton Mask. They were brutally murdered. A violent tremor racks the Lord's frame, but he somehow cages his raging emotions, knowing there's no way to undo what's been done, or turn back time. He resolves then and there that he'll endure any hatred thrown his way, because this time, he's going to protect that boy with everything he has. All of this is a total mind screw for Raon, who's left wondering what in the world that book was before it completely dematerializes. In the next instant, it feels like the book's very essence floods his entire body. The Lord's voice cuts through the haze, demanding to know what he just did. But Raon is clueless. He swears he doesn't know, only that the information from the scroll is now somehow just in his head. To test this wild claim, especially since the book vanished into thin air, the Lord asks for the name of the cultivation technique, a detail he knows Raon couldn't have possibly read. After a beat of hesitation, Raon declares it was the Million Flames technique. A system window immediately flashes into existence, confirming Raon has acquired it. The technique is now seared into his very soul, forcing him to face the inferno of eternity. This apparently is the standard method for inheriting the secret aura techniques within the Sieghart library, and Lord Glenn presses Raon one more time, asking if he truly remembers the contents of the scroll he just absorbed. Once Raon gives a firm, "Yes, Lord," Glenn declares he's earned the reward, worthy of his bronze medallion, and dismisses him. But after Raon exits the chamber, the butler is left absolutely shell-shocked. He can't wrap his head around how Raon managed to literally download the entire cultivation technique from that ancient book. That specific scroll belonged to the original founding patriarch of their entire house. Throughout the family's long history, no one has ever been able to so much as read, let alone inherit the cultivation technique of House Sieghart's first master. So, it was completely unthinkable that the book handed to him would be the legendary Million Flames technique. The butler's mind starts racing with worry, terrified for Lady Sylvia and Lord Raon if anyone ever discovers he possesses such a god-tier skill. But Lord Glenn silences his fears, assuring him the technique is a total secret. Meanwhile, it's crystal clear to Raon that the ancient book and all its power have been directly passed down to him. According to Lord Glenn, no one else could ever master that technique, and it would have simply gathered dust on a shelf for eternity if not for him. It seems to the old lord that the winds of fate are finally shifting. For Raon, though, the math just isn't mathing. Why would Lord Glenn gift him something so priceless, far exceeding the value of a silver or even a gold medallion? This technique is easily on par with the legendary Fire Link, making it something he absolutely has to master. There's just one massive problem. No matter how intensely he focuses, he can't summon a single spark of his aura. Rayon knew he wouldn't be able to instantly master a technique of this caliber, and Wrath immediately clocks that his progress has hit a brick wall. Acting completely out of character, Wrath actually encourages him, telling him to push through. He points out that he's finally stumbled upon an insane cultivation method, and it would be a catastrophic failure if his training is disrupted, and he ends up powerless. It's undeniable that Wrath has a point, but it's super sketchy to think this sudden support isn't part of some bigger scheme. The Golden Flames technique harnesses raw mana from nature, forging it into an aura deep within your core, which means if Raon is ever disrupted, at a critical moment his mana circuits could shatter, his core could implode, and he'd be left a powerless cripple. And the worst part, he's already a high-risk case because of that icy blockage choking his pathways. Seeing the smug grin spreading across Wrath's face, Raon warns him not to even think about it, but it's like talking to a brick wall. He can tell Wrath has zero intention of listening. Wrath spells it out, cold and simple. He will interfere at least once during Raon's training. Totally creeped out, Raon states that his body would be useless to the spirit if he's crippled, but that logic doesn't land with Wrath at all. Because while a normal human would be permanently broken, Wrath has the power to just rebuild the vessel for his own use. In Wrath's mind, this is an unmissable golden opportunity. Rayon tries to play it cool, acting totally unfazed by the threat, but Wrath sees right through him, telling him to drop the act and just tremble in fear, because the assault could come at any second. And in that instant, the switch flips. For the first time, Raon sees the demon inside him as a true enemy. It's not exactly shocking, considering he's a demon born from pure wrath. Of course, he'd jump at the slightest chance to devour Rayon's entire being. Until now, Rayon had kind of been sleeping on him because he was acting so chill, but it's clear now he needs to watch his back 24/7. On top of that, there's another problem that's been bugging him, a certain maid, that our boy has clocked sneaking out every single night for some mysterious reason. Meanwhile, that very maid Judiel, who is secretly a spy for Lord Karun, is busy writing a report complaining that there's usually nothing juicy to say about Raon, aside from him mumbling to himself. But tonight she's finally got some real tea to spill. What Judiel is about to expose is the insane level of the cultivation technique he got from the Lord with the bronze medallion, and the absolutely off-the-charts mana flow she sensed pouring out of him. It's obvious to her that the intel she has is something the Palace of Warriors would kill for, but she hesitates for a second since Raon is just a kid, and she's wondering how much longer she has to keep filing these reports. As usual, she performs her dead drop, placing the paper in the river, to float downstream to her boss. A moment later, a cold blade presses against her neck, and she hears a voice from the shadows. The mysterious person tells her it's time to go, threatening to end her if she so much as breathes wrong or twitches a muscle. As cold sweat drips down her face, she frantically tries to figure out who her attacker is. His voice, his presence, and the sheer killing intent radiating off him leave her completely paralyzed as she stares into the river and sees Rayon's reflection. He coolly informs her that he's felt someone watching him ever since he came home and asks if she's happy with the information she managed to gather. This is wild because the maid is dead certain she moved like a ghost, leaving zero traces. It clicks in her mind. Raon wasn't oblivious. He was playing her this entire time. After prying her mouth open, Raon shoves something down her throat that makes her stomach violently churn. He then casually plucks her report from the water. Since he can't read the blank paper, it's obviously some kind of special stationery that needs a specific trigger to reveal the message. He starts throwing out guesses, watching her face, and when he says moonlight, the shock on her face tells him everything. It changes again when he starts listing off names, and lands on Karen Zieghardt, confirming that's who's pulling her strings. Judiel, who literally underwent years of brutal training to become the perfect unreadable spy, is shook that this kid can read her expressions when her face is a stone wall. Then the horrifying realization finally hits her about the substance he fed her, the thing making her feel like she's burning from the inside out. It's a rage worm. In a flashback, we see Lord Karun ordering Judiel to infiltrate the annex and report every detail about Rayon, and Sylvia promising her massive rewards. Back in the present, she asks if he actually fed her a rage worm. Rayon, genuinely surprised she even knows what that is, admits his shock. She tries desperately to throw it up, but it's no use. You see, the rage worm is a parasite that grants its master constant access to the host's location and emotions, and it can also trigger an excruciatingly painful death whenever the feeder decides. From this, Raon deduces she must be a spy from the Palace of Warriors, who was planted in the annex 7 months ago, right after the big ceremony. A wave of pure horror washes over Judiel's face, as she realizes this is not the simple mission she signed up for. It was supposed to be a cakewalk just gathering intel on a literal child, who was also a cripple, and his mom. She never in a million years imagined there'd be a monster like this hiding in the annex. Terrified of death, she immediately offers to change the report to lie and cover everything up. But Rayon just scoffs at the idea. Karun would discover the truth eventually, and her lie would only expose her as incompetent. With a bone-chilling smile, he informs her that from this moment forward, she's going to be a double agent. Her entire mission is to feed Karun intel he was bound to learn anyway, while stonewalling him from any critical knowledge he can't access. The catch: she has to leak every vital piece of intel about Lord Karun directly to Rawan, a deal Judiel accepts in a heartbeat. A sly grin spreads across Rayon's face, making it look like they're just casually chatting over tea. Without missing a beat, he tells her to bring some actual useful intel next time, and then just dips. As he strolls off, Wrath is visibly shook, not buying for a second that Rayon actually summoned a rage worm since they've literally been together the whole time. Turns out Rayon never even gave her one, because he finds the creatures utterly revolting. He just used a poison that triggers a temporary excruciating wave of pain. When the question of how he read her mind pops up, he cryptically replies that intel can be gathered in all sorts of ways, and he's got his own methods. It's so stone cold that even Wrath calls him a monster. After that, Rayon shifted his focus, dedicating his time to forging his aura. Then the day finally arrived to head back to the training grounds. But despite grinding non-stop to develop his aura, he hadn't hit his goal when time ran out. Stepping back onto the training grounds, the sparse crowd of kids reveals that only about 42 of them passed, proving Liamir wasn't kidding about cutting the roster down to a quarter. Runan quickly finds Rayon, and the two just lock eyes, staring at each other in silence for a solid moment, which weirds Wrath out completely. In a quick flashback to the Sloran family estate, Runan's mom had asked her if Rayon helped her with training, which she confirmed. Her mother then pressed, asking if she'd bothered to thank him for the help. Runan admits she didn't, saying her dad told her never to be the first one to talk to a boy. This launches her mom into a lecture on the importance of graciously accepting help no matter the gender, because it's just basic courtesy. Back in the present, she finally thanks Rayon, which completely blindsides him. Wrath is totally confused by this sudden change in behavior, and Rayon is just as clueless. And right on cue, Dorian shows up. He immediately launches into a rant about how he was positive he was going to die back when they were just temporary trainees. But now that they're official, he spent his entire break tormented by nightmares about how much worse the training was about to get. His constant whining is getting on everyone's nerves, and then he casually praises how Rayon's score totally crushed Warren's. He had no idea that Warren was standing literally right behind him. He spins around, sees him, and lets out a shriek before face-planting on the ground. Warren ignores him and marches straight toward Rayon. A heavy silence falls over the group. Then out of absolutely nowhere, he bows deeply, admitting that his behavior the previous week was completely unacceptable and that he acknowledges his defeat. However, he quickly adds that this doesn't mean he's throwing in the towel, swearing he will challenge Rayon again no matter what. Everyone is just stunned, speechless, as Warren walks away. To Rayon, it's shocking that a 13-year-old kid can own up to his faults like that. It seems he's finally acting like a true Siegert. But this display of maturity doesn't earn any respect from Wrath. Instead, it unleashes a torrent of fury as she insists they have to crush the insolent brat and gouge his eyes out for not knowing his place. Moments later, Liamir arrives and greets the kids. After a brief congratulations on becoming official trainees, he announces that their real training kicks off immediately. They'll be sticking to the basics as always, just with a few new surprises. As he's talking, a nearby door is thrown open with a massive crash, and some random girl stumbles onto the field. She immediately starts dropping curse words way too harsh for her age, griping about how the door was stuck. Dorian freaks out, obviously recognizing her. Liamir clarifies that she's not one of his trainees. She actually flunked out of the last cycle. Apparently this girl is getting another shot with their group, and her name is Martha Siegert. She has a nasty scowl etched on her face and immediately cuts Liamir off, even as he's trying to introduce her as a nice person. Her first priority is to call out whoever placed first in the last batch, because she refuses to have someone weaker than her ranked higher. She demands a fight with whatever brat took the top spot right here and now. The unhinged girl is demanding a showdown on the spot, so Rayon steps forward since she called for the best. She gives him a once-over, looking thoroughly unimpressed. Still, she decides to fight him anyway. Suddenly, Warren's voice cuts in from behind Martha, demanding to know why she's acted so disgracefully. His comment just sets her off. Martha whirls on him, getting in his face and threatening him to watch his mouth, so he doesn't end up dead for flapping his gums. When he asks if she's daring to defy Rayon's official win, one acknowledged by the chief instructor, and Lord Siegfried, she fires back that she heard he threw a fit about it too, so he needs to let her have her moment. When Warren announces to everyone that he won't repeat his pathetic behavior, it becomes crystal clear that something about him has fundamentally shifted. A moment later, Runan moves to stand between Martha and Rayon, and tells her to get lost. In Martha's eyes, they all look like some happy little family of losers, so she decides to drop it and let them have their little moment. But it's all a trick. She only turns her back to lower their guard before she unleashes her real plan, which is to launch herself at Rayon the second they look away, moving too fast for any of them to react. She lunges forward, aiming for a finishing blow, but to her absolute shock, he shuts her down instantly, deflecting and sidestepping like it's nothing. In a flash, Rayon claps back with a devastating punch of his own, and while she luckily throws up a block, the sheer force sends her flying backward. A smug grin spreads across Lemaire's face while Marta's jaw hits the floor, completely stunned by Rayon's insane reaction time. Absolutely furious, she charges at Rayon again, but Lemaire materializes in front of her, physically holding her back. And low-key, it's wild how Lemaire just teleported from his spot to hers in the blink of an eye. He then cracks a joke telling her it's kinda rude to just ignore him, adding that he knows they don't exactly rate him. But acting like he's invisible, that just hurts his feelings. Apparently, unlike Runan and Warren, Rayon hasn't even unlocked his aura yet, so Lemaire suggests they can go all out once he actually levels up that skill. Faced with this logic, Marta finally backs down. Once things calm down, Wrath completely overreacts, demanding to know why Rayon let her off the hook. After she tried to attack him, he screams that Rayon should have ripped her to pieces and encased her in ice for a millennium. But Rayon reveals his master plan. He's playing the long game, avoiding a real fight until she possesses something he wants, and he's willing to wager his top trainee title to get it. He tells Wrath to just be patient, promising a payoff that will be way more satisfying in the long run. Later on, the trainees are grinding out their stances before they finally get a 10-minute break. Warren, who's laser-focused on the fundamentals, is realizing this stuff is a lot harder than it looks. He managed to learn the second form without much trouble. The third form, however, with its ridiculously complicated moves, is giving him a serious headache. The insane thing is that Rayon, on the other hand, blazed through all 7 forms in less than a month, while it took Warren that entire time just to learn them. He's seriously stressing because they're about to start swordsmanship classes together. Warren isn't the only one feeling the pressure, so he checks in on a struggling Marta, asking her how she's holding up. She lets out another curse, totally convinced this is Rayon's first time ever learning hand-to-hand combat. And yet the dude is picking it up at a terrifying speed. Unlike Warren and Runan, Rayon got 0 pre-training. The worst part is he's dealing with the curse of frost, but somehow the guy can still train all day long. This realization just makes Marta even more furious. She grits her teeth, vowing not to be left in his dust. Everywhere she's ever gone, she's been hailed as a once-in-a-generation talent. Ever since being adopted by House Sieghart, she has always been the predator, the one at the top of the food chain. She blew past all the so-called prodigies, from the main and branch families laughing at their looks of despair because she was the real genius. But now, for the first time, she's so rattled she can barely stand it. As the day wraps up, a staff member tries to compliment Marta on her hard work, but she's completely zoned out, not hearing a word. But he stops her, saying that no matter how much Rayon improves, it's impossible for him to ever defeat her. Not now, not ever. When she demands to know what he means, he reminds her that Rayon has a fatal flaw, a critical weakness he can never overcome. Meanwhile, as Rayon is grinding, his sword drills, a couple of guys approach him with a question about his stance. While the boys watch him demonstrate the move, they can only stare, blown away by how flawless his technique is. Scornfully, Marta congratulates Rayon for making it into her swordsmanship class in such a short amount of time. She says he might even be called a prodigy. Then she drops the bomb loudly, pointing out his absolutely terrible mana sensitivity. This means all his incredible sword talent is completely wasted since he can't even use mana. She mocks him, saying the best he can hope for is to become an instructor. The entire hall goes dead silent, which is exactly the reaction Marta wanted. Her game was to expose the fact that after 4 months, Rayon has completely failed to learn how to use his aura. Thinking back, the butler had already told Marta just how hopelessly untalented Rayon was with aura. He told her a story from before she was even adopted. During Rayon's very first discernment ceremony, the ceremonial sword had shown that his potential for mana was pathetically low. To make things worse, he is currently the only trainee in the 5th training grounds who is unable to use his aura. The man speculates that the best mana cultivation technique you can get with a bronze medallion is a mid to upper tier 1, which is barely a step up from the entry-level version. Since Rayon has apparently failed to master even that, his mana talent must be absolute rock bottom. This news is music to Marta's ears, who figures his skills with the sword and his fists won't be nearly enough to make him a true warrior. Not if he has 0 potential with mana. In truth, one of the things that has been driving her crazy is that a complete failure like Rayon was actually able to counter her attack. As she's relishing the cheap shot she just landed, she spots Runan giving her a death glare. She fires back, asking if she has something she wants to say. That evening, Runan forces her to leave the training hall after she'd been grinding all day. Rayon decides to wrap up his training for the day, and honestly, he's relishing every second of it, a world away from his past life, which never involved mastering true martial arts. Back then, every move was about survival, every technique for assassination. Now the journey of building himself through disciplined combat is an absolute thrill. Predictably, Wrath is blowing a gasket, furious that Raon just stood there and took Marta's trash talk during their session. But Raon just plays dumb, acting like he didn't even hear a thing. He levels with Wrath, reminding him there's literally zero upside to clashing with her right now, just like he said before. Just then, a sharp knock echoes at his door. He swings it open to find Rune standing there holding a box. Her sudden appearance is a surprise, but what really throws him is when she opens it and offers him a small brown confection. He has no idea what it is, but she insists he try it. Every assassin instinct is screaming at him not to eat strange food, but looking at her, he just can't believe she'd ever hand him something designed to harm him. He takes a bite, and he's floored by the incredible taste. Even Wrath chimes in, roaring that he's never encountered such a profound sweetness, not even in the depths of the demon world. The two of them absolutely lose it, raving about the flavor, before Rune finally reveals its name, Orb Ice Cream. As she turns to head out, Rayon calls after her, but she doesn't look back, even as Wrath bellows for her to bring him another one. A single thought dominates Raon's mind. Did she come all this way just because she was worried about him? Rune is obsessed with sweets like any kid, and it dawns on him that she just gave him her very last Orb Ice Cream. The sheer kindness of that gesture brings a genuine smile to his face. He knows he has to find a way to repay her. Not long after, Rayon heads home, where he's immediately ambushed by an overwhelming wave of motherly love. You'd think he'd been gone for months, but it's only been a week. After glancing through the monthly dispatch, Judiel is prepping for the Palace of Warriors. He asks her if there's been any chatter from their end. She tells him it's been dead quiet aside from an intense order to keep a close eye on him, right after his insane learning speed with martial arts got out. But that scrutiny seems to have vanished once his inability to wield aura became public knowledge. It also looks like Lord Karun has completely lost interest in pursuing Lady Sylvia. Getting curious, Judiel asks Rayon if he's deliberately avoiding learning how to use his aura. Without missing a beat, he just flips the exact same question back on her, a clear signal that she's overstepping her bounds. The real story, which Wrath is all too happy to reveal, is that Rayon is genuinely struggling to grasp aura manipulation, a failure Wrath considers utterly pathetic and incomprehensible for someone of his own stature. That jab is all it takes. Raon heads straight out to train, dead set on manifesting his aura. Wrath just calls him a monster for his relentless drive. The only bizarre thing is that when Raon steps outside, he spots instructor Lemire, just chilling in his backyard playing with some birds. When Rayon questions what he's doing there, Lemire casually replies that he's here to give him some one-on-one training on the elements. The very next morning, Lemire is dragging Rayon up a remote mountain. When Rayon protests that this has nothing to do with elements, Lemire just tells him to trust the process. Besides, this random mountain peak hardly seems like the ideal spot to learn about aura affinities. That's when Lemire flashes back to the day he used his senses to analyze Raon's cultivation technique. The aura he witnessed was like a raging inferno, as fierce as molten lava, its power on a completely different dimension from any other technique he'd ever seen. It wasn't trying to destroy the icy chill deep within Raon's body. It was attempting something legendary to coexist, to merge fire and ice side by side. Lemire knew if Rayon could actually master this, he would become something else entirely. They finally arrive at what Lemire considers the perfect location, though to Raon, it just looks like the middle of a forest. Without warning, Lemire unleashes a blinding torrent of spiritual force that sends a shockwave through Rayon. The wind that howls past Rayon's skin is now as sharp as a blade's edge. Lemire explains that there are countless types of wind, from gentle and warm, to freezing cold, to razor sharp. He sought a wind that could slice through absolutely anything, and he found it. Now it's Raon's turn to make his own discovery. Only he has to dig deep and to find the kind of flames he desires, since his mana is naturally attuned to fire. With a new goal in mind, Lemire takes Raon to a place he knows will be the perfect catalyst. They soon reach the forge of an old blacksmith, who immediately starts razzing Lemire. This, Lemire declares, is where Rayon can experience the most intense and purest fire in the entire north. The old man squints at Rayon, asking what kind of stray Lemire brought him, this time only to be told he's Master Sieghart's own grandson. The blacksmith isn't the least bit impressed and tells him to have the master himself come down. Meanwhile, Raon is completely captivated by the roaring fire inside the furnace. This kind of raw, untamed flame is something he's known his entire life. He may have witnessed countless types of fire in his past life, but the inferno in this kiln, the sheer intensity of its heat, that is the very image of the flames he desires. This cranky old man snaps that his name is Vulcan, and it clicks in Rayon's mind this is the continent's master blacksmith, a true living legend. His reputation is known across the entire world, whispered as the one who forged heaven's renown, Glenn Sieghart's legendary sword. Our boy immediately bows low, introducing himself completely starstruck to be in the presence of the great Vulcan. His respectful attitude makes Vulcan suspicious, wondering if Lemire tipped him off about who he was. Lemaire denies spilling any secrets and explains to Rayon that Vulcan is the retired master blacksmith of Siegfried. For more than a decade, he has been tending to these flames, and this might be the only place where Rayon can truly experience their raw power. When Lemaire requests an exception for the boy, Vulcan just suggests they head to the main workshop, but Lemaire immediately objects. He argues that it would be a disaster if anyone saw Rayon's cultivation technique before he's even close to perfecting it. Vulcan's curiosity is piqued, and Lemaire drops the bombshell. Rayon is Sylvia's son, a reveal that instantly grabs Vulcan's full attention. After Rayon promises he won't be a bother, and practically begs for a chance to just feel the fire, the air hangs thick with silence. Vulcan finally reveals that he's in the middle of creating golden coal, a fuel that generates a heat far more intense than any white or black coal. That single-minded goal is what has kept him isolated here for the last 10 years. He tells Rayon he can do whatever he wants as long as he stays out of his way, and a wave of relief washes over our boy. The second they step outside, Lemaire admits he's shocked. Vulcan gave the kid permission so easily. And when he offers to bring him some top-shelf liquor as thanks, Vulcan shoots him down, making it crystal clear he didn't do it as a favor. Apparently, the moment Rayon walked into the kiln, the flames inside roared to life, burning hotter than ever before. That sudden surge of heat was intense enough to completely ruin the coal. The power to command fire seems to be woven into the kid's very breath. Vulcan starts to think this kid might just be the key to making his lifelong dream a reality. For the next 7 months, Rayon becomes a regular at Vulcan's kiln. He spends all that time meditating on the image of the flames he needs to command, until finally he has a breakthrough. Everyone says fire is the most powerful and terrifying element, but mastering it flips the script entirely. Fire in the hands of a master is more stable and reliable than any other element. The problem is, Rayon is nowhere near mastering the golden flames art. He recalls Lemaire's advice, a memory flashing through his mind: focus on the image of the flame you desire. As Rayon's thoughts turn to his ultimate goal to end Darius and restore his mother's honor, he realizes the kind of flame he needs is one that will illuminate his dark path. It has to be an inferno that can annihilate any beast threatening him, an eternal flame that will never be extinguished. In that instant, a brilliant flame erupts before his eyes. The fire's energy starts to pour into him, and he knows he has to seize this moment and capture it. He needs to feel more of its power to push his cultivation forward. He's sinking deep into a trance-like state. He can see it now, the physical manifestation of the fire from his imagination materializing right in front of him. But as he tries to deepen his focus, Wrath's voice rips through his mind. The demon taunts him, reminding him of his sinister promise to hijack his body the moment he is most exposed. As Rayon's cultivation stutters and his body begins to ice over from the shock, he realizes the passing months have made him careless. He let himself forget that Wrath isn't an ally. He's a demon who has been scheming to steal his life from the very beginning. And the worst part, this isn't just any demon, he's the goddamn ruler of the demon realm. Rayon's body feels like it's fracturing, each breath becoming a struggle. The brutal reality hits him. If he moves, he dies. If he stops the golden flame cultivation, he dies. He's completely cornered. His only option is to grit his teeth, focus, and somehow wrestle his aura under control to survive this nightmare. The tension becomes suffocating. It's a desperate battle for survival, all while Wrath mocks his every futile effort, and Rayon's consciousness begins to fade. Wrath declares that his body and soul are already forfeit, that any resistance is pointless. As Rayon blacks out, Wrath whispers that his entire life has been meaningless. He sneers that Rayon is no better than the old man wasting his days burning coal, but promises that he will at least carry out his revenge for him. But the mention of coal and a kiln ignites a final desperate idea in Rayon's mind, a Hail Mary he has to take to cheat death. He's been doing it all wrong. He shouldn't be absorbing the mana from nature that's heated by the kiln. He needs to absorb the raw mana from within the kiln itself. That more potent, untamed fire will consume everything, and he can make all of its overwhelming power his own. As he shifts his technique, Wrath's voice explodes with rage. He is absolutely livid that Rayon is changing the game plan. At the same time, Vulcan watches in shock as the coal in front of him begins to hiss and pop violently. A massive flame erupts from the furnace, and in all his years he has never witnessed the furnace's temperature spike so fast and so high. It dawns on him that this has to be connected to Rayon, but then he sees the boy is shivering uncontrollably, which makes no sense. How could there be such a concentration of freezing cold in the middle of this blazing inferno? He can't understand why the kid is shaking like a leaf. And as if things weren't chaotic enough, Lemaire suddenly materializes, screaming at Vulcan not to touch Rayon. Vulcan argues that the boy is going to die if they just stand there, but Lemaire is adamant they can't interfere while he's in this state. He explains that if the boy feels even the slightest touch, the backlash will make him cough up blood and die on the spot. A fine layer of frost begins to crystallize all over Rayon's skin from the bone-deep chill, but the two men can only watch, completely powerless to intervene. Lemaire is low-key praying the kid doesn't actually die, while back in the trance, Rayon's power-up is seriously ticking Wrath off. Wrath's voice booms through the spiritual plane, ordering him to stop screaming that there's zero hope left for him. But Rayon refuses to go down quietly. Not after his last life was spent in a pointless struggle ending with nothing but regret. A single thought echoes in his mind: never again. He pushes forward, marching straight into the inferno. The temperature skyrockets to an impossible level, and it looks like the entire kiln is about to shatter from the sudden, overwhelming surge of firepower. Then all the mana within the kiln mysteriously spirals into a single dense point, and Lemaire wonders, is Rayon absorbing all of it? Inside the trance, the brutal tug-of-war for control rages on until finally, Rayon's hand closes around the heart of the flame. The instant he does, a cataclysmic explosion detonates, shattering the trance, and literally ripping a hole through the kiln's roof. As the dust settles, the two men frantically call out for Rayon, terrified for his safety, but their calls are met with a deafening silence. Then, parting the raging fire like a curtain, the boy emerges without a single scratch, wreathed in golden flames, unlike anything they have ever seen. Meanwhile, the system screen lights up. Rayon has unlocked the golden flame art. The breakdown is insane. He absorbed a legendary tier heat source, leveling his new art to 2 stars and granting him fire resistance. On top of that, 2 strands of the crippling frost curse have completely melted off, and his trash tier stamina has been totally erased. In a wild twist, he also absorbed the residual energy from Wrath's attack, creating a brand new 2-star attribute known as the Chill of Bitter Frost. It turns out Wrath's murderous assault was a blessing in disguise. Rayon got a bigger power-up than he could have ever imagined. Suddenly, for withstanding Wrath's interference in a life-or-death situation and displaying insane mental fortitude, the system jacks all his stats up by 3. Rayon is absolutely stunned. He's achieved a level of power that should have taken years to build, all thanks to Wrath's meddling. Once Wrath realizes he's been completely played, he furiously demands to know how Rayon survived when his mental defenses should have crumbled. Rayon, ever the showman, just smirks and says he already told him, "You can't beat me." The cold truth, however, is that Rayon was dangerously close to death. If this day proved anything, it's that no matter how familiar they get, Wrath is fundamentally his enemy. This means from now on he can't afford to reveal any of his weaknesses or secrets. Moments later, Vulcan rushes in to check on Rayon, relieved to find him standing there completely unharmed. When he asks if Rayon managed to awaken his aura, Rayon confirms he did, saying it was all possible because of Vulcan's help. The only downside is that the furnace was annihilated in the explosion, and Rayon offers a sincere apology. But Vulcan couldn't care less about the furnace as long as the boy is okay. As they speak, Vulcan spots something shimmering within the smoldering embers. As he carefully scoops out the object with a shovel, he realizes it's a pile of golden coals, the mythical material he has dedicated his entire life to creating. A flashback reveals the countless people who mocked and ridiculed Vulcan for wasting his life chasing a blacksmith's fairy tale. Back in the present, holding the radiant coals, Vulcan understands that he too has just witnessed a miracle. Golden coal is a legendary substance that burns hotter than the purest white coal and possesses a tenacity stronger than obsidian black coal. After devoting decades of his life to this one impossible goal, he's finally succeeded, all thanks to Rayon. When Rayon insists he didn't do anything, Vulcan clarifies that his mana cultivation supercharged the kiln, creating an unprecedented wave of heat. The flames blossomed with his every breath, spreading that impossible heat into every last corner of the workshop. Finally, the old master looks at Rayon and asks him what kind of warrior he aspires to be. He answers without hesitation that he wants to be someone who remains steadfast, no matter who he faces or what situation he's thrown into. His answer shocks Vulcan, especially coming from a child, so he makes him an offer: come and find him again. If he truly holds on to that unwavering spirit in 3 or 5 years, when he's finally old enough to properly wield a sword, it becomes clear that he plans to save these priceless golden coals, specifically for the day Rayon returns. Though Vulcan is long retired from the forge, he's going to make a single exception to craft a sword for Rayon. With their promise made, Rayon departs for home. Vulcan quietly hopes the boy manages to stay alive until they can meet again. Elsewhere, Lemaire expresses his relief that Rayon finally awakened his aura. Master Sieghart appears from the shadows, and Lemaire taunts him, saying he must feel better now that he doesn't have to worry anymore, especially after coming every single day to secretly check on his grandson. Naturally, Lord Sieghart flatly denies the accusation. Lemaire just ignores the denial, commenting that the size and purity of Rayon's aura is no joke. It's likely because he absorbed the entire kiln's worth of energy. On top of that, the kid was able to wield his new aura perfectly from the get-go. This demonstrates a scary level of potential. But it seems the Lord noticed something else entirely. And just like that, Rayon finally tamed the beast around his neck, making its power his own. Over at the 5th training grounds, Runan is patiently holding out, waiting for his return, a box of chocolates clutched in her hands. Meanwhile, the rumor mill is spinning out of control about how Rayon has gone 7 months without manifesting his aura, and how Lady Marta should just take the top spot, because let's be real, Rayon is looking like a total fraud. Runan is so not here for the gossip, and she's trying to figure out a way to shut them all up, especially after her mom told her to always return the favor to people who've had her back. After what feels like an eternity, Rayon finally strolls back onto the training grounds, still locked in his usual debate with Wrath over why he couldn't just crush him. And who's the first person he bumps into? None other than Runan, who hands him a box overflowing with orb ice cream. Turns out she was stressing about his whole aura situation, so she tells him to keep his chin up. As Rayon thanks her for the last batch of ice cream, a familiar, refreshing scent wafts over to Runan. It's the scent she always gets from him, but this time it's way stronger, almost intoxicating, and she has no idea why. Rayon thanks her again, and even Wrath is freaking out over the incredible flavor, screaming at Rayon to devour the other two immediately. But that's a hard pass for Rayon. He knows this is a snack she seriously treasures, so he tells Wrath to stop acting like a kid. Instead of grabbing more, he just snaps the box shut, which completely throws Runan off. She totally thought he'd take them all. When he says no, she asks if he feels cheered up. He says yes, and her cheeks flare up. His answer makes her day, and she walks off with a bounce in her step, leaving Rayon wondering how she can be such an enigma. Later, when the students are all gathered, they get hit with a major announcement. In 1 month, the training regimen is getting a serious shakeup. Looks like everyone's tired of the same old grind. They've been stuck on the basics and cultivating mana for 7 long months, so it's finally time to ignite their cores. The news sends a wave of shock through the students. They can't believe it's happening so soon. Lemaire explains that they'll start sparring next month, and that single statement makes Marta's whole face light up. She's been dying for a real fight. Apparently, how they perform in these spars will mess with their graduation, and they'll be ranked based on the results. Because of the high stakes, they're told to go all out, preparing for the next month. And right on cue, Marta rudely cuts in. And what about our friend, who can't even conjure an aura, and has fallen completely behind? She sneers, her eyes locked on Rayon. As the crowd starts whispering, Lemaire silences them, informing everyone that this so-called friend has fortunately already manifested his aura, much to Marta's absolute horror. The news completely blindsides her. She's reeling, wondering when in the world he pulled that off. Though she's stunned, she pivots and taunts him for taking an eternity to summon his aura. She reminds him of her promise. From day one, she doesn't follow orders from anyone weaker than her. She claims she's been super patient, letting him parade around with a title he doesn't deserve, but that's all about to change. Because the moment they get to spar, she's going to utterly dismantle him. Suddenly, Warren's hand slices through the air, creating a line between Marta and Rayanne. He tells her to back the hell up because there's zero honor in challenging someone a month out when it hasn't even been a full day since he awakened his power. In response, Marta just scoffs. Honor, she sneers. Honor is for people who've actually earned it, especially since the other losers got their auras in a month while it took our valedictorian over half a year. The whispers get louder as she argues that 7 months was more than enough time to master a high-ranking technique, which just proves Rayan has zero talent for this life. She yells for everyone to hear that a warrior who can't use an aura will never be anything special, no matter how skilled they are with a sword. She even theories that the instructor only suggested the spar to create a new, accurate ranking, since the old one was clearly broken, but Lemaire gives her nothing but silence. Rayan has held the top trainee title for a while now, but given his pathetic performance, it's time for him to step down. So to settle things, she proposes a bet. The winner of their duel gets the top trainee position. But Rayan just casually brushes her off. Not gonna happen, he says. You can't sit at a poker table with no chips, basically calling her broke. He's not putting his title on the line when she's offering literally nothing of equal value. Instead of backing down, she doubles down, acting like he's delusional for thinking anyone there is on his level. But Rayan cuts through the noise. Are you scared? Those words light a fire under her, and she decides to play his game, vowing it'll be his last. To get him to agree to the bet, she offers up a 9 Blossoms pill. Her father gave her a legendary elixir that enhances both your physique and your aura, if he wins. A wicked grin spreads across Rayan's face. He knew it. He reminds Wrath how he promised he'd show him something way more thrilling, by playing Marta for a prize. 1 month later, the day of their clash arrives, and Marta is buzzing, thrilled she can finally repay the humiliation. Word on the street is she'd never been touched, not even in the grimiest back alley brawls, and that time, Rayan landed a hit. Was the first time anyone had ever managed it. Now, 8 months later, she finally gets her shot at payback for that utter humiliation. Since Rayan's only been messing with his aura for a month, she's absolutely convinced this spar is gonna be a cakewalk. She's been mastering hers for 3 whole years. He's clearly just some wannabe with zero potential. But she remembers she still needs to whip him into shape fast because there's someone she's got to save. Stepping onto the field, she walks with the cold certainty that today is the day Rayan gets absolutely dismantled. On match day, the other trainees are ordered to watch the fights, told it'll sharpen their own instincts and help them strategize for their own battles. The first pair called to the stage are Warren and Dorian, but Dorian throws in the towel before a single sword is swung. which catches Lemaire completely off guard. His lame excuse is that he's feeling super sick and didn't catch a single moment of sleep. Wrath, looking perpetually pissed off, grumbles that if Dorian was one of his subordinates, his head would be decorating the floor right about now. It's painfully obvious to Lemaire that Dorian is pulling this out of thin air, so he pushes him to at least try, insisting there's a lesson to be learned, even in defeat. The duel is over in a flash, with Dorian eating dirt and tapping out. Meanwhile, Lemaire calls out Warren for still letting his rage get the best of him, saying he would have ended the fight in 5 moves if he had just kept his cool. Warren just fumes about how Dorian did nothing but run away the entire time, refusing to actually fight back. The next challengers are announced: Runan and Crane, the very same Crane who had beef with Rayon before. The bell rings, and Crane immediately lunges forward with a vicious first strike, but Runan doesn't even bother to dodge. Instead, she just counters her blade, crashing against his. The impact is so powerful, his sword is ripped from his grasp, leaving him completely stunned. Before things can escalate, Lemaire calls a halt to the match to give his analysis. He tells Crane he's way too rigid and needs to loosen his grip and fight with more flexibility. As for Runan, her counter was brilliant, but she failed to channel her aura all the way to the tip of her sword. Another pair is called up, and then finally, the main event, Rayon and Marta. In the arena, the sound of steel clashing echoes as the two explode into a furious exchange. In a brutally calculated move, Marta drives her blade straight for Rayon's face, a blow he deflects with an almost casual counter. Staying on the attack, she presses forward with another relentless assault, only for Rayon to parry it again, leaving her visibly shocked. After a close call with one of his counters, she's forced to retreat, admitting through gritted teeth that she never expected him to parry every single one of her attacks, conceding that he at least has some basic skill. But she scoffs, his aura is pathetic. Igniting her own, she declares she's about to put him back in his place for good. She rockets forward, closing the distance for what she believes will be the final blow, a head-on assault, meant to knock him out cold. But he's been tracking her every move and raises his sword to block just like before. This time, however, the force behind her strike is on a whole other level. Since all he's doing is defending, Marta starts to taunt him, asking how much longer he thinks he can just block, when mastering aura requires infinitely more talent than simple swordplay. As the duel intensifies, she gets in his head, reminding him he could never be a true warrior when it took him 7 agonizing months to produce that tiny, insignificant spark of an aura. When she screams at him to surrender before she crushes him, he finally flips the script, exploding on offense for the first time, and forcing her onto the defensive. All her preaching about talent and how her family worships it is starting to get on his nerves, but she just laughs it off, joking that it's because he's got none. He still hasn't used his aura, so she promises to demonstrate what real talent looks like. Rayon says he'll show her something far more crucial than talent, and a blinding golden inferno suddenly erupts around his body. As he finally unleashes his own aura, the sheer power of it leaves Marta speechless, as Rayon activates the million flame arts. First flame. Still reeling, she can only wonder what in the world those flames are, realizing the fire he commands is no ordinary blaze, it's incredibly dangerous. The fire is hypnotic, a terrifyingly gorgeous spectacle, but shrouded in mystery. A bead of sweat rolls down her temple as she tightens her grip on her sword, her eyes blazing with defiance. Seeing things are getting dead serious, she plays her trump card, a technique called the solid stone stance. Focal point. It's a special art that compresses every last drop of her aura into one microscopic spot, and Rayon can't help but recognize the insane level of genius it takes for someone her age to wield such a skill. It's obvious she's about to pour everything she has into this one final strike. Before she makes her move, Marta acknowledges his power, but states it as a fact that there's absolutely no way he's going to walk away from her next attack. With her aura blazing, she rockets toward him. She unleashes a vicious swing, but he doesn't even budge. The moment her blade is inches from his face, he intercepts it with his own, triggering a massive explosion of force. The very ground shatters from the impact, sending the watching students into a panic as smoke engulfs the entire field. It completely obscures their view. When the dust finally settles, the aftermath is revealed. Marta is down for the count. She's sprawled in the center of a crater, her sword in pieces, while Rayon stands over her, completely untouched. The other students are absolutely floored. How did Raon just beat Lady Marta? And where did he pull that insane, mysterious aura from? None of it adds up. Even while unconscious, Marta's hand is clenched in a fist. Rayon has to admit her willpower is far more incredible than her talent. Later that night, word of Rayon's victory reaches Lord Glenn. The report details how Raon utterly shattered the aura Marta had spent 4 long years honing, using a level of power that was simply off the charts. Lord Glenn recalls seeing Raon's flames on the day he awakened his aura, noting how beautiful they were. Their destructive force was completely out of proportion to their size. It seems the whole of Sieghart is buzzing about this, so the Lord tells Liamir to mentor Raon. The kid needs to keep leveling up without letting the fame get to his head. Glenn also inquires about Marta. He's told the blow she took was severe, but her injuries are nothing a little rest won't fix. The real issue is the massive psychological hit she took. They can only hope she has what it takes to bounce back from a loss that devastating. Meanwhile, Rayon's attempting some gardening, and Wrath is as usual having an absolute meltdown over his poor technique, threatening to turn him into a popsicle. Raon is completely unfazed, and just tells the Demon King to stop trying to act all big and scary. But Wrath shrieks that he's only acting brave because he's hiding behind his water resistance. He calls him a coward for the stat which has recently shot through the roof. And the reason for that spike is the 9-blossom pill Rayon took. He downed the pill he got from the water the same night he crushed Marta, triggering a massive glow-up. He finally forged his 4th flame link, boosting his body rank, his soul, his strength, his constitution, and his dexterity. His terrible athletic skills vanished, and his weak mana affinity got a major upgrade. And of course his water resistance skyrocketed. To be exact, the pill simply unleashed all the results of his hard work at once. Nearly every stat got a buff, but the one that was truly insane was his water resistance, which leaped to a whole 4 stars. Thanks to that epic upgrade, he can now literally brush off Wrath's icy rage fits like they're just cute little tantrums. Since today is his last day off, he figured he'd come home, check on the flowers, and just chill out for a bit. Wrath keeps spitting insults, micromanaging his every move and lecturing him on the proper way to aerate the soil. As Wrath keeps ranting that he needs to use his bare hands instead of a trowel to get the nutrient-rich soil to the roots, Rayon just has to wonder, how does this guy know so much about flowers? Apparently Wrath once grew a legendary garden of ice flowers. Back in the demon world, all the other demons hyped it up, and now he won't ever shut up about his glorious gardening days. Just then, Marta appears out of nowhere. Rayon asks her what she's doing here, but she just stands there, silently sizing him up. She finds it almost bizarre to see him gardening, a childish act for someone who never ever acts his age. Abruptly, she announces that she wants a rematch. Rayon just thinks it's kinda sad that she can't accept her loss, but she fires back that she just wants to gauge her own strength. He throws her a curveball though, asking what he gets out of it. He makes it clear the loser has to put something on the table if they want to challenge the winner again. She argues that fighting isn't about payment, so he flat out refuses her challenge. This makes her anxious. She is dead set on having this fight. The idea of crushing his flowers to provoke him flashes through her mind, but she quickly learns he couldn't care less about the flowers. He's only tending to them for his mother. And somehow, that just makes her even more furious. Frustrated, she turns to leave, but at that exact moment, Sylvia steps outside to greet her son. "Who's your new friend?" she asks, cheerfully looking at Marta. Sylvia just assumes she's a training partner, but Marta recognizes her instantly. That's the woman who abandoned the family for love, only to come crawling back to save her child's life. And weirdly, Marta found that act of desperation incredibly brave. Unfortunately, the recognition is mutual. Sylvia's friendly expression flickers as she realizes who Marta is, and she politely introduces herself. Rayon goes completely rigid, dreading this interaction. He immediately tries to run interference, saying, "We're not friends." But Sylvia breezes past him, approaching Marta to check on her after the fight. Marta confirms she's okay, which seems to genuinely relieve Sylvia. Sylvia smiles warmly, saying she'd heard her big brother Denier had adopted a talented child, but had no idea she was also so very beautiful. The unexpected praise makes Marta blush furiously. Sylvia then sweetly asks what brings her to their home, making Marta visibly squirm under the sudden friendly attention. She cooks up a flimsy excuse about delivering a message and tries to bolt completely unaware she's just walked into a trap. But Sylvia snags her by the arm, insisting she stay for a meal, saying she can't just let Rayon's friend leave without a little hospitality. No matter how much she fights it, Marta gets dragged to the dining table with Rayon and Sylvia. Rayon is absolutely floored. He never in a million years imagined he'd see Marta sitting down so obediently. While this is happening, Sylvia spills the tea about how much Rayon is obsessed with meat stew, and their conversation keeps rolling. It doesn't take long for Sylvia to find out that Marta is a year older than her son, making her 15 years old. Sylvia gives her the full mom treatment, asking about her training regimen, while Marta scarfs down her food. Sylvia admits the meat they get isn't as high quality as the main estates, and might be a bit chewy, so she gives her a gentle pat, telling her to take it slow to avoid a stomachache. Those words slam into Marta, reminding her of something her own mother used to tell her when she was just a little kid. After finishing her plate, she thanks Sylvia for the amazing food and gets ready to bounce. Sylvia, just thrilled that she liked it, tells her she genuinely hopes that she and Rayon can remain good friends. All the while, Rayon is still trying to process what's happening. Why is Marta acting so tame when she showed up ready to throw hands just moments ago? He's positive she must have smacked her head. As Marta walks home, she knows Rayon has to think she's completely lost it. But the real reason she acted that way was because Sylvia felt so much like her own mom that she just couldn't bring herself to push her away. Eating with Sylvia was like a ghost of the past, a faint echo of the meals she used to share with her mother. Marta made a vow to herself after her mom was abducted by some witch blood. Church scumbags and Denier adopted her, she would never lose again until she found her. For years, she's kept that promise, never once tasting defeat until Rayon shattered her streak. The seagulls took her in for her insane potential, and they could just as easily kick her out if she loses. This badly. And even though her adoptive father Denier is a total gentleman, she can't help but wonder if it's all a front, and she'll lose her only lead to finding her mother. For good. Agony shoots through her as she replays the fact that she should have never ever lost to Rayon. The moment she gets inside, a worker named Camel flags her down, telling her that Lord Denier sent a letter, and he's been waiting to hand it to her. Cold sweat beads on her forehead as she panics, wondering if the letter is about the duel. Tearing it open, Denier actually congratulates her on her first loss. He says a single defeat doesn't make her a failure and that she has nothing to worry about. He encourages her to reflect on why she was defeated, to use it as fuel for future growth, then apologizes for his own absence, saying his current mission has become way more complicated than expected. Finally, the letter reveals that the investigation into her birth mother's location is still underway, and Denier begs her not to lose hope either. In response, Marta asks Camel to tell her father that she is deeply grateful for his words. As she heads to her room, she thinks about the crushing defeat she suffered at Rayon's hands. As she snips away at her hair, she decides she won't just acknowledge this loss. She'll use it to move forward because she refuses to bring shame to her father. In her head, she knows she'll be trapped in this moment forever if she just ignores this, and she'll never be able to look her father in the eye again. When he believes in her so much, she decides it's time to bury her pathetic past and start again from square one, to push forward and become undeniably stronger. The next day at the training grounds, the other students are totally shocked by Marta's new attitude when she marches right up to Rayon and tells him that instead of some half-baked apology for constantly trying to fight him, she's going to stick to her own rule. The loser has to obey the winner's commands. She leaves Rayon completely speechless. He never thought she'd actually follow through. He starts to wonder if Marta has had some kind of rapid evolution since she's suddenly showing a level of maturity that's way beyond her years. But then he watches her kick Dorian for getting in her way, and he realizes that she's only changed toward him, and not a single other person. Soon enough, the new year arrives, and a lot of things change in small ways. Against everyone's predictions, Marta kept on listening to Rayon and absolutely no one else. Warren figured out how to guide the trainees in a much calmer, more strategic way, and Runan's sword strikes became sharper and deadlier. Meanwhile, Rayon kept training as if his very life was on the line. During one practice, Rayon executes the new riverwalk technique so flawlessly that the other students are stunned he's already mastered it when it's only been a couple of hours since they began learning it. His incredible speed totally captivated Lemaire, so much so that he had to immediately report the situation to Master Glenn. It looked to him like Rayon had mastered the skill purely through visualization, which is just insane. Lemaire's non-stop rambling finally gets on Lord Glenn's nerves, and he snaps, asking if he's his personal butler and why he's always going on about Rayon. Lemaire just brushes off the Lord's remarks whenever they meet, knowing deep down that Glenn is just as hooked on the gossip from the mountain's peak. The entire main house is a whirlwind of activity, a frantic scramble that makes Lemaire suspect something major is about to go down. Lord Glenn finally spills the beans. A delegation from the Kingdom of Owen is scheduled to arrive in a matter of days, and that's the reason for all the chaos. The Kingdom of Owen, a core member of the Six Lords, sits at the continent's heart and is one of the rare powers that stays tight with the reclusive Syagarts. Famous for being isolationists, Owen is a kingdom of knights, a place that worships warriors and the art of the blade. On paper, the head of this incoming delegation is supposed to be the third prince, but the guy really pulling the strings is a man named Duke Tartan, a man Lemaire instantly clocks as a complete psychopath. Lord Glenn gives Lemaire a direct order: every trainee in every training ground needs to be on their absolute best behavior. The third prince is bringing Owen's own knights in training, and they'll be itching to scope out the Syagarts recruits and their instructors. The bottom line is the Syagarts cannot afford to look weak, a fact that immediately gets the gears turning in Lemaire's head. He hears that Owen's third prince is roughly the same age as Rayon, and a sly grin spreads across his face. This could be seriously entertaining. That weird look on his face sets off alarm bells for Lord Glenn, who can feel Lemaire plotting something but just can't pinpoint what it is. The moment Lemaire gets back, he announces to his trainees that they're about to have some sparring sessions, with the knights in training from the Kingdom of Owen in front of the third prince himself happening later that very day. The bombshell announcement sends a shockwave of panic through the trainees, but Lemaire coolly reminds them that a warrior has to be ready to draw their sword, even if they were just dragged out of bed. As the students whisper nervously among themselves, the truth comes out. The Prince of Owen was originally scheduled to visit the 6th training grounds, not theirs, making them question why the plans were suddenly switched. It turns out that a little while ago, after the prince had a totally underwhelming tour of the 6th training grounds, Lemaire had secretly intercepted him. He'd casually suggested that if the prince had some free time, he should swing by the 5th training grounds. Lemaire had promised to show him something truly spectacular. It becomes crystal clear that he deliberately sprung this on them. On the actual day of the matches, A short while later, Prince Owen and his entourage of trainee knights stride onto the field. The third prince, Greer de Owen, formally introduces himself. The second Rayon lays eyes on Greer. He feels it. He's blown away by the sheer force radiating from someone his age. His presence alone is unbelievably powerful. Lemaire, who is obviously engineering a showdown between Rayon and Greer, asks if he'd be up for a little spar with the prince. Meanwhile, Rayon's mind is racing, realizing a duel with the prince would be the perfect opportunity to test the synergy between their new riverwalk technique and their ignition sword skills. Rayon instantly accepts the challenge, which brings a wicked smile to Lemaire's face, as he calls for 20 trainees from their side who are ready to battle. But before the fight kicks off, Lemaire drops another bombshell. He's bet his entire salary on their victory, so they'd better win or face his wrath if they lose. The threat terrifies the students, but they quickly rally together under Rayon's command to face their opponents. Just before they clash, Rayon tells his teammates to check out their opponent's hands. They're trembling, exposing their own hidden fears. Even though they're standing tall in those flashy uniforms, the Owen Knights are just as nervous as they are. He fires them up, reminding them that the brutal intensity of their training is on par with anything from the 6 Lords or the 5 Demons. He declares that all the blood and sweat they've poured into this ground is about to pay off in a massive way. A surge of confidence rips through the team after his speech about leaving it all on the field. They have to show these knights exactly who they're messing with, because the Vanguard's performance is crucial for boosting everyone's morale. And for that, you need a trump card, someone who's guaranteed to win. Without hesitation, Rayon nominates Marta for the job. When the other team's Vanguard steps forward, our trainees can't help but wonder if he's really their age, given his colossal size. Marta, however, stands before him completely unfazed. Her opponent introduces himself as Tars, complimenting how Marta has perfected her youthful physique to its absolute peak. He then wishes her a good match. The insane difference in their builds has her teammates sweating. They doubt if Marta can actually win against a giant like that, but Marta, with her usual cocky attitude, isn't having it. She tells Tars to cut the crap because she's planning on winning regardless. The fight erupts, and right away Greer is floored. He's in disbelief that Marta is actually overpowering Tars in raw strength, despite being so much smaller. It's painfully obvious that the warriors of the 5th training ground are on another level, truly living up to the legendary Siegfried name. They possess a power that puts them on equal footing with the Kingdom of Owen's elite knights. Compared to the disappointing 6th training ground, these trainees were the real deal. Watching from the sidelines, Duke Tartan turns to Lemaire and asks if this spectacular display was his master plan all along, from the moment he ambushed His Highness yesterday and lured him to the 5th training ground. Lemaire's excuse is that you rarely get a safe chance to square up against a high-caliber fighter from one of the 6 kings, framing this as a prime learning experience for his trainees. But when Duke Tartan calls BS, Lemaire proposes, they spice things up with a wager on which team can score the most wins, out of 20 matches, arguing that betting is way more thrilling than just watching. Duke Tartan tries to psych him out, flexing that his trainees are some of Owen's most elite knights in training. But Lemaire doesn't flinch, insisting he has total faith in his own crew. Meanwhile, Marta is just unleashing a storm of devastating blows on her opponent, and the battle is absolutely brutal. After one of her swings literally shatters his blade, he's left stunned by the sheer force. She's packing into every move, but she just keeps pressing the attack with a crazed grin on her face. She ends it by ramming the hilt of her sword into his gut, sending him flying and clinching the win. The entire crowd is floored by how that fight unfolded, and Ron is shocked that instead of polishing her technique to be more elegant after their last spar, she simply maxed out her strength and speed stats to amplify her raw, overwhelming power. True to form, Marta immediately taunts her fallen rival, calling his fighting style pathetic because he didn't commit to his own strength-based attacks. While Rayon found the match hype, Wrath is completely bored, claiming that even the rookie demons in his realm had more flawless spars than this. Before he can finish his rant, Rayon smacks the bracelet to silence him so he doesn't kill the entire vibe. Fast forward a few bouts, and the 18th match is up Runan versus Adelia. The second they enter the arena, Adelia voices her contempt for Runan's vacant stare. She then erupts in a fiery aura, while Runan projects a chilling ice-blue energy. The fight ignites their clashes so violent that smoke quickly engulfs the entire field. Adelia has no clue that Runan has already slipped behind her in the chaos, instantly launching another assault. As she whips around to counter, Runan seems to dissolve into thin air, leaving Adelia totally bewildered and wondering if her eyes were playing tricks on her. A split second later, Runan materializes behind her again, pressing a cold blade to her throat and catching her completely off guard. Adelia was left wide open for a fatal blow, so the referee declares Runan the winner of the 18th match. When Adelia tries to congratulate Runan on the win, Runan straight up ignores her and walks directly to Raon, asking if he saw her fight. Raon observes that she's become way more adept with the river walk technique and gives her props for her performance. At this point, Raon's crew has stacked up 9 wins, while Owen's team has 9 losses, which looks fantastic for Lemaire's bet. The 19th spar kicks off between Warren and a guy named Siren Cassell. As the two introduce themselves, Ron can tell that Siren is an absolute unit, and has to be the most formidable of all the knights he's witnessed today, aside from the prince. The duel begins, and both warriors explode towards each other. Their swords clash, and Siren's power is a perfect mirror of Warren's, creating a deadly stalemate where dropping your guard for even a millisecond would mean certain defeat. Suddenly, in a climactic showdown, they both pour everything into one final strike, and the impact shatters both of their swords, forcing the match to end in a tie. When Warren gets back to the group, Rayon reassures him that he fought incredibly well, especially going toe-to-toe with the other team's ace. But that does nothing to cheer Warren up. He feels that none of it matters, since as someone carrying the Siegfried name, he was expected to win. To lift his spirits, Rayon claps him on the shoulder and promises not to worry, because he's going to seize the final victory and restore the Siegfried honor himself. For the 20th and final round of the sparring session, Rayon and Prince Greer step into the arena. As they do, Prince Greer is baffled that Rayon's energy signature is way more basic than he anticipated from an opponent. Driven by curiosity, Greer asks Rayon if he's from the main household, and he's visibly annoyed to learn he's fighting a throwaway card from a branch family. Greer's original plan was to clash with Runan, Warren, or Marta to get a legitimately challenging fight. So Greer throws an offer to Lemaire. If he demolishes this current opponent, he wants a rematch with either Marta or Runan. Thrilled, Lemaire immediately accepts the deal. Greer cockily tells him to get them warming up now because this fight isn't going to last long at all, to save his stamina for the real opponents. Greer decides to hold back and not even use his aura against this nobody. Meanwhile, Duke Tartan is staring intently, trying to figure out what kind of monster Rayon is because his presence is so subtle and indistinct that he almost missed him entirely. Lemaire is impressed, the Duke even noticed, and wonders why he isn't warning the prince who's about to fight someone he thinks is a complete scrub. Duke Tartan admits he's holding back the warning, figuring that since the future Owen heir has an unbeaten streak, he's never known the sting of defeat. A loss in this controlled setting could be a humbling experience, but he knows Prince Greer is a serious powerhouse. So the Duke figures that even a prodigy like Rayon is in for a real fight, and won't be scoring an easy win. But Lemaire isn't having any of it. He's already proposing another wager, proving the dude is a straight-up gambling addict. The insane bet is that Rayon will body Prince Greer in just 5 moves, and they're still hashing it out when it happens. Rayon's aura explodes to life, stunning Prince Greer. Even the Duke whips his head around jaw on the floor, as Rayon becomes a blur of motion flashing past the prince. He lands a devastating blow to his side that sends him crumbling to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the entire duel is over. It's painfully obvious a 5-move bet was completely unnecessary. The prince finally gets it, he totally underestimated Rayon. And now he understands why Rayon came out last. It's because he's the final boss. Duke Tartan can't wrap his head around Rayon being just a trainee. His footwork and swordplay are already perfectly polished. As Rayon turns to leave, Prince Greer shouts that he's not done. Lemaire tries to shut it down, but Greer argues he wasn't even using his full power, claiming he would have gone all out from the get-go if he'd known. While he's still complaining, Marta calls him a freaking loser for whining, instead of just taking the L. She then throws shade, saying he reminds her of another chump she knows a clear dig at Warren. Prince Greer finally recognizes her as the warrior who led the vanguard, and she just doubles down, telling him to get used to her harsh words or pack his stuff and bounce, if he can't handle getting called out. Her comments totally trigger Idalia, who demands to know what gives her the right to disrespect royalty like that, but Marta shuts her down, cold spelling out that she's from the main family, and Greer has zero leverage on her. Lemaire quickly jumps in to stop the drama and asks Rayon if he's down for a rematch. Rayon's answer is blunt, the match is settled, especially since cash was on the line. He sees absolutely no point in dragging it out. Then out of nowhere, Prince Greer actually admits his defeat specifically for failing to see Rayon's true strength, and for writing him off before they even crossed swords. Overwhelmed with shame for his own arrogance, Greer clutches his sword. He practically begs Rayon for one more duel, confessing he'll be haunted by this moment for the rest of his life if it ends here. After he pleads his case, Rayon is completely blindsided by this sudden humility from a guy he pegged as just some arrogant royal, so he agrees to one more round. As they square up again, Greer understands his failure came from not recognizing the monster standing in front of him. This time, he's holding nothing back, unleashing a volatile explosion of aura. The sudden surge of power shocks both Rayon and Marta, who had no clue the prince was hiding this much potential. Despite Duke Tartan yelling at him not to, Greer commits to the stance, determined to fight with every last ounce of his being. Right on cue, Wrath's voice echoes in Rayon's head, mocking him for being blind to his opponent's hidden power. Rayon, meanwhile, looks completely unbothered, absolutely confident he can still take the win. When Wrath calls him on his arrogance, they strike a deal. Rayon scores +4 points if he crushes the third prince, who's now glowing with a massive aura and looks way more jacked. But if he loses, he gets hit with 10 points of Wrath's rage. The duel reignites and Prince Greer rockets forward, looking to land the first strike. The impact is so insane that their swords and auras erupt in a chaotic storm of energy. The resulting blast is so massive it completely whites out everyone's vision. The battle rages on with terrifying intensity, and it starts to dawn on the prince that even at 100% he's not gaining a single inch on Rayon. Finally, he decides to bet it all on a single decisive blow, channeling all of his energy into the blade of his sword. Rayon instantly identifies the move. It's the legendary Paris sword technique, a style that's only handed down to the future king of the Owen Kingdom. The sheer power radiating from Greer makes it obvious this is his ultimate attack. He's putting everything on this next swing. But Rayon is just as stubborn, and he decides to meet that fire with his own inferno. Up to this point, Rayon has perfectly memorized every single move the prince has made. He decides to unleash the Million Flames arts. First technique, a spin step, which completely catches Prince Greer off guard. The blazing golden aura forces Greer into a desperate defense. To avoid getting hit, the two warriors surge toward each other, one a tempest of fire, the other a blizzard of icy force. As they collide in the center of the arena, their swords and auras smash together. For a second, Greer actually manages to push Rayon's aura back. And in that moment, he's convinced he's the stronger one. Rayon, for his part, looks like he's seriously struggling to hold on. But he refuses to back down, roaring as he shoves back with another thunderous strike. The impact is catastrophic. Greer's sword explodes into 1,000 shards. To his horror, his aura gets blown away too, and in a flash, Rayon is behind him. And he lands the final hit once again. The prince collapses to his knees, and Rayon is declared the victor. Crouched and breathless, Prince Greer is completely floored. He was absolutely certain he had the overwhelming advantage in raw power and speed. But then a smirk plays on his lips as he figures it out. Raon must be using some insane step technique to straight up nullify his aura. This defeat shatters his pride, making Prince Greer finally accept the humbling truth the world is way bigger than he ever imagined. He strides over to Raon, not with anger, but with respect, thanking him for the lesson and openly admitting he lost this round. Rayon gives a respectful nod, saying he also gained a lot from the duel, which prompts Prince Greer to apologize for his initial arrogance. And when Greer finds out Rayon is only 14, he can't help but chuckle. He just got schooled in both skill and maturity by a swordsman who's barely a teenager. Then completely out of the blue, Prince Greer yanks the golden medallion from his own neck and holds it out to Rayon. Rayon is stunned, hesitant to accept something so valuable, but the prince is adamant, declaring the medallion is a binding promise, a blank check for any favor Rayon ever asks, no questions asked. Rayon's mind races, wondering why on earth the prince would hand over such an incredible treasure. Greer explains that their duel was a wake-up call, clearing the fog from his mind and sparking a profound realization. He considers himself lucky to have been defeated by a warrior of Rayon's caliber. As he turns to leave, Prince Greer wishes him well. He declares he's now fired up to grind until he can match Rayon's level. With that settled, Greer tells Lamar the bet is his to claim fair and square. This whole situation feels bizarre to Rayon. In his past life, he was a dog on a leash expected to execute impossible missions. Getting rewarded was never part of the deal, and receiving gifts like this is throwing him for a loop. It's becoming crystal clear that this new life is not going to follow any script he could have written. Later on, Prince Greer recounts the entire humbling experience of his spar to the formidable Lord Glenn. He admits that he genuinely believed he was standing at the apex of power for his generation. But his clash with Rayon completely demolished that worldview. Despite the prince having visited 3 of the 6 continental lords and crossed swords with their best, Rayon was something else, the very picture of a seasoned warrior. He had never witnessed a trainee move with that level of mastery, and it was obvious he had so much more to learn. In fact, he's planning to bolt back to the Owen Kingdom immediately, to start implementing the brutal lessons he learned from their duel. His passionate words pique Lord Glenn's interest, who then casually asks him to pass a message to the King of Owen. Tell him he says that the letter he sent has been received. Soon after, the prince and his entire entourage begin their journey back home. On the road, Duke Tartan brings up how Prince Greer unleashed his hidden power during the fight. He also notes that whipping out the parry sword art might have been overkill, suggesting it would have been smarter to keep some tricks up his sleeve. Surprisingly, the prince agrees with that assessment, but Tartan keeps pushing, criticizing his decision to give Rayon the royal token. On that point, however, Prince Greer refuses to budge, especially since Rayon showed him immense grace, even after he'd been so rudely dismissed. Reciprocating that kind of courtesy was non-negotiable. He then points to Rayon's incredible footwork, which was practically a special technique in itself, revealing his gift was more like a strategic investment. The Duke, totally baffled, asks what he could possibly mean by investment, and the prince lays it out. Raon is destined for greatness. A kid with that much power and mental fortitude is guaranteed to become a warrior whose name echoes across the entire continent. So even if he's just from a branch family, from the prince's perspective, forging a bond with a future legend like that is a genius move for the long game. Duke Tartan is blown away by the young prince's ability to think so many moves ahead after just a single encounter. The prince just shrugs, saying he'd be unfit to live if he couldn't make such a simple calculation, especially after spending years in the palace absorbing the king's political wisdom. As their carriage rumbles on, Prince Greer can't stop thinking about just how much of a monster Raon will have become by the time they cross paths again. Back in the main estate, Lord Glenn's butler, Leon, observes his master. He remarks that it looks like the Lord is secretly pleased that a prince from a rival nation acknowledged his own grandson, but Glenn immediately shuts him down, calling it nonsense. Leon, however, points out the warm smile that's ghosting his lips, a sight no one has seen in ages, and it appeared the exact moment Prince Greer started praising Master Raon. Still, the Lord stubbornly insists Leon's old eyes are playing tricks on him, and he's just imagining things. Leon is amused but knows when to quit, cleverly pivoting the conversation to the message Duke Tartan had delivered, just to avoid pushing his luck. It turns out Duke Tartan had arrived earlier, bearing an urgent dispatch, addressed to the Northern Lord of Destruction. This was on top of the formal letter from Prince Greer, a direct message from His Royal Highness Lacroix Albert du Owen II himself, the King of Owen, also known as the Sword King of Silence, one of the legendary Six Lords. Lord Lacroix's message was grim and straight to the point. The 5 shadows known as Umbria have started making their move. Sometime later, back at the 5th training grounds, the trainees are getting showered with praise for their performance in the recent sparring matches against the knights from the Owen Kingdom. Seeing their incredible growth, Lamar decides with confidence that they are finally ready, and drops a bomb on the class they're gearing up for a special training session next week. The students are buzzing with curiosity about what this special training is all about, but Lamar immediately shuts down their expectations. He tells them straight up this is way too intense to be called training. They're going out into the real world, and apparently this little field trip is going to get bloody. They're pushing beyond the southern edge of Sagart's territory, right into a bandit den known as Snow Tiger Point. These aren't just random thugs. They're loosely connected to the North-South Alliance and make their living shaking people down on the mountain pass for a small fee. The problem is, they've been getting way too bold lately. Reports have been flooding in about merchants getting their goods jacked and people ending up dead. Hearing this, the students figure their job is to just clear out the crooks, a standard cleanup mission. But they're about to discover the grim reality of their assignment is on a whole other level. The real mission is far more sinister. They're told the bandits didn't just attack a village south of their hideout, they wiped it off the map, torched the place, and vanished. Because of that atrocity, their new objective is to hunt down the Snow Tiger bandits and utterly annihilate every last one of them. And so they don't get complacent. Lamar adds that these guys are infamous for being aura users. Even if they are just bandits, Lamar warns the students to take this deadly seriously and be ready to move out at dawn. Later that night, Runan is out in the yard trying to get in some last-minute sword practice. She wanted to polish her technique before they shipped out, but it's just not clicking. She keeps picturing how effortless and clean Rayon's lunges were, a level of skill she can't seem to touch, no matter how hard she grinds. The thought crosses her mind that Ron is definitely still in the training hall. For a split second, she considers going to ask him for pointers, but she immediately dismisses the idea, not wanting to be a bother while he's focused. She'll figure it out herself. After pushing herself for a while longer, her motions finally begin to flow a bit more naturally, so she decides to call it a night. Before heading back, she thinks about swinging by to say goodbye to Ryan, who she knows is for sure still training his heart out. But then she remembers her mom asked her to be home early this week, promising that Orb ice cream would be waiting for her. The thought of it makes her head straight home. On the quiet path back, a figure suddenly emerges from the shadows behind her. Runan whips around her face, instantly souring when she sees who it is. She calls him Syria, and she is clearly not thrilled about this encounter. The man Sirius Lion is from a vassal house. He notices her disgusted expression immediately. He puts on a fake smile, asking why she's making such a face after so long without seeing her dear big brother. He even pretends to be hurt by it. When he repeats that, he hates that look on her face. A visible tremor runs through Runan. He then shifts gears, commenting on her impressive new strength, noting she powered up way faster than he anticipated, and admitting that Lamar must be a half-decent teacher after all. Syria says he's proud, but then his voice drops, warning her that this doesn't mean she gets to go play hero on the battlefield or risk her neck for real. In a flash, his warm facade shatters, replaced by a cold, menacing glare. He violently shoves her to the ground, and then has the nerve to joke that she must have tripped. To hammer his point home, he brings up a traumatic memory, reminding her about the little chipmunk she once raised a pet named Ruby. He then pulls out a new terrified chipmunk, forcing her to remember how Ruby died, and delivering a chilling threat about the consequences of ever defying him again. To Runan's absolute horror, he pulverizes the chipmunk in his bare hands, and the sickening crunch shatters her world, unleashing a tidal wave of twisted memories. The trauma completely overwhelms her. As Runan crumbles, Syria seizes the moment, hissing that she belongs to him and insinuating that, until the day he finally comes to claim her, she is forbidden from doing anything remotely dangerous or difficult. Her only job is to stay alive until he says otherwise. Flashes of dead animals explode in her mind's eye, and she remembers how Syria used to torment her with this exact brand of animal cruelty when they were just kids. Right now in this alley, it's happening all over again. A wave of pure sickness washes over her, forcing a raw scream from her lungs as her big brother just soaks it all in, savoring her pain. Suddenly, a powerful explosion erupts nearby, blanketing the area in smoke. The violent interruption finally breaks Syria's focus. But Runan is still paralyzed, trembling uncontrollably. A second later, Raon materializes through the smoke, planting himself between her and her brother with his sword drawn. In shock, Raon demands, "Who the hell are you?" Syria, completely unfazed, remarks that it's only polite to introduce yourself first, before you start making demands after appearing out of thin air. But Raon knows this monster doesn't deserve any courtesy. Not after cornering someone in an alley. He figures the guy must be a thief, or some street thug. This assumption visibly irritates Syria. A muscle in his jaw twitches as he explains that he's not some robber or a stranger, he's Runan's older brother. Totally blindsided by this, Raon glances at Runan, but she's still shaking like a leaf. The whole protective older brother story just isn't adding up. Syria, on the other hand, tries to gaslight the situation, claiming it was all just a little joke because he was so thrilled to see her after so long. And that's supposed to explain why she's a total mess. Little does he know, Raon saw the whole sick performance of him popping, the chipmunk in his hands, the very act he's now calling a joke. Syria even tries to claim it was just a toy. To prove his point, Syria holds up his spotless hands, boasting that there's no blood. But Raon sees right through it, realizing he must have used his aura to instantly incinerate the flesh and blood. Turns out Syria is shipping out for a long-term assignment and won't be back for some time, so he casually drops a box of dessert on the ground for Runan. Before taking off, Syria's eyes linger on Raon, commenting on the very good friend Runan seems to have made. He says he hopes their friendship lasts a long, long time. With a phony apology for the prank, he takes his leave with a chilling, "See you later." As Syria vanishes, it hits Raon. He recognizes him from his past life, the swordsmanship prodigy of the Sloran family, one of the 12 Titans. The man prophesied to become the next pinnacle of power on the continent, the legend known as both the spear and the sword. In his past life, Raon had only heard his name. But meeting him now, he sees the grim reality. The celebrated hero is a complete and utter psycho, a monster who plays the part of a righteous hero. The whole encounter leaves a disgusting stench in the air that reminds him of Darius. Finally, our boy gently helps the trembling Runan to her feet and promises to walk her to her carriage. After getting her there safely, she thanks him for his help, and he just advises her to get some sleep since they're leaving first thing in the morning. Later that night, Runan opens the box her brother left. It's filled with orb ice cream, but the sight brings her zero comfort. All she can do is whimper that her brother is back, and absolutely nothing has changed. Years ago, her pet Ruby had nipped her while she was protectively tending to her babies, a tiny scratch that sent Syria into a terrifying rage. Even though she tried to explain, tried to defend her pet, Syria slaughtered Ruby anyway, declaring that Runan was his, and could never ever be harmed. His control was absolute. He gave her strict orders that she wasn't even allowed to get hurt. Her only job was to breathe. He had even threatened to butcher their entire family if she ever told their mother and father, because he was ready to torch the entire family, leaving her as the sole survivor. The ever-present terror that one wrong word could get someone hurt forced her to live in silence. To her, survival meant fading into the background, a choice that condemned her to a life of quiet suffering and isolation. But then she met Raoul Siegfried, and she slowly realized she wasn't the only one fighting a lonely battle. Seeing the man he was witnessing, his relentless grind, the hell he clawed his way through, and how he shattered everyone's expectations of him, through pure, unadulterated effort, sparked a belief that maybe, just maybe, she could change her own fate. That's why she's been pushing herself to the absolute limit, to transform alongside him. But now, it feels like it was all for nothing. The next morning, the trainees gather and head to Zartan village at the southernmost point of Sieghart territory. Stepping through a portal, they arrive in a new area where Lemaire calls them together. He announces this is where they'll be making camp for the night. Apparently, their departure from the training center was so rushed that they are all being ordered to get a full night of rest, because this is the last break they'll get before the mission begins. A local then guides them to their lodgings. Once they're settled in, Raoun reaches out to Wrath. He thanks him for the heads up about Syria's malicious energy, admitting that without the warning, he never would have noticed. With Syria deliberately covering his tracks, Wrath just scoffs, saying finding him is no big deal for the girl who hooked them up with orb ice cream. And since Syria made it clear his mission was a long-haul deal, it's obvious he plans on being a ghost for a while. But Rayon knows this is different. Syria is her actual brother, and he's seriously worried Runan won't ever recover from the trauma. Wrath's immediate unhinged solution. Just let them borrow Rayon's body. They'll pop over, eliminate Syria, and hand it right back. Even though Wrath is dead serious about repaying Runan's kindness, Rayon isn't having it. Giving up his body is a hard no. Our boy knows that Syria psychologically wrecked Runan, and simply killing him isn't going to undo that damage. In 2 lifetimes, Runan was the only person to ever show him true kindness, and he's fully prepared to end Syria himself if she gets hurt again. 2 days after departing Seghart territory, the squad arrives at the massacre site left by the Snow Tiger bandits. The kids are completely sickened by the carnage. Charred corpses are strewn across the entire area. They can barely process that someone could inflict this kind of cruelty on innocent people. The whole scene is a stomach-churning horror show. Even Warren, one of the strongest among them, looks grim. Apparently, the bandits slit their victims' throats before torching them alive. Through the chaos, however, Rayon notices that Marta isn't reacting to the field of bodies like everyone else. She's either seen this kind of brutality countless times before, or she's been the one dishing it out. In a flash of panic, Rayon realizes Runan is missing. Meanwhile, she's on the other side of the camp completely alone. She's frozen, staring at a corpse while desperately trying to keep herself from throwing up. Across the clearing, Liamir rallies the group. He forces them to look, reminding them this is the handiwork of the monsters, calling themselves the Snow Tigers. He wanted them to see this raw brutality. It's a brutal lesson. Never let their guard down when they finally come face to face with these animals. The kids are each a silent whistle. It emits a frequency only their instructors can hear, a panic button that will bring reinforcements if a situation gets too hairy. But the warning is clear. Expect zero mercy from these bandits, and you better exhaust every option before you even think about using that whistle. Runan flinches hard when Liamir gives the final command. If the chance presents itself, take the bandits' heads without a second thought. Rayon is then put in charge of splitting them into smaller tactical units. He assigns Marta to lead Group A and Warren to command Group B, each squad made up of about 3 or 4 members. Meanwhile, Runan is trapped in a mental prison, her brother's possessive words echoing in her mind, how she belongs to him, how she's forbidden from anything dangerous. His terrifying promise has always loomed over her. Anything that even dares to harm her will be utterly destroyed by his hand. The weight of defying him to come on this mission is starting to seriously mess with her head. Rayon finds her lost in her thoughts and pulls her back to reality so they can form their own group. She agrees, but the hesitation is obvious. Rayon analyzes the terrain, his eyes drawn to the peak of Mount Luton. It offers a commanding view, a perfect spot for an ambush or a quick getaway. It's a textbook hideout, which is exactly why he knows the bandits aren't there. With a manhunt this massive, they would never choose a location so blatantly obvious. It's a trap. Ruling that out leaves only the unassuming hills directly behind them. He's found their real location. While the other groups push into the forests, he and Runan are heading straight for those hills. Runan's jumpiness is getting worse, and it worries Rayon. Wrath insists he should say something to calm her down, but Rayon is at a total loss for words. This is messy family baggage, and he feels completely out of his league. He's barely figured out how to feel about having a mother in this new life, let alone meddling in someone else's family drama. Regardless, he makes a silent promise to find an opening to settle the score with Syria for what he did to Runan, no matter how difficult it might be. After they ascend the hills, his theory is confirmed. A hidden forest is nestled between the slopes, completely concealed from the outside world. This is exactly what Rayon anticipated. Someone took extreme measures to make this place look devoid of all life. A less experienced tracker would have completely missed it. But these bandits have no idea who is on their tail. He tracked people for a living in his past life. Their little magic trick might work on a standard hunter. It might even fool a decent tracker, but for Rayon, the trail is screaming that the Snow Tiger's lair is just ahead. As the two press forward, they start discovering crude traps and a web of footprints deep within the hills. The bandits got sloppy, thinking that scrubbing their tracks on the outskirts meant nobody would ever push this far in. Their fatal error was underestimating the caliber of person sent to hunt them. Then they spotted the mouth of a cave, their hideout, and standing out front is a captive child clearly being held as a hostage. The kid is flanked by 2 muscle-bound guards, but Rayon can tell in an instant they're just low-level grunts. They have absolutely no aura, model. But a tougher-looking guard is with them, which means the main force of bandits is probably holed up in the cave. At this rate, he figures there could be 20 of them inside. Rayon's first instinct is to pull back, blow the whistle, and ambush them after regrouping. But then he sees the kid. The boy looks awful, like he's on the verge of freezing to death. It's clear he won't make it if they leave and come back with backup. Rayon knows what he has to do. They have to rescue the hostage now, taking out the guards as quietly as possible. But when Runan starts to waver, Rayon pulls her focus back to him, his voice firm. He reassures her they can pull this off, but he absolutely needs her help. The game plan is simple. When he gives the nod, she uses her mana to create a zone of absolute silence. He'll take care of the rest. Runan still seems lost in her own head, doubting if she can really change, but she ultimately decides to trust him. They melt into the shadows, waiting for the guards to get sloppy and distracted. Then Rayon gives the signal. Runan steps into the open. As the guards stare confused by her sudden appearance, she unleashes her mana, blanketing the area in silence. She activates her aura dispersion, and every single sound around them just vanishes. The guards quickly realize their voices are dying a few inches from their lips, and they start to panic. What kind of aura user just crashed their hideout? Seeing his window, Rayon explodes from cover, a blur of motion aimed at the two guards before the more dangerous swordsman can even react. In a single fluid strike, he cuts down the first two and blows past their falling bodies. There's just one variable he didn't factor in. Runan still can't handle the sight of blood. The brutal scene sends her spiraling, triggering flashbacks of her brother torturing her pets when she was just a kid. A horrified scream rips from her throat, and the sound barrier shatters into a million pieces. The situation immediately goes from bad to worse. Runan is completely frozen, paralyzed by the horrific memory, and their cover is blown in a split second. The swordsman immediately targets Runan, seeing her as the weaker link, leaving Rayan to fend for himself. But before the blade can find its mark, Rayan intercepts the attack, tackling the swordsman and pinning him to the ground. He threatens to snap a bone for every word spoken, out of turn demanding answers. Suddenly, Rayan feels it, the sound barrier is back. He shoots a glance at Runan, who's still shaking with fear. He feels a surge of pride. She was terrified, but she still managed to stick to the mission. While Runan gets the little boy to safety, Rayan confirms they've stumbled upon the Snow Tiger bandits. He learns there are about 39 of them, not counting others deeper in the woods. His gut feeling was right too. He learns they're holding another hostage inside the cave, the boy they just rescued. Suddenly blurts out that the other captive is his little sister and begs them to save her. Moved with pity, Runan promises the boy they will save his sister. Rayan, meanwhile, thinks it's a terrible idea to make promises when they're outnumbered this badly. When Runan suggests they call for backup, Rayan instantly agrees, and she blows the silent whistle. Just as Lemaire said, the whistle makes no sound at all. Even Rayan can't hear it. The only issue is that someone inside the cave does, and an alarm goes up that their pursuers have arrived. Rayan is floored that someone, deep within the cave, could detect a sound he couldn't hear, standing right next to it. Moments later, a swarm of armed men pours out of the cave. Their leader scoffs, wondering what a couple of kids are doing so far from home. To halt their advance, our boy quickly puts his captive in a chokehold. The man who heard the whistle, clearly the one in charge, demands to know who Rayan signaled. Rayan says nothing, instead insisting on a hostage exchange. He offers up his prisoner in return for the little girl, but the man just laughs, saying he couldn't care less what happens to that guy. He's worthless, unlike the valuable hostage they have. The bandit leader threatens to put the girl's head on a spike if he doesn't drop his sword. It looks like the kids have been checkmated. When Rayan realizes they're just toying with him, he tells Runan to turn her back so she won't see what's coming next, and to move only on his command. Without another word, Rayan slits his hostage's throat, spraying their faces with blood. The bandits are stunned by the sudden brutal act. Before they can recover, Rayan hurls his sword past them, aiming for the man, holding the little girl hostage. As the sword buries itself in the man's chest, our boy screams the signal to Runan to unleash a snow mist with her aura. Runan reacts instantly, and a thick white fog engulfs the entire area, completely blinding everyone. As the men stumble around trying to see through the blizzard, Rayan dashes forward and finds the little girl, scooping her up and carrying her to safety. A moment later, the mist dissolves, and the men realize the little girl and the two kids are nowhere to be found. The bandits frantically search the area, desperate to find their lost prize, with lethal intent etched on their faces. Elsewhere, on another snow-dusted slope, Rayan and Runan are scrambling to get the children to safety. But the kids have already succumbed to the freezing temperatures, their unconscious bodies making the escape a grueling task. Rayan knows if they flee, these thugs will just move on to terrorize another village. There's no running. He realizes they have to end this right here and now. He tells Runan to hang back and guard the children, but her eyes are locked on the crimson gash bleeding through the fabric of his sleeve. He pulls his usual macho act, scoffing that he'll be right back, but a hand suddenly clutches his cloak, stopping him cold. It's Runan pleading with him not to go. "You're hurt. It's too reckless," she begs, insisting they need to wait for the instructors who surely heard their signal. And in her eyes, Rayan sees the raw terror. He gets it, but he explains that there's a fate worse than being scared. It's being so paralyzed by fear that you can't do a thing. He forces her to remember the atrocities those monsters committed. "We owe it to every soul in that village," he says, his voice low and intense, to the people who died protecting their own. "We have to finish this." He then reminds her that they still have innocent lives depending on them. He then carefully brings up the one thing they never discuss, her brother, admitting that he can't possibly understand the full extent of her trauma. But he tells her, "The more you run from that fear, the bigger it's going to get. It will shadow you for the rest of your life, if you let it." She listens frozen as his words sink in. "You are the only one who can protect yourself, Runan, and the ones you love." Rayan makes it clear that what happens next is entirely up to her. He presses something into her hand hidden within his coat, and then he turns, walking toward the bandits' lair without looking back. Tears blur her vision as she watches him go, his words replaying in her mind. A part of her desperately wants to break free, to finally escape the iron grip of her past. She can't stand being tangled in this web of trauma any longer. She has to protect what is precious to her. She knows she can't remain trapped in this suffocating darkness forever. As tears stream down her face, she uncurls her fingers to find a small, carved toy chipmunk Rayon had given her. Staring at it ignites a flicker of courage, a will to step into the light. Moments later, inside the cave, a symphony of slaughter begins. Rayon moves like a phantom, his blade carving through the bandits as if they were made of paper. Their boss screams at his men to take Rayon's head, but he's a whirlwind of death moving so fast they can't even comprehend how a single kid is causing this much carnage. One ambitious goon lunges at Rayon from behind. He dodges it with ease, but it was a diversion. The leader uses the opening to unleash a crushing blow, an attack so powerful, it shatters the stone floor where Rayon was standing. But to the boss's shock, our boy pulled a total vanishing act. As the man frantically scans the cavern, Rayon materializes right behind him. "Is sneaking around the only thing you're good at?" he whispers. With one fluid motion of his sword, the leader's head flies from his shoulders. The remaining bandits are paralyzed with fear. Their minds are reeling, unable to process how a boy so young could contain such monstrous power. Rayon suggests they surrender now that their leader is toast, but a sudden vicious attack from the shadows tells him that the white-haired goon he just decapitated wasn't the real boss. A new figure emerges from the darkness, Vakan, the true leader. He scoffs at his men, wondering how they're struggling so much, with one little twerp, and questions if they're even worthy of joining the so-called North-South Alliance with such pathetic skills. Vakan's eyes then land on Rayon, noting his fine clothes with a smirk. "Looks like we've got a little rich boy," he sneers. As he lunges, the bandit chief is already thinking about the hefty ransom he's going to collect from this kid's family. And this guy's power is on a completely different level. His strike sends Rayon reeling to the ground. This is no mere thug. The true lord of the Snow Tiger bandits is a master swordsman. And amid the chaos, another bandit yells from the cave entrance that he's found the girl and the hostages. Back outside, Runan is trembling, trying to fend off the man who found them. She is clearly in no state to fight, and a wave of panic hit Rayon. He has to help her. But that momentary distraction infuriates Vakan, who blocks his path with a cruel grin. "Oh, you're not going anywhere. Your fight is with me." It's painfully clear Rayon can't save Runan until he somehow defeats this monster first. Meanwhile, the bandit outside is spewing insults at Runan, clearly bitter and jealous that he can't use aura himself. "You've never killed anyone in your life, have you?" he taunts, trying to intimidate her into giving up the kids. He tells her to stop messing around. He's dead serious, and with a roar he charges forward, blade aimed to kill. In that split second, Runan knows it's do or die. To save the children, she has to fight. This thug is weak, nothing special. Rayon's words echo in her soul, giving her strength. "I can do this," she tells herself. "I can cut him down." In the heat of the fight, a vision of her older brother materializes, a phantom grip tightening around her throat all over again. The memory invades her mind, and even though she knows she has to break free, she's trapped by the sheer terror she felt that day. That single memory plants a seed of doubt. Can she ever truly be like Rayon and shield the people she cares about? An intense fear grips her, especially when she can barely even swing her sword straight in a high-stakes moment like this. And she wonders, how can someone like her, who has never successfully protected a single thing, actually make a difference? A sharp cry of her name rips her from her spiraling thoughts. She whips her head around to see Rayon clashing with Vakan. He shoots a glance her way, his eyes locking with hers as he tells her she has the power to protect them. His words are the key that unleashes a fresh flood of tears. In that instant, the dark corner she'd retreated to in her mind is blasted with light from Rayon's unwavering voice. This entire sequence unfolds in less than a second. She pivots back to face her attacker with newfound confidence, the world suddenly shifting into 0.5 times speed. A wave of overwhelming gratitude washes over her. For Rayon, who armed her with courage, she channels that very power to shatter the invasive vision of her brother once and for all. Just as the bandit closes in, she carves a clean arc through his stomach with a single, decisive swing. Internally, she sends endless thanks to Rayon for having faith in her. Meanwhile, Vakan is stunned that his subordinate was taken down so easily by a pipsqueak, and he starts complaining that he's surrounded by useless fighters. Hearing him call Runan a pipsqueak flips a switch in Rayon, who fires back that Runan conquered her own painful history with her own 2 hands, which means she possesses a heart stronger and purer than anyone else's. Seizing the moment, he activates his Million Flames art, blazing past the man and cutting him down with a technique called the Flower Rain. After neutralizing their foes, Rayon decides to scout the area for any hidden traps before the instructors finally arrive. But instead, he stumbles upon a legendary elixir known as the Two-Tone Flower, the very same treasure these bandits apparently slaughtered an entire village to obtain. Then, out of nowhere, a figure appears behind them, casually asking if the brawl is already over. This mysterious newcomer also seems to know all about the two-tone flower and Vacan's crew. He cheerfully asks Rayon if he's the one who wiped them all out. This guy is a member of the North-South Alliance. He is the Eternity Bandit Lord Lecter. Unsurprisingly, Rayon doesn't trust this dude one bit. He immediately demands to know what his deal is. Lecter just lets out a laugh at his audacity, figuring his boldness must come from some serious power. Still wary, Rayon presses him, asking if he's really from the North-South Alliance, and Lecter confirms it. In his past life, Rayon had heard stories about this Lecter guy, a swordsman of genius talent, a prodigy who walked into the North-South Alliance with nothing but a single sword and carved out a massive fortress of his own within 10 years. Unlike the Snow Tiger thugs, this man is a true warrior. Lecter in turn sizes them up in a flash and instantly recognizes their lineage. He pegs them as descendants of a famous house, one being a direct heir to one of the 6 lords. He even correctly guesses they're from the Sieghart family. And seeing they lack the flame sword emblem, he correctly deduces they're just trainees. The guy then mulls over his next move, should he just kill them both. Before making a move, Lecter unleashes a crushing wave of aura. Rayon inwardly scoffs at this clown, showing off his killing intent. But Lecter doesn't know that our boy literally lived a past life as a top-tier assassin. It's going to take way more than this to rattle him. The fact that Rayon is completely unfazed by his killing aura genuinely intrigues Lecter. Meanwhile, Rayon calculates that while he could probably take Lecter out with a stealth attack, his chances of winning a head-on fight with his current abilities are next to 0. Nevertheless, backing down isn't in our boy's nature. He draws his blade, ready for a fight, and tells his opponent to do the same. Lecter finds this hilarious and reminds Rayon that facing him means certain death. But Rayon just agrees, stating that it's the law of the world for the weak to perish. His words only pique Lecter's interest more. He can't help but wonder what kind of kid says such bizarre things. Suddenly, Rayon's unyielding spirit makes the man completely reconsider the fight. He decides it would be a waste to kill someone with such potential right here, when Rayon retorts that a warrior never chooses the time or place of his death. His comeback cracks Lecter up, who asks if he's been memorizing, quote, books, and seriously starts to question if he's even a kid at all. Lecter then reveals that Rayon's entertaining speech isn't the only thing stopping him today. There's also a fierce wind that's been observing them for a while. What he means by a fierce wind makes absolutely no sense to Rayon, but the man then leaps away. He calls back asking for Rayon's name. Rayon announces it with total confidence. Lecter replies that he'll be eagerly waiting for the day his name resounds from Mount Turkan to the Raviel River before completely vanishing from sight. Our boy immediately decides they need to grab the kids and get out of there, and Runan quickly agrees. But before they go, Runan quietly asks him, "Did I do well?" The unexpected question catches Runan completely off guard, but a bright smile blossoms on her face as she tells the little girl she was the absolute best. It's a genuine smile, the first one she's shown in a very long time. They make their triumphant return to camp, hauling the severed head of the Snow Tiger bandit leader with them. This of course sends Warren and Marta into a spiral of frustration. They were left in the dust again and missed all the glory. Liamir, ever the peacemaker, quickly steps in to remind them it was a collective victory. He even tries to distract them with a story about his own first mission, which immediately triggers the ever-arrogant Wrath. Wrath can't resist the chance to one-up him, launching into a tale about how he flash-froze an entire palace during his debut battle, a feat that completely overshadows Liamir's story. Later, the Sloan House agrees to shelter the now-orphaned children they rescued, a decision that seems heavily swayed by Runan's newfound soft spot for them. Once they're all back on home turf, both Runan and Rayon receive a summons from the big boss himself, Lord Glenn. He awards them each a bronze medallion, a formal recognition of their critical roles in the mission, and even offers them his praise. Rayon is visibly shocked by the commendation, and even more so when the Lord permits him to keep the rare two-toned flower he acquired during the fight. For a moment, it feels like a perfect ending. The only thing that feels off is when Rayon arrives home and sees Dorian slipping out of the annex. When Rayon confronts him, Dorian explains that Lady Sylvia had sent for him. She had demanded a full report on the mission the moment it concluded. A chill runs down Rayon's spine. The absolute last thing he wants is his mother discovering he spent the day slaughtering people. And he knows that Dorian, who possesses zero social awareness, undoubtedly spilled every last bloody detail. Stepping inside, he's greeted by the sight of Helen and his very distressed-looking mother. He immediately starts stammering out a defense before they can even speak positive that he's in for the lecture of a lifetime. If his mother found out he went rogue and eliminated the bandits himself, he'd be dead meat. But before he can formulate a proper excuse, Sylvia simply asks for a hug and reassures him that he did an incredible job. Her reaction leaves him absolutely speechless. Sylvia can read the utter confusion on his face. He was clearly bracing himself to be torn apart. She reminds him of their family's code. The founder of the Siegharts first raised his sword to shield the defenseless, a legacy they are sworn to uphold. She confesses that her own ambition was once to become a swordswoman, with that same noble spirit. Because of that, she explains, she could never scold him for putting his life on the line to save hostages. To Rayon's complete astonishment, both women are practically beaming with pride after hearing the full story, and Helen even declares she's going to brag all about it to everyone in the main house. Their reactions still don't compute for Rayon, who just chalks it all up to the messy chaos of human emotions. Regardless, he makes a mental note to absolutely tear Dorian apart for his loose lips. Meanwhile, over at Runan's residence, she's quietly playing with the doll. Rayon gave her on the battlefield a fond smile, gracing her lips as the memory replays in her mind. The only thing she can think about is how she's going to properly thank Rayon the next time she sees him. At the training center, Liamir reflects on the day's wild events. It's revealed he was secretly hiding behind a boulder, spying on Rayon's entire explosive confrontation with Lecter. A knowing smile creeps onto his face as he remembers the scene. It's a feeling he hasn't experienced in years, a familiar spark of awe he once felt for the master. To him, it feels as though the seed of a new king has finally begun to sprout. We then cut to the grand estate of House Robert, where Lord Darris is intently writing in a book. As he writes, a drop of fresh blood suddenly wells up from an old wound on his hand, and he pauses, wondering why. The gash he received in his battle with Rayon all those years ago has still not healed. It has been 17 long years since he took down Rayon, and in that time he has consumed countless high-grade elixirs, and summoned the most skilled physicians and renowned priests in the land. Yet no one has managed to erase the sword mark. The wound is frozen in time, neither healing nor worsening. It's as if the scar is a permanent curse, a physical brand forcing him to forever remember the events of that day. It's almost like Rayon's dead spirit is refusing to be forgotten, but Darris violently shoves the thought away. He refuses to be chained to the past. Besides, his life's greatest ambition is finally on the verge of becoming a reality. As he schemes, a system notification pops up for Rayon. A strand of the Curse of Bitterfrost has dissolved. His Million Flames technique has powered up to 3 stars. His Chill of Bitterfrost quality has also hit 3 stars. The essence of the Snowflower he won from Wrath in a bet. That's also been boosted to 3 stars, along with his fire resistance, and he's officially achieved the rank of Sword Expert. It might just be the beginner level, but it's a monumental achievement. Other stats have jumped too, including his aura usage speed. All skill stats, his sword arts mastery, and his walk technique proficiency. A wave of pure satisfaction washes over him. He's finally clawed his way to the expert tier of swordsmanship, and even though it's just the starting point, it feels like a colossal victory. Wrath, right on cue, decides to rain on his parade, flexing that even certified swordmasters are nothing but insects to him. A level way beyond the lesser sword expert title Rayon just earned. Rayon fires back that hitting expert level at 15 is a huge deal, practically unheard of on the continent. But Wrath just keeps on roasting him, saying weakness is weakness, no matter how old you are. In a wild twist, Rayon totally agrees with him, glad that the spirit is at least noticing his growth. This just makes Wrath rage even harder, screaming that he'll never acknowledge a pathetic human. Catching a faint tremor in Wrath's voice, Rayon senses something's off and tries to peek inside the spirit's head. And that kind of audacity still drives Wrath insane. The sheer nerve of a mere mortal trying to psychoanalyze royalty like him is offensive. When Wrath drops his usual threat to devour his soul, Rayon jokes back, telling him to power up to his demon world levels first, so he doesn't get devoured instead. That jab about Wrath's past sends the spirit spiraling down memory lane, as Wrath starts rambling about how low-level demons used to storm his castle looking for a fight. Seeing where this is going, Rayon quickly dips out to go stretch. A little while later in the training hall, Lemaire suddenly calls it a day. He's got a jet. The students immediately protest, pointing out they're owed an extra 20 minutes of training, because Lemaire himself was 20 minutes late. He brushes them off, promising to make it up tomorrow, which just makes Warren see him as an even bigger irresponsible flake of an elf. After they pack it in, Rayon tells everyone on chore duty, it's time to start cleaning the training room. A moment later, Dorian, who's on the cleanup crew, gets ready to start. But Marta's sudden appearance makes him jump out of his skin, and she wonders if he's freaking out because he got stuck cleaning with her. He swears that's not it and insists it's an honor, but she is clearly not buying his act. After she bullies a few other kids out of the hall to get started, it becomes painfully obvious that Rayon is literally the only person she's ever nice to. Lemaire then shows back up, noticing the same thing, explaining he returned, because he forgot to tell them something mission critical. Once they're all gathered, the students find out they've received their second official mission, and the whole room goes dead silent. It's been a full 6 months since their first assignment, and for Rayon, that's way too long to be sitting on the sidelines. It turns out a horde of orcs has been spotted, near a place called Cebu Village, southeast of the Seghart territory. Their objective is to march to Cebu Village and eliminate the orc threat, ensuring the safety of the town and its people. For some of the trainees, the thought of an orc raid is thrilling. They're hyped to finally put their skills to a real test. When Lemaire clocks their excitement, he drops the other shoe. They shouldn't get ahead of themselves, because their instructors are sitting this one out. They're heading to Cebu village, completely on their own, and have to rely on each other to survive. The obvious question hangs in the air: what if they bite off more than they can chew? Lemaire tells them that part of their skill set is supposed to be knowing how to think on their feet, or having the guts to ditch a mission that's too much and get back in one piece. He stresses that this is why the leader's judgment is so crucial, because they're the one who has to read the battlefield and make the call charge in, use stealth or retreat to fight another day. Dorian nervously checks if it's actually not against the rules to run from a battle, and Lemaire confirms it's a valid strategy under the right circumstances, like for example running into one of the 5 legendary demon lords. And the only thing Dorian's brain latches onto is the part where he won't get punished for bailing on a mission. The final bombshell drops when they hear they're shipping out at dawn in 2 days. To the students, the sudden urgency feels insane, considering the day is already shot, meaning they really only have 1 day to get their act together. But apparently, it can't be helped, because monster raids are code-red emergencies that demand immediate action. They're also warned that if they slack on their prep, they could end up causing more harm to the village than the monsters. This absolutely infuriates Warren, who's convinced they could have been way more prepared if Lemaire had given them more of a heads up. But Rayan cuts through the chatter, reminding them that their instructor literally told them to be ready for anything, so he tells them to get their gear and stop wasting time. His words snap several trainees back to reality. They figure it's better to get a move on than cry over something they can't change, and seeing this display of leadership makes a smile creep across Lemaire's face. The kids get a briefing. The orcs are way more savage and powerful than they could have imagined. These things can't even be compared to the low-level grunts they've fought before. They're absolute giants. Plus, they move in massive swarms, meaning the trainees are about to be seriously outnumbered in every single fight. Lamar warns them that a direct assault is a death wish. The smarter play is to focus on agility and evasion. 2 days later, on the morning of the mission, everyone gathers at the training center, and Raon's sharp eyes immediately spot something strange. The Sieghart clan gave them these tiny bags enchanted with lightweight magic, and to Raon, it feels like a passive-aggressive way of saying they don't give a damn about them. It's almost like they don't want them to be fully prepared for this. But honestly, he's cool with it. Being thrown into the fire and forced to improvise, that's totally his style. Right on cue, Wrath shows up to run his mouth, calling Raon arrogant for thinking the world revolves around him. Raon just fires back with a smirk, reminding Wrath about that time he yoinked his stats. But as they're trading insults, a sharp knock echoes from the door. Raon wasn't expecting a soul, so he's completely floored to see his mother standing there, a furious glare burning in her eyes. She immediately demands to know why he didn't bother swinging by the annex to tell her he was heading out. He's stunned, scrambling to figure out how she knew. He instantly suspects Dorian snitched on him again. But it turns out Lamar was the one who told her, this time not Dorian. A flicker of annoyance toward his instructor crosses his face. He quickly apologizes, but his mother just answers with a stubborn pout. After a moment, her hard expression softens. She squeezes his hands, telling him that being the team leader isn't just a title to flex. It's a position of immense responsibility, one that demands he steer them all toward a better path. She drives the point home he can't solo this mission. He has to be a commander, placing his squad members in the most strategic spots. His job is to minimize casualties and conquer the mission as a team, because every single one of his choices now carries the weight of his friends' lives. At this point, Raon is completely baffled. He was fully prepared for her to tear into him, but instead, she's dropping serious tactical wisdom on him. She continues, explaining that monster raids always look simple on paper, but are insanely difficult in practice. Their objective is total annihilation of the threat, all while ensuring not a single hair on any villager's head is harmed. She tells him that when he's out there, he needs to think of himself as a true Sieghart warrior, not some trainee chasing after a legend. After all, the founder of their house aimed to be a warrior who protected people. When she's done, Raon finally speaks up. He confesses that he thought she was just here to be angry. She admits that she is, but her worry for him is 1,000 times stronger. And then, in a move that shocks him to his core, she pulls him into a tight hug. She says this isn't the time for scolding, but warns him to be ready for an earful the second he returns. A genuine smile touches her lips as she says she's so happy to see how much more alive he seems since his training began, even though she worries about him constantly. All this raw emotion is still a bit alien to Raon, but after a tense moment, he relaxes and returns the embrace. Right before the trainees depart, they receive a final warning: anything can and will happen outside the safety of the estate. Because of that, they have to be on high alert, suspicious of everything and everyone. They're also given a critical order: don't be a hero. If they feel overwhelmed, they are to retreat without a second thought. They learn that this journey would normally take a full month, but they're being sent down a shortcut that should get them there in just 2 weeks. Lamar wishes them luck, and Raon immediately begins barking orders, arranging the trainees into the strategic formations he had designed. Lamar is absolutely confident these kids will pull it off, and not just because Raon possesses a mind-blowing aura and a genius-level feel for combat. It's also because of his incredible senses and his knack for adapting on the fly, which will make this mission far less of a nightmare for them. As Ryan directs the team and has Dorian double-check their supplies and everyone's condition, Lamar finds the whole scene deeply amusing. It's just wild that this natural-born commander is only a 15-year-old kid, because he has never once failed to absolutely shatter every expectation placed upon him. Contrary to what Lamar told the kids, another instructor quietly reminds him that they are, in fact, supposed to be shadowing them. They have to stay close enough so they don't lose the trainees completely. It becomes clear Lamar's "you're on your own" speech was a total bluff to make them rely on themselves. Meanwhile, Lamar just tells the other instructors to take a breather. He explains there's a trainee in that group with senses so ridiculously sharp he'd know they were there. Then the man actually settles in for a nap. The other instructors start murmuring nervously to each other, questioning if it's even sane to let these kids tackle this mission with so little oversight. When he notices their tension, Lamar just scoffs and tells them they should stop wasting their energy worrying about the kids and start worrying for the orcs instead. Later, inside a menacing cave dripping with shadows, the leader of a stone-cold crew gets confirmation on a village's exact location. One of his subordinates gives him the nod. It's the right place. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he issues the kill order. They're rolling out to Sabu village effective immediately, and his only rule, if it gets in your way, you put it in the ground. A few days later, our young warriors finally punch their way to the forest bordering Sabu village. But the second they arrive, they're stopped dead in their tracks by Kind Sieghart, the undisputed ace of the 6th training ground, and a high-ranking member of the main family. The entire team is shook. What in the world is the 6th training ground's top dog doing all the way out here? But Kane hits them with the exact same question, revealing he'd been stuck in the infirmary for a while after an injury. Before deploying to the 6th training ground, it looks like he's made a full recovery. More than that, he now moves like a genuine swordmaster. The leader of the 6th training ground finally cuts in, declaring their objective to march on Sabu village and eradicate the orcs. And he demands to know what they're doing, creeping around in the forest. Warren coolly informs him they're on the exact same extermination mission. The gears in Kane's head start turning. 2 squads, 1 mission, and 0 communication beforehand. Something feels off. Rewind to the night before departure. In a grimy tavern on the edge of town, a few of the training ground instructors were gathered, trading stories. One of them starts gassing up Lemire, congratulating him on his student's recent victory over a group of bandits, a massive feat for kids so young. Lemire just soaks it in, bragging that his students are on a whole other level. He boasts that they should just be sent on the orc subjugation mission from the Lord's Manor, certain they'd crush it in no time. It'd bring him major props from the head of the house. But then a sharp voice cuts through the tavern's haze. It's Maitoon, chief instructor of the 6th training ground. He argues that a mission like this should fall to the 6th because hunting monsters is a game of strategy and teamwork, not just raw individual power, which he claims is all the 5th training ground really has. He boasts that every single one of his students has leveled up after surviving a brutal program called Hell Week, and none of them were left behind. So he'll be deploying the 6th training ground. In response, Lemire just smirks, taunting him about feeling the pressure. Now that his students are stealing the spotlight, he makes a wild suggestion. Why not send both training grounds on the mission? Maitoon is confused, that makes 0 sense. But Lemire lays out his logic. The village is getting wrecked by these orcs. The fastest way to solve the problem is to throw both of their elite teams at it and wipe the monsters out as quickly as possible. By sending in both squads, they can turn it into a competition, a race to see who can get the job done faster. A competitive fire ignites in Maitoon's eyes. He loves the idea and immediately goes to get the green light from the Lord's Manor, who ordered the mission. Both instructors are practically buzzing with excitement to see how this plays out. Back in the forest, Warren smugly looks down on Kane. He claims there must have been a clerical error and tells them to just pack it up and head home. The 5th training ground doesn't need your help, he sneers. The disrespect is palpable, and Kane is furious. To him, Warren's words reek of the 5th ground's notorious arrogance. Kane fires back that cooperation is everything on a real mission. And in that arena, the 6th training ground is miles ahead of them. He insists a mission this intense would be too much for them, a squad with 0 experience fighting as a true unit. In response, Warren actually acknowledges the 6th ground's strength, but then doubles down. You're not worthy of looking down on us, he declares. All the while, Rayan just watches them bicker. The pieces are clicking into place for him. The instructors had to know their paths would cross. This was no accident. Sending them out blind without mentioning, the other team just didn't add up. It was obvious that their instructor, Lemire, was obsessed with trial-by-fire training for his swordsmen, and this mission was the ultimate pop quiz. But taking down monsters demands flawless teamwork and sharp strategy. Those were their biggest weaknesses. It all made sense now. Lemire intentionally pitted the 5th and 6th against each other. This was a lesson designed to force them to confront their own fatal flaws, especially since their egos had been growing. With all the recent hype they'd been getting, Rayan could only shake his head. Their instructor was one seriously cunning elf. He knew it too. It was critical for their team to learn firsthand the power of fighting together. and another thought echoed in his mind. His mother's last words to him, her wish for him to become a swordsman who shields others. With that clarity, he acts. He steps between the two hotheads, calming them down, and stating that they're just wasting valuable time. It's obvious neither side is going to back down and just hand over the mission. He proposes the only logical solution. They battle it out right here, right now, to decide who takes charge. But Warren objects. He argues it's a foolish waste of stamina they'll need for the orcs, especially since they have no idea what they're walking into. But since the 6th has no intention of backing down, and neither do they, Rayan makes a calculated guess. He figures the orc horde must be massive, more than enough for both squads. So, they'll tackle it together. The winner of their duel will command the entire subjugation mission, while the loser's team will act as their support unit. The plan is simple, a decapitation strike. They'll smash the orcs' chain of command by killing their chief, then mop up the rest. According to the mission briefing, if the command team fails to take down the orcs, the support team would seize their shot at the mission. Kane nods. The logic is sound. And just like that, they agree to go all out. A full-blown brawl is about to go down, to settle who calls the shots. Moments after they suit up in their combat gear, the win condition is brutally simple. One crew can claim victory by either neutralizing every member of the opposing squad, or by capturing their flag. It's a cleaner fight than a simple spar. As Rayan attempts to lay out a strategy for his team, Marta, their hot-headed vanguard, completely blows him off, convinced their opponents are nothing but small-time chumps. She erupts, telling the team to just hang back and enjoy the show while she solos every single one of them. A second later, she launches herself like a cannonball toward 3 opponents, holding the front line, insisting that mind games are for weaklings. As always, she leads with overwhelming brute force, while in the back, Rayan activates his own hacks, expanding his senses, using his perception-based snowflower skill. While he's painting a mental map of the entire battlefield, Noonan starts to wonder if their team can actually pull off a win with zero strategy. Rayan just explains they're too gassed up on their own hype to listen to a plan. They're drowning in overconfidence. When pressed on whether they can win, he bluntly states that Marta, Warren, and the other hotheads who blitzed in that first wave are guaranteed to lose. It's not a battle, it's a one-sided beatdown, and he called it. Marta finds herself smashing against an unbreakable wall, struggling to even put a dent in the enemy's defense, which feels impossibly tough for a basic pyramid formation. As the clash intensifies, the leader of the opposing vanguard gives her a brutal reality check, telling her she's not the main character of this world, and she needs to stop looking down on their grind. To Marta's utter shock, the 5th Training Grounds elite fighters are systematically dismantled, forcing them into a humiliating retreat back to their side of the mountain. When the battered vanguard finally returns, Rayan seizes the opportunity to lecture them on how this is far harder than they imagined. He rips into their self-delusion and their arrogant assumption that the world just stopped turning while they were busy training. It's painfully obvious that the 5th Training Ground kids underestimated them, thinking that just because they lost to the Owen Kingdom, they'd be an easy win. He drives the point home that this disaster is the direct result of charging in with no strategy and zero teamwork, which led them to foolishly burn through their aura and stamina simply because they disrespected opponents who train their hearts out every single day. They silently absorb the tongue lashing, and then Rayan announces that there's still a path for them to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. When Marta finally relents, a new fire burning in her eyes, Rayan can't help but smile. He then begins to reveal the master plan for their comeback. Meanwhile, over on the 6th Training Ground side, the vanguard is shocked at how the legendary 5th Training Ground isn't as cracked as the rumors say. But their leader immediately tells them to kill the chatter and stay sharp, reminding them this is the same crew that recently wiped out the Snow Tiger group, a squad connected to the powerful South-North Union. As they're talking, Marta reappears on the battlefield, and the enemy vanguard leader aims to finish her off once and for all. Marta, her usual cockiness now backed by a plan, promises he'll get wrecked if he keeps running his mouth. And then she explodes forward. The opposing team's vanguard leader instantly screams for his team to focus their aura into a defensive wall at the front, only for his jaw to hit the floor as Marta faints, pivoting to smash into their poorly defended flank. It was a total fake-out. At the same time, Warren crashes into another unit, and the enemy squad recognizes his fighting stance. They move to deploy the same defensive tactic as before, but it's a trap. Warren uses their predictability to corner them and flatten every single one of them. The leaders of the 6th Training Grounds vanguard are completely stunned by this radical shift in tactics, a complete 180 from their first disastrous charge. At that very moment, Marta is tearing them apart. She's finally gaining the upper hand, and it all clicks in her head. Rayan was absolutely right. Just moments ago, Rayan had asked them a simple question: why did they lose so badly when on paper they had more raw power and more skilled fighters? The answer hit them like a lightning bolt. They had no game plan, while the 6th Training Ground had meticulously strategized before the fight even began to counter every last one of them by dissecting their combat styles. This led to their humiliating defeat against a supposedly weaker team. Rayon then voices his concern that they'll lose again, only to be hit with a furious outburst from Marta, who screams at him to shut his mouth and stop talking about failure so casually. The hard truth is, some of their teammates are already down, and those who are still standing have burned through most of their stamina and aura, putting them at a severe disadvantage. But then, Rayon reveals his ace in the hole. It turns out their leader, Kane Sieghart, possesses insanely developed vision and senses, and that's the entire key. He had precisely predicted where Marta and Warren would attack, and had positioned trainees with the perfect counter abilities to shut them down. Since Marta's attacks were pure, simple-minded destruction, Kane had dispatched nimble swordsmen to parry and outmaneuver her, who could just tank her hits until her aura was completely drained. Meanwhile, Warren's sword style is all brute force, totally predictable. So Kane pitted him against swordsmen, who could just absorb his heavy swings, completely shutting down his offense. The obvious play was for them to swap opponents, but Marta and Warren were way too proud to even consider that. Rayon knew they needed a new game plan, a different angle of attack. Marta just shot him a confused look. Rayon breaks it down. The squad she's fighting has a rock-solid sword formation, but their aura circulation is sloppy. This flaw creates a weak point, a crack in their defense she can shatter if she just expands her senses and feels the flow of the fight. Warren's by-the-book swordsmanship was getting absolutely demolished by opponents running purely on instinct. But fighters like that have one huge weakness: they're super easy to fool. If Warren would just ditch his rigid style for a second and throw a feint, he'd create the opening he desperately needed. Hearing Rayon drop this 5 to 100 IQ analysis leaves Marta and Warren completely stunned. They're wondering if he was somehow secretly watching their fights because they know he was just sitting back here the entire time. Rayon admits Kane's senses are sharp, but declares his own are on a whole other level. And right now, Rayon can feel it. His entire team is crushing it. There's no way they're going to lose now. But just as he thinks that a shadow emerges from behind him, it's Kane. The two leaders are the last pieces left on the board. It's time to settle this. Kane felt the tide of battle shift against him, but he couldn't pinpoint Rayon's location. His only option was to make a beeline for the flag's location. And it didn't take a genius for Kane to connect the dots. He knew the battle only turned because Rayon must have given his team some new orders, but he declares it's over now. He's aware of Rayon's fire attribute, but then he ignites his own blaze of power. Rayon's eyes widen in surprise. He had no idea Kane was a fire user too. With his flames swirling around him, Kane makes a bold proclamation. He boasts that his aura is the highest grade among all fire attributes, a quantity of power that completely eclipses most swordsmen. Basically, Rayon stands no chance. In response, Rayon's own fire aura explodes to life, as he retorts that people from this house talk way too much, before a fight has even started. The two leaders stare each other down, ready for their final duel. Before they clash, Rayon promises to show Kane what happens when his flame meets a true inferno. In an instant, our boy blitzes towards Kane at a ridiculous speed. Kane is legitimately shocked by his velocity and the raw intensity of his flames. Even though he's certain his own aura is superior, he plays it safe, leaping backward to dodge Rayon's opening strike. This is because he's heard the stories that Rayon's flames took down powerful opponents, even the Prince of Owen. Still, he's convinced he's on another level, so he charges back in, ready to fight fire with fire. As their blades slam into each other, a brilliant golden flame erupts from Rayon's sword and wraps around Kane, much to his shock. He realizes he's in serious trouble when the golden flames begin to sear his face. It makes zero sense his own flames are being devoured. To Kane, this is an impossible reality, but Rayon couldn't care less about his whining. He pushes forward, unleashing an even more devastating attack to finish him. Kane barely manages to block it, but the force of the aura is so immense it triggers a massive explosion across the field. After the smoke clears, Kane is sprawled on the ground with Rayon towering over him, sword in hand. When the other squad members return, their jaws hit the floor, seeing Kane defeated in their camp. Rayon explains that luring Kane here was the whole plan. Taking out the enemy leader was the fastest way to reverse the course of the entire battle. They are absolutely floored that Rayon not only predicted Kane's arrival, but also that the advice he gave them was the key to them winning their own fights, which they were on the verge of losing. Even Marta has to admit it. She says flat out they won because of his strategy, and that she'd have ditched his leadership if his plans had been garbage. Once again, they all recognize him as the true top trainee of the 5th training ground, pledging to follow his orders from now on, without a single complaint. Rayon is pleased seeing how much they've grown in such a short time, and he agrees. This is how the 5th training ground should be. Finally, he addresses everyone, telling them they did a phenomenal job, and reminding them that the lesson for the day is the danger of getting lost in baseless pride and arrogance. That kind of ego makes you act without a strategy, which gets people killed in a real battle. And as Rayon lays down this heavy truth, wanting to burn this lesson into his memory, Kane hangs back silently, observing as Rayon masterfully directs the others. With darkness creeping in, they're forced to set up camp in the woods, and Round immediately splits them into tactical teams. One group fortifies the campsite while the other stands guard. And in that moment, Kane sees it clearly. Round is on a whole different level than he ever imagined. He used to trash talk the 5th training ground for being arrogant, but now the cold truth hits him. He was the one with the massive ego. Humbled, he finally approaches Rayon, extending a hand for a handshake, thanking him for the brutal but necessary lesson. He finally understands you can never let your guard down, and you always need a backup plan for when things go sideways. Kane had been riding the hype train, so convinced of his victory, based on rumors about the 5th training ground, that he completely tuned out during his commands and the one-on-one duel. He openly admits that his supposed superiority was just pure arrogance, and he's learned a hard lesson. Hearing this brings a genuine smile to Rayon's face. It's refreshing to see someone from the main family with a shred of decency for once. The two seal the deal with a handshake, Kane promising to throw his full support behind the 5th training ground just as he'd sworn. A few days crawl by, and after 2 weeks on the road since leaving their training centers, the squad finally marches into Cebu village. Cebu is a humble little spot on the map, a small farming community where folks scrape by working the land. There are no special attractions here, no tourist traps to speak of. This mission is supposed to be a total cakewalk, a routine pest control job for the monsters that occasionally wander too close to town. But an unsettling feeling has been crawling up Rayon's spine, the chilling sensation of an unseen gaze tracking their every move. This doesn't feel like an instructor's watchful eye. It's a predatory stare, something that feels like it's trying to dissect their power levels. He figures the smartest play is to act oblivious to let this hidden enemy think they have the upper hand, while he assesses the situation. With that, Rayon abruptly throws a curveball, telling Warren to step up and command the team as the top trainee for this mission. The bizarre request completely throws Warren for a loop, but Rayon clarifies that he wants others to have a chance to shine. He points out that during the Snow Tiger incident, he and Runan were the only ones who really got to throw down with the bandits. To really light a fire under him, Rayon brings up Warren's bold declaration from the first day of training that he would one day surpass him. He challenges him to prove those weren't just empty words, and Warren, fired up, accepts, promising to show off his massive improvement. A short while later, the announcement is made to the rest of the squad. Warren is their new field commander. Marta is visibly skeptical about the change in leadership, so Rayon quietly tells her he'll fill her in on his reasoning later. In the meantime, however, he insists that she must follow Warren's orders without question. Shockingly, she agrees without a fight, stating that he doesn't need to ask. She already vowed to follow him as long as he produces results. Once he's alone, Rayon confirms his suspicions with Wrath, who can also sense the secret observers lurking in the shadows. In typical fashion, Wrath taunts him, claiming that if Raon hadn't noticed the stalkers after absorbing his power, he would have demanded he commit ritual suicide. Raon cuts to the chase, demanding to know the number of hostiles and their current position. Wrath refuses to pinpoint the Watcher's location, but from the way he speaks, Raon cleverly deduces that it's a single person. Wrath is floored that Raon caught on, not realizing he'd carelessly used the male pronoun his during his rant. The moment Wrath realizes he's been outsmarted, he explodes into a tirade of curses aimed at Rayon. Still, this doesn't guarantee they're dealing with a lone wolf. This one scout could have a whole army waiting in the wings. The unnerving feeling just won't fade, and a deep sense of dread tells Rayon this mission is about to go sideways. Elsewhere, the very spy who'd been shadowing the team slips away to debrief his superior. He reports spotting some brats from House Sieghart, though his boss seems utterly unimpressed. The scout clarifies that because they're connected to one of the 6 lords, they appear to be trainees, not seasoned warriors. He speculates it's their second mission since no instructors are in sight, and he confidently boasts that he remained completely undetected. His boss scoffs, agreeing there's no way mere trainees could have sensed his presence, but questions why Sieghart would even bother sending rookies. This was right after they had already dealt with some of the local orcs, leading the boss to guess the villagers sent out a distress signal. More orcs must have appeared, likely because they've squandered so much time searching for the magic stone they came here for. It turns out this shadowy sect is here on a secret quest, searching the entire mountain range for a specific magic stone. Having found nothing so far, the village itself is the last remaining place to search. When the scout asks if they should storm the village immediately, his boss orders him to hold his position. While the scout sees a prime chance to nip these new Sieghart buds, his boss knows that killing them would be trivially easy. But doing so would broadcast the magic stone's existence to the entire Sieghart house, which would mean losing the ultimate prize. They'd be trading a massive win for a fleeting victory, so the boss commands him to simply throw some monsters at the kids. The plan is to make them think they've completed their mission, so they'll pack up and leave. Then the boss pulls on a grotesque orc helmet. His body warps and transforms into a hulking orc as he informs his subordinate that after the trainees are gone, they will slaughter everyone in the village. Back in town, the trainees arrive and are shown to a lodge to rest. As they eat, Ron watches Warren and feels a sense of satisfaction, seeing that he is rising to the challenge of leadership. He handled it like a pro despite the initial jitters. What was seriously impressive, though, was his complete lack of arrogance. He never once flexed the Sieghart name on the locals. Instead, he put the village chief at ease, keeping everyone calm while laser-focused on the mission. But he knew Warren wasn't the real problem. The truth is, he and his crew could wipe the floor with these monsters solo. The real threat was that chilling, unseen gaze he felt lurking just outside the village. The second they stepped foot inside the village walls, it was like the presence just melted back into the mountain. Was this some secret pop quiz from the family, or was a third party pulling the strings? Either way, answers would have to wait for the morning, just hours before the squad had discovered some bizarre tracks up in the mountains, confirming that something nasty was out there. The chief filled them in, explaining that monsters were typical for this season. But this year, their numbers had tripled way more than his people could handle. He said they'd already spotted at least 100 of the beasts, and there were probably over 200 more hiding in the shadows. Since the trainees didn't know the treacherous mountain terrain, the chief offered to send the village's fastest man to act as their guide at dawn. The next day, a man named Kanbar, the Sabu mountain guide, led the team deep into the wilderness. But something was off. He was clearly not vibing with this whole mission. Despite the chief's orders to help the Sieghart extermination team, Raon immediately clocked his anxiety and gave him a quiet promise they'd get him back home without a single scratch. In the meantime, Warren was giving the team a tactical rundown. Orcs are the heavy hitters, but goblins and kobolds fight dirty, often using poison. He warned them not to drop their guard for a second, because one tiny poison nick from those creeps could be a death sentence. Warren then ordered the 6th training ground to form a defensive perimeter to catch any monsters that broke through the main line. Keen snapped to attention and obeyed instantly. With that, the hunt was on. They charged forward, ready to unleash the full might of Sieghart. As the trainees roared a battle cry, Wrath muttered under his breath about them being a pack of morons. Why spend all that time setting up a perfect ambush just to scream your location to the entire forest? Raon, however, saw it differently. He figured they were just trying to burn off the nervous energy of their first real fight by yelling together, which was totally understandable. Wrath couldn't figure out why Raon sounded like some wise old master, especially since this was supposed to be his first monster hunt too. The kid wasn't showing a single trace of fear. To Wrath, Raon looked like a battle-hardened veteran who had survived hundreds of brutal campaigns. Moments later, the trainees slammed into a horde of orcs, and the slaughter began. Martha was about to charge straight in, but Warren yelled a reminder to prioritize the goblins and kobolds first, before engaging the tanky orcs. But in the chaos, 2 orcs somehow busted through the 6th training group's formation, making a beeline for Raon and Kanbar, who was already freaking out, screaming that he never should have come. With ice in his veins, Raon blurred past the first orc, silencing it with a single clean slice to the neck. As green blood sprayed from the first kill, he was already moving, ghosting past the second orc before it could even lift its axe, and opening its throat as well. The 2 massive corpses crashed to the ground beside a frantic, collapsed Kanbar, who could only stammer, trying to process what he'd just witnessed. Raon was just relieved to see Kanbar was completely unharmed. Then his tone shifted. He casually asked the guide if there were any ancient legends about this mountain, maybe something about a legendary treasure or a powerful monster. Kanbar confirmed it. There was one tale, dating back a few hundred years, about a goblin king from the west who battled a legendary knight order right on this very mountain. The story goes that the goblin king's powerful ring is still buried somewhere up here. That single piece of intel hit Raon like a lightning bolt. Suddenly, it all made sense, that eerie feeling from yesterday, the unseen eyes that were still watching him even now. It all pointed to a deranged cult known as Eden, one of the 5 demonic pillars holding up the continent's dark underbelly. These guys were a special brand of psycho, constantly competing to see who could be the most unhinged. Eden's entire goal was restoration. They believed the era, 1,000 years ago, when monsters ruled the world, was true paradise, and they're actively trying to resurrect the monster god, to plunge the world back into that age of chaos. If that was their only gimmick, they would have been wiped out, as just another band of crazies. But this cult can actually command monsters like tamers. Even worse, they can absorb monster abilities into their own human bodies, giving them a terrifying power that threatens even the mighty house of Sieghart. Their bizarre power is a closely guarded secret that not even the most prestigious families on the continent know about. Raon, however, knew their methods all too well. He learned about them during his past life as an assassin under the command of Darius Robert. He had clashed with Eden while on a mission for Darius, a mission that turned into a bloodbath where every single one of his comrades was slaughtered, leaving him the sole survivor. But here's the twisted part. Darius knew from the very beginning that Eden was powered by magic stones. It's a huge red flag. Why would one of the 6 lords keep a critical fact like that secret from all the other major houses? Just then, wrath materializes as a wave of pure wrath surges through Raon, demanding to know what's brewing in his mind. Raon curses at him, a reflex by now, but instantly recognizes his own emotions are spiraling out of control again. It was the thought of Darius that set him off. He forces himself to cool down to focus on the immediate threat right in front of him, Eden. Based on what Kanbar revealed, Eden's primary goal has to be the Goblin King's magic stone. That legendary artifact was left behind somewhere in this forest after the king was slain centuries ago. They're hunting that stone because it's packed with an insane amount of mana. Suddenly it all clicks. If this is Eden's operation, the monster attack was just a brilliant misdirection. They sent the beasts to trick the trainees into thinking they'd won, clearing the way so Eden could hunt for the stone unopposed. Back on the battlefield, Warren locks eyes on a colossal orc he pegs as the chieftain. He moves in for the final glorious blow, but out of nowhere, Marta stubbornly beats him to it, obliterating the monster herself. Seeing their leader fall, Warren signals the squad to mop up the remaining grunts. A wave of victory and excitement rushes through the team. Elsewhere, Raon presses Kanbar, asking if any strange gems or treasures ever surfaced on the mountain. Kanbar recalls a story from his childhood, a forgotten piece of village lore. The old village chief once climbed the mountain and dug a brilliant red gem from its very peak. When Raon pushes for more details, Kanbar admits no one knows for sure, but he's got a strong hunch about its location. He thinks it's buried deep beneath the floorboards of the chief's house. The strangest part, ever since that gem arrived, the village has felt unnaturally warm. That single detail sends a shiver down Raon's spine. The situation is escalating into something far more catastrophic than he anticipated. If Eden scours the mountain and comes up empty-handed, their next logical step would be to completely level Cebu village. Back on the front lines, the trainees finally crush the last of the orcs, successfully completing their extermination mission. The village chief overflows with gratitude, praising them for their incredible skill and honoring the legendary Sieghart name. Raon, however, watches the celebration from a distance, his mind a million miles away. Marta suddenly confronts him, demanding to know if this was his endgame. She declares she still has no clue why he swapped command with Warren. He tells her he's not entirely sure himself, but he promises to explain everything when the time is right. Trusting him, she vows to follow his orders to the letter until the mission is truly over. A little later, Ruinen finds him alone. She can tell something is eating at him, that his mood is anything but victorious. He deflects, brushing off her concern and suggesting they join the victory feast the village chief is preparing. But his mind is consumed by one chilling thought: Eden is just waiting for them to leave. The moment they're gone, a new wave of monsters will descend. The next morning, as the trainees march out of Cebu village, Warren can't help but feel a surge of pride, replaying the mission's incredible success in his head. They wiped out every last monster on the mountain, without a single fatality, and only a few minor scrapes to show for it. Their first official mission was executed perfectly. He figures that's why. Raon hasn't demanded the commander position back. He thinks his commands were flawless without a single gap. He's not sure what Raon was trying to prove, but he's satisfied that he's finally acknowledged Warren's leadership is just as sharp as his. With his head held high, Warren leads the trainees onward, but as they march, a flicker of wrongness prickles at Raon's senses. He holds up a hand, ordering everyone to halt. The trainees begin to grumble. It's way too early to make camp. What the hell is going on? Suddenly, Raon's voice cuts through the confusion, sharp and cold. The real mission begins now. Warren and Keen are floored. It makes absolutely no sense. They annihilated the orcs. They even cleaned up the battlefield. What more could there be? Raon lays it out for them. Their mission was twofold: exterminate the monsters and protect the village. They only accomplished the first part, because up until an hour ago, a hidden enemy was watching their every move, and now they've vanished. You might mistake them for an instructor at first glance, but the sheer hostility radiating off them was a dead giveaway. That's not a vibe any teacher has. He reveals he sensed that presence long before they hit the village, a shadow that stalked them until it finally melted away towards their destination when they were half a day out. Warren and Marta are completely blindsided by this revelation. They were being tracked before they even arrived. Raon clarifies, his voice low and serious, that they were targeted the exact moment they crested the hill overlooking the town. And in that instant, it all clicks for Warren. The whole reason Raon handed over the commander role was a strategic play, a way to fade into the background and get a real measure of their enemy. Kale was genuinely floored by Raon's razor-sharp mind. The kid's instincts and strategic plays were already outclassing some of their instructors. What really shook him was that even his own senses failed to pick up the eyes watching them from the shadows. A harsh dose of reality slammed into Warren, forcing him to ask why he was ever handed the commander's title. And in a wild twist, Raon admits he gave him the position out of pure trust, believing Warren could lead the trainees far more effectively than he ever could, making him the picture-perfect top trainee for the enemy to lock onto. So they'd never even register his own presence. Raon praised him, saying he truly embodied the Sieghart name. Then he drops the bomb. They should nominate Warren as the vice top trainee officially when they get back. The words hit Warren like a physical blow. He'd been thinking they were standing on the same level equals, only to find out he was nothing more than a glorified decoy to keep their enemies distracted. Raon then declares that it's fundamentally impossible for monsters to cooperate with other races, yet the orcs and goblins were working in perfect sync, which could only mean their enemies have some shady method to puppeteer the monsters. Their #1 priority now fortify the village against the lingering enemy threat. They all begin the trek back to Sabu village, but this time they move like ghosts, trying not to be seen. Ron tells them to just watch their footing, since they had no gear to help them blend in. But then the unexpected happens. Turns out Dorian had been lugging around a whole stash of disguise tools, leaving everyone speechless that he was carrying 40 kits, just in case. It's a hilarious peek into just how paranoid the kid can be. While the team gets camouflaged, Raon orders Crane to sprint to the closest branch and give them a full sit rep. Before splitting up, Raon lays down the law, reminding the trainees to follow his orders. From this point forward, with zero hesitation, no questions asked. 5 hours click by, near Sabu Mountain. Inside Eden's makeshift hideout, a scout confirms that the trainees have bailed from the village. It's the green light they've been waiting for to kick off their plan, codenamed Restoration. The boss slaps his helmet back on and morphs into a hulking orc, with a whole squad of orcs materializing at his side. His command is chillingly simple: wipe every last villager off the map. The orc horde thunders down the mountain straight for the village, as Raon and Warren observe from above. Warren is stunned that even more orcs have shown up, just like Raon predicted, and his blood boils with the need to charge in and annihilate them all. But before he can make a move, Raon stops him cold, reminding him it's not time yet. Someone is watching them, and he knows it's human, but the enemy's true face remains hidden in the shadows. The sheer number of orcs and their brutal weapons send a shiver down Warren's spine, though, and he grows frantic, convinced the village will suffer massive casualties if they don't act immediately. Meanwhile, Raon calmly explains that they'll be utterly wiped out and defeated if they jump the gun. Warren still wants to charge in, overwhelmed by the massive orc army, but Raon's voice is like steel. It's not time. Our boy Raon then briefs the others, telling them they have to be extra careful now that they're facing Eden. Luckily, the name seems to ring a bell. The infamous 5-demon sect known as Eden. Raon, however, isn't totally convinced that it's really them. He knows the power to control monsters points to 2 terrifying possibilities. Either agents from the Eden sect are on the ground, or a Lord-rank monster has appeared. That's why they absolutely cannot afford to be reckless. Warren gets it. He recognizes the threat Eden poses, and understands Raon's ice-cold logic, but he just can't stomach the idea of letting half the villagers be slaughtered, while they do absolutely nothing. He confronts Raon's strategy of just hiding while people are dying, telling him he once believed Raon was more worthy of the Sieghart name than himself, but he cannot accept this. He can't just sit on his hands. To him, drawing your sword to protect the innocent, that is the true path of a Sieghart swordsman. Without another word, he leaps from the mountain toward the village, shouting back to the others that they don't have to follow him unless they too see themselves as true swordsmen of Sieghart. As Raon watches him go, Runan immediately jumps down to follow him. The other trainees are fired up. Warren is right. It would be a disgrace for Sieghart's name to cower before the 5 demons. They all decide to charge in after them, to defend the village and its people. Kale also gives the signal, leading the 6th training ground to back up the 5th, and clash with Eden's forces. After the dust settles, only a few trainees are left standing with Raon. But here's the kicker: Raon saw this coming. Based on everything he's observed, he knew their sense of justice wouldn't let them stand by and do nothing. He'd even sent a secret aura message to Runan ahead of time, telling her to follow Warren's lead. The only silver lining is that with Warren and Kale at the front, the trainees might actually stand a chance for a little while against Eden. The one piece of the puzzle Raon didn't foresee, however, was Martha waiting behind. She was always the first to rush into the fray in situations like this. Her staying was the one thing he never expected. When he poses the question, she just reminds him of her vow to follow his lead no matter what. Her complete trust sparks a grin on his face, and he announces to the crew that they're also heading into the village. But they're going full stealth mode, moving like ghosts, especially since Eden's bound to have backup troops lurking that aren't part of the main brawl. For some reason, Raon feels a terrifying wave of bloodlust radiating from the heart of the mountain, and it isn't moving toward the village. While the other trainees can handle the grunts, a direct confrontation with this unknown threat would be a total wipeout. Meanwhile, on the front lines, Warren is directing the squad not to charge the orcs head-on, but to parry their blows and unleash devastating counters. He also shouts for them to team up, saying a 2-on-1 assault is the way to go if a solo fight gets tough. Their mission is crystal clear: create a wall and stop these orcs from ever reaching the village. He quickly realizes these monsters are way more savage and pack a much bigger punch than the orcs from yesterday's skirmish. Still, if this is all Eden has up their sleeve, protecting the village shouldn't be too hard. The only problem is knowing Eden's reputation. This can't be their whole plan, making him wonder if Raon's gut feeling was right all along. To brace for any nasty surprises, he orders everyone to keep their eyes peeled for ambushes from the sky or the dense bushes. As the battle rages, a new unit materializes behind them, a squad known as Eden's Green Demon Troop. With their signature goblin masks and helmets, their allegiance to Eden is undeniable, and a quick scan tells Warren they're facing over 40 new enemies. Reacting instantly to the new danger he commands, keen to hold the line against the orcs, while Runan flash freezes the ground under both the orcs and the green demons. With the battlefield turned to ice, he'll personally handle the green demons. Runan immediately confirms the order and unleashes her power. She blasts the area with her frost aura, freezing the monsters in their tracks. A single pulse of her chilling power encases a nearby orc in solid ice. That's Warren's cue, and he blitzes in for the kill, activating his star-connecting sword skill with a lightning-fast dash. He vaults toward the frozen orcs, slicing through their necks, and unleashing another deadly art called the Sword of Autumn Wind. But what he doesn't see is a member of the Eden Green Demon group perched in a tree directly behind him taking aim. Suddenly, a storm of poisoned needles rains down on the trainees, forcing Warren to yell for everyone to block with their aura, or use footwork to evade. A moment later, they realize the ground is now shrouded in a toxic fog, and the trainees start choking on the fumes. This poison is insanely potent, way stronger than anything the monsters used before, and Warren screams for them to cover their mouths. One by one, the trainees begin to buckle their swords, slipping from their grasp, and even Warren feels his world start to tilt. He'd been tagged by the poison in that split second before he noticed, and now his body is starting to seize up. Runan is also growing dizzy, but the swarm of monsters and green demons just keeps coming, their numbers never seeming to shrink. At this rate, their total annihilation is just moments away. Then suddenly, a massive explosion rips right through the center of the battlefield. When the smoke clears, the source of that insane power is revealed to be Marta. Standing behind her is the rest of their squad. They had stuck with Rayon, and now she's leading the charge, telling them it's time to take out the trash and leave no survivors. The struggling trainees are beyond relieved to see Marta and the second team arrive. Any longer, and they would have been done for. They were seconds from collapsing from the poison in the air before Marta's explosive entrance completely cleared it away. With renewed hope, they rally to rejoin the fight. Even though Rayon is still a no-show, it feels like the tables have finally turned. It finally looks like they can actually win this. Meanwhile, the green demons are stunned that mere trainees could possess this much power. They decide to bolt before they get wiped out, but just as they turn to flee, their boss appears, blocking their escape route and asking where they think they're going. The sheer presence of this newcomer shocks everyone on the field. His aura is on a completely different dimension compared to the other green demons, and he can speak their language. From the menacing fighter's helmet he wears, it's obvious he is the Eden Green War Demon. Even with a low rank, he's one of Eden's top executives, so what in the world is a guy like him doing in a place like this? The Green War Demon mutters that the initial report said the trainees had already withdrawn. He figures they must have sensed the ambush and circled back, admitting that's pretty sharp for a bunch of students. Sizing them up, he identifies Marta as the one who likely sniffed out the trap, and remarks that they should have just kept running. To punish them for not knowing their place, he decides he'll just slaughter them all with one attack. In a terrifying flash, the demon effortlessly takes down Warren, Marta, and Runan. The shocking turn of events leaves the other trainees completely paralyzed with fear. They frantically search for Keen to help, only to see he's pinned down, desperately fighting orcs near the village barricade. Rayon is also nowhere in sight, and the horrifying thought crosses their minds that he must have ditched them after spotting the Green War Demon. As Marta painfully tries to push herself back to her feet, the Green War Demon scoffs, commending her as the only decent fighter in this pile of trash, especially since she somehow clocked their presence. Still in his eyes, she's just a worthless pest, no talent, no power, no will, about to get stomped into oblivion. He hoists his massive sword, ready to end them all, when suddenly Raun erupts from the forest behind him, wreathed in a magnificent inferno of golden fire. As he rockets towards the monster's neck, the war demon senses the incoming threat and dodges in a flash. But Raun still manages to sever his hand, pinning it to the dirt with the 10,000 Flames Cultivation First Flame Vortex. The demon just smirks, completely unbothered. He'd intentionally let the blow land there, baiting the attack away from his neck. Missing the kill shot infuriates Raun, but he's already got an assassination strategy cooking. The green demon taunts him, saying that while the surprise attack cost him an arm, that's the absolute best Raun could ever hope for. The demon can see it plain as day. Our hero looks like he's just about gassed out, having burned through most of his energy on that one strike. Internally, Raun knows he's right. He dumped way too much power into that all-or-nothing gamble, and now he can barely even twitch. He glares at the demon, asking if he's the shot caller around here. The demon scoffs, saying his bosses would never waste their time on a dump like this village, so yeah, he's in command. Raun fires back, sneering that psychos like him are always a wild card. The insult hits a nerve, and the demon's face twists with rage. He snarls that Raun's mouth is way too foul for his pretty boy face, and dares him to see how long that trash talk lasts. When the demon lunges, our boy instantly realizes they're both running on empty. Knowing this is his only shot, he explodes into a counteroffensive. The demon is genuinely shocked that Raun actually parried the blow, and he has to admit the kid is way tougher than he looks. Rayon just smirks back, saying he'd have to quit being a swordsman if he couldn't even block an attack that weak. The demon lets out a deranged laugh, unleashing a relentless storm of blows, and sarcastically praising our protagonist's grit, calling him a little rookie. While this insane battle rages, Buren watches from the side, his mind completely blown. He can't process what he's seeing. Rayon is going toe-to-toe with the same green demon that single-handedly wiped the floor with all of them. On top of that, our hero is using the star-connecting sword, the same technique Buren just used. Buren thought he was finally closing the gap, but he now sees that Rayon has already blasted past the level of a mere trainee. Just then, Martha appears at his side. She remarks that this is Rayon's true power, and everything he's shown them before was just him holding back. Buren grimly notes that just being an even match isn't going to cut it, not when Rayon had no time to recover his aura after that first ambush. A flicker of worry crosses Martha's face as she wonders if Rayon can actually pull off a win with his stamina so critically low. Out of nowhere, Runan materializes, stating flatly that they need to help. Martha, in disbelief, reminds her that she's barely standing herself, and Runan is in even worse shape. But Runan's expression is ice-cold calm, a fact that unnerves Martha more than anything. Buren, ashamed that he was even hesitating, declares he's going in too. Martha desperately questions him, asking if he's already forgotten how that demon clapped them all. She argues that the three of them joining in will change nothing. Still, Buren stands firm, insisting they can't just ditch their comrade, and reminding her that they are swordsmen of Sieghart. With a sigh, Martha gives in, warning them that if this goes south, it's on their heads. Together, the three of them step onto the battlefield, ready to put their lives on the line. Meanwhile, the green demon is genuinely impressed that Raon, some random trainee, has held out for so long. He even considers offering him a spot in Eden. Curious, the demon demands his name. Our boy stands tall and replies, Raon Sieghart. The name hits the demon like a lightning bolt. He stares at the red hair, the crimson eyes, and it clicks. This isn't just any Sieghart. This is the direct bloodline, the heir of the destructive king of the north. The demon's expression shifts instantly. Any thought of recruitment vanishes. Instead, a twisted resolve takes its place. He has to kill Rayon, no matter the cost, for the glory of the restoration. With a guttural roar, the demon unleashes a new wave of power, swinging his colossal blade. Our boy leaps away, stunned by his opponent's sudden burst of speed, realizing he's tapped into some kind of battle frenzy. Even as he defends with the ring of fire, Rayon knows he's still on his last legs. But then, from behind the demon, Martha launches her own surprise attack. She slams a devastating blow into the demon's back. He whirls around, screaming at her, calling her a pathetic gnat. But as he turns to crush Martha, Runan slides in front of our hero, unleashing her frost aura breath of winter directly at the demon. Taking her cue, Buren lunges with his star-connecting sword and chain starlight combo, but the demon's hand shoots out, grabbing him by the throat. He squeezes and blood trickles from Buren's mouth. The demon sneers, asking if he seriously thought a pathetic parlor trick like that would work, and says that Buren has none of the skill that blonde kid possesses. Buren chokes out that he knows he can't defeat the demon with that move, but he insists that he can at least buy them some time. The demon hesitates, confused for a split second by what he means. Suddenly, Martha unleashes her Titan aura meteor form, screaming for the demon to take this. Enraged, the demon hurls Buren's body directly at Martha, slamming them both to the ground as he bellows that their pathetic resistance is pointless. But our hero, with unshakable conviction, he roars that their battle was never meaningless. He honors his team for putting their lives on the line, to buy him precious seconds, vowing that their gambit will pay off. The demon is just floored, wondering how Rayon still has this much power. He's just trying to figure out who this kid even is, but our boy just raises his blade, telling the demon he should feel blessed. This is the very first time he's ever unleashed this move on an actual opponent. He thought he couldn't pull it off, but this entire brawl proved him dead wrong. Activating 10,000 Flames Cultivation Winds of Blazing Dominion, Raon's entire body just explodes in a vortex of fire, a completely different level from the flames he used in that sneak attack. The demon's survival instincts are screaming at him. He knows he has to shut this down right now. He lunges at our hero, but Rayon charges right back, meeting him head-on and slamming into the demon with unreal precision. Our protagonist unleashes a furious assault and completely overwhelms his enemy. The demon's corpse crashes to the ground, utterly still. Our hero stands tall, the victor. Nearby, his squad is just shell-shocked, their minds struggling to process what they just witnessed. Did he really just solo the Green War? Demon Raon snaps them out of it, shouting that the fight's not over yet. Eden's other freaks are still lurking. He gives the order, exterminate every last one of them for the future of their domain, for peace and for the safety of this village. The soldiers roar back, their acknowledgement, promising to see it through. Buren steps up, admitting Raon was 100% right. If it weren't for his strategy and the second unit, they would have been completely wiped out. The second they engaged, even the innocent villagers they swore to protect would have been slaughtered. He thanks Raon for saving all of them. and apologizes for challenging his orders. Buren adds that even so, he would have charged to the village on his own, because in his mind, turning a blind eye to evil just because you're outmatched is something a Zeegart swordsman can never do. Raon turns his back, telling Buren he did good. That very spirit is why he fought so damn hard. He thinks to himself that if even one of them had been missing, this whole battle could have ended in disaster, and that's why our protagonist gives them his most sincere thanks, making sure they know he's not just saying it. Buren, looking a little awkward, confesses he doesn't fully get what Raon is aiming for, but he swears to get stronger so he can handle his duties next time without needing a bailout. Next up, Raon gives Martha her props, admitting he only got the chance to recover because she drew the war demon's aggro. In those critical final moments, he thanks her for following his plan. Martha just scoffs, claiming she would literally rather die than fail a direct order before storming off to help with the village repairs. With that done, our swordsman finally wonders if the mission is actually complete. The instant the tension fades, a bone-deep exhaustion crashes over him and his legs feel like they're about to give out. But just as he's about to hit the dirt, Runan materializes behind him, catching him and asking if he's okay. Raon is totally caught off guard by her sudden appearance and asks if she knew he was about to faceplant. She just nods, saying he had that same wiped-out look he gets during their sparring sessions. Our hero lets out a sigh of relief. It hits him that he wasn't the only one looking out for his team. They were watching his back the entire time too. He murmurs his thanks to Runan as he rests his head on her lap. Out of nowhere, a system alert pops up, notifying him that he has pushed past his known limits. In a life-or-death fight, boosting all his stats by 1. He successfully baited and crushed an enemy who was leagues above him. The system then lays out his new status and loot. Raon immediately gets it. These are the drops. For taking down the Green War Demon, a stat buff, a brand new trait, and even a title. Intrigued, he decides to dive into the details. He pushes himself up and tells Runan to head back to the village while he sweeps the area for any stragglers. A little later, our protagonist is chilling in the forest, scrolling through his stat page. He notes that the 3 points might not look like a huge deal right now, but as he levels up, these permanent stat gains are going to be game-changing, especially since the enemies he'll face are only going to get more OP. This is basically a permanent power-up. The system gives him the full breakdown of his new backstab trait. Raon realizes this skill is tailor-made for an assassin build. If he'd had this from the start, that first ambush probably would have ended the fight before it even began. Just then, Wrath pops up out of nowhere, absolutely fuming. He's demanding to know why the system is showering Raon with rewards for beating some low-level scrub, questioning the entire logic of the program he personally created. But Raon just thanks Wrath, telling him he's the reason he's getting so much stronger. Absolutely triggered, Wrath swears Raon will never get a peaceful end, and promises to make him suffer for all eternity. Our hero just shrugs off the empty threats, telling him to bring it on if he thinks he can. A massive grin spreading across his face, as Wrath absolutely loses it. Back at the village, the students are pitching in to rebuild. One of them yells for more timber, confused about where the pile of debris they'd gathered up has gone since it was right there a second ago. Elsewhere, our boy jolts awake from a deep sleep, shocked that he actually passed out when he only meant to rest his eyes for a minute. Stepping out of his room, he's blown away when he sees the students have already finished reconstructing the massive wooden barricades. He stirs from his slumber to find Runan watching over him, her voice soft as she asks if he's feeling any better. He flashes a reassuring smile, confirming a quick power nap was all he needed to get back on his feet. But she gently urges him up, revealing that they need to get going because everyone is waiting. Raon's brow furrows in confusion. Who on earth could possibly be waiting for him? Runan clarifies that the entire village of Cebu is waiting for them. Moments later, the group steps into the town square, where they are met by a sea of faces radiating pure gratitude. The legendary Zeegart swordsman. The villagers flock to Raon, their voices overflowing with thanks for protecting their homes and putting his own life on the line. They passionately declare that without his intervention, their village would have been utterly annihilated. They swear an oath to never forget his heroic stand and the monumental events of that day. Raon is staggered by the sheer force of his friend's admiration and the villagers' heartfelt reverence. A thought strikes him in his entire former life as a deadly assassin. He never once felt anything like this. In that cold world, no one offered him a shred of kindness or appreciation. There was only the brutal calculus of life and death, and every single one of his accomplishments was credited to Darius Robert. It didn't matter how many targets he eliminated or how many grim tasks he completed, all the glory was funneled directly to Darius. But now standing here, Raon is finally being seen for his own achievements. He questions if he's ever experienced true feeling before this very moment. This sensation is intoxicating. A fire ignites within him, a desperate craving for more of this admiration, more of this recognition. Our hero makes a vow to live his life as a swordsman, not a shadow, so he can chase this feeling and witness scenes like this again and again. He is dead set that this will be his new reality. As night blankets the village, the locals gather, their hushed conversations filling the air. Meanwhile, Rayon intercepts the village chief, asking for a private word about a pressing question he needs answered in confidence. The chief readily agrees, and Rayon leads him away from the crowd, leaving the old man to wonder what could be so urgent. Rayon cuts straight to the chase, demanding to know which faction was pulling the strings, commanding the orcs that assaulted their village. The chief solemnly confirms he knows. He reveals that the blue-haired swordsman identified the mastermind as Eden, one of the 5 demons, but confesses he's baffled as to why their tiny, humble village was ever on their radar. Our hero then pivots, mentioning something he overheard from Sir Kanbar. Amid the chaos of battle, a rumor that a red gemstone was unearthed in Cebu Mountain long ago. He presses the chief, asking if there's any truth to it. The old man's eyes widen. He confirms the tale is true, recounting how he discovered that very gemstone in his youth and brought it home. Rayon connects the dots instantly, stating that Eden's true objective must be the gemstone. The chief is shell-shocked, realizing his discovery might have been the catalyst for all this bloodshed, and he laments that his ignorance nearly brought total ruin upon everyone he cared about. Rayon warns him that even though they repelled Eden's forces for now, as long as that gemstone remains here, the village will always have a target on its back. The chief confesses he had been treating the stone like a guardian spirit, convinced it was the reason their land became so fertile, and the weather grew mild after he secretly buried it. He never dreamed it was actually a magical bullseye for Eden's dark ambitions. Panic flashes in his eyes as he asks if they should dig it up and toss it away. Our boy shakes his head, stating that he'll be taking it with him. The chief is taken aback, calling him their savior. Rayon lays it out cold from Eden's twisted perspective. Humans are nothing but fuel for their revival, and they will relentlessly hunt for that gemstone. Simply throwing it away won't work. Taking it to the fortress of Zeegart is the only real play. The chief's face clouds with worry, fearing that Zeegart will become Eden's next obsession, and he can't bear shifting this catastrophic threat onto their protectors. Rayon reassures him with unshakable confidence that this is precisely the duty of Zeegart. The chief, breathing a sigh of relief, is overwhelmed with gratitude, saying that they are in Zeegart's debt once again. Our hero pauses, puzzled, and asks what he means by once again. The chief reveals a long-held secret decades ago, when he was just a bit older than Rayon, is now the current patriarch of the house. Glenn Zeegart single-handedly saved their village. Rayon is absolutely floored, struggling to imagine the head of house doing such a thing. The chief affirms it, his memory crystal clear, as he describes how Glenn Zeegart defended them from a monstrous horde, and showed every person immense kindness, wearing the same warm smile Rayon does. Rayon's mind immediately contrasts that image with the ice-cold grandfather he knows today. The old chief catches himself apologizing for getting lost in his memories, and beckons our hero to follow him to where the gemstone is hidden. Arriving at the burial spot, the chief sighs, admitting he never could have fathomed that the object he believed was their blessing would turn out to be a harbinger of disaster. After digging it up, our swordsman inspects the cloth enshrouding the gem. The old man explains it's a priceless family heirloom, woven to suppress the gem's intense scarlet glow. Rayon peels back the cloth and lays eyes on the Goblin King's magic stone. For the first time, a horrifying realization dawning on him. If Eden gets their hands on this, they could spawn another monster with the Goblin King's devastating power. He quickly tells the chief to cover it back up, but his words die in his throat as a colossal man materializes out of the darkness behind them. The newcomer chuckles, remarking that they could never pinpoint the gemstone's location, despite searching relentlessly, and now he understands it was because of the cloth masking its immense energy. He muses that without that veil, the village would have been wiped from existence long ago. Rayon instantly registers the threat and demands to know who he is, his sword already flashing out of its sheath. But deep down, a cold dread floods our boy's veins. He never even sensed this man's approach. Not a flicker of presence. This is bad. Real bad. The giant keeps toying with him, demanding a guess before finally brandishing a mask. Rayon's eyes lock onto it. The design is unmistakably that of an ogre. He wonders aloud if this is the infamous blood-raving demon. The giant practically beams, confirming it and complimenting Rayon's sharp eye for a mere Zeegart trainee. He formally introduces himself as Eden's blood-raving demon, admitting he can't get a perfect read on Rayon's power level, but bets he's the swordsman who took down the Green War Demon. Rayon processes this, so this must be the superior the Green War Demon was talking about, the one who swore he wouldn't show up here. The blood-raving demon slips on the mask, explaining that he assigned the original mission, and would have never bothered coming personally if the Green War Demon hadn't gotten himself killed. In other words, Rayon brought this on himself. An overwhelming wave of pure battle lust washes over our hero. The energy is suffocating. He knows with chilling certainty that even if every single trainee in Subo teamed up, they wouldn't stand a ghost of a chance against this monster. And right on cue, Wrath's voice echoes in his head, flatly telling Rayon he cannot win. He offers a grim choice: keep up this useless struggle, and die for nothing, or just hand over control of his body. As if to prove the point, the giant's form begins to twist and warp into a hulking green creature, making the threat terrifyingly real. Meanwhile, back at the village, Rayon's friends are still working on the fences when Buren spots Martha walking over. He asks what she's doing here. She playfully jabs at him, saying she came to make sure he was actually working, then adds that he looks more like a natural-born carpenter than a swordsman. He grumbles for her to get lost. Martha shoots back that since she's older, he can't boss her around, declaring that there's only one person who gets to give her orders. Just then, they see Runan with a basket overflowing with fruit. Both Martha and Buren question why she's out gathering more when the villagers already gave them plenty. Runan explains that this batch is specifically for Rayon and it's much fresher. Martha grins, teasing, "Look at you already playing the doting wife." Runan just ignores the jab and starts to walk away. But then a colossal explosion rips through the air nearby, instantly snapping everyone to attention. Without a second's hesitation, Runan sprints toward the blast, her heart pounding with worry for Rayon, shouting to the others that it came from, where he and the chief had gone. She orders them to arm themselves and to get a message to Keen and the 6th training ground. Immediately, Buren, Martha, and Runan tear off towards the chief's house, screaming Rayon's name as they get closer. They find him on one knee, shielding the village chief's body, with his own panting and clearly injured. Rayon immediately shoves the unconscious chief into Buren's arms, ordering his friends to get him somewhere safe and then get the hell out of there. Martha, completely stunned, asks what he's talking about. In that instant, an oppressive, suffocating energy crashes down on them, making it impossible for Buren to even breathe. Runan feels like her lungs are being crushed from the inside out, and Martha fares no better. The three of them collapse to the ground, pinned by the sheer force. The blood-raving demon of Eden grins, delighted that more little lambs have wandered into the slaughter. Buren looks up, his eyes widening as he recognizes the ogre-like armor. He realizes they're facing one of Eden's top dogs. The demon just scoffs at them, mocking the so-called Sieghart swordsman for crumbling under a tiny bit of pressure. Rayon screams at the demon, asking if he has a death wish, then turns his focus to his friends, urging them to snap out of it. He warns them that if they stay frozen, they are all going to be annihilated. Our boy commands them to focus their aura, to push back against the pressure and to get on their feet. He tells Buren to get the chief to safety and start evacuating the entire village. Buren manages a nod, promising he'll be back as fast as he can. Rayon then orders Martha and Runan to hang back, create diversions when needed, but absolutely not to engage the enemy head-on. Just watch the flow of battle. He reminds them of Instructor Rimmer's old words: they have to surpass their own limits. Well, this is that moment. He's telling them they need to shatter their physical and mental ceilings right now. The demon chuckles, admitting he admires their fighting spirit but doubts that simply surpassing their limits will be anywhere near enough to deal with him. At the same time, Rayon knows everyone, the trainees, the villagers, is counting on him. If he breaks here, it's all over. He frantically scans for any possible opening, any weakness to exploit, but he can't shake the feeling that he's standing at the bottom of an impossibly tall cliff. This would have been a nightmare opponent even in his past life, let alone in his current state. The demon notes Rayon's battle stance but casually asks if he's actually going to attack or just pose all day. Not that it matters. He warns that if Rayon won't make the first move, he'll be more than happy to. The instant the demon lunges, Rayon realizes he's somehow even faster than before. Our protagonist unleashes an attack with his 10,000 flames cultivation, conjuring 10 blades of fire with the revolving sky technique. The demon barrels right through them, admitting the raw power is impressive. But despite the inferno, he plows forward, putting Rayon completely on the back foot. Rayon throws up a block, barely deflecting a devastating blow. The demon's punch pulverizes a massive boulder behind him. In his mind, our boy knows he only just managed to alter the punch's trajectory using the ring of fire. If he hadn't, that would have been an instant kill. He wants to fall back to regroup, but he knows his friends are watching, studying his every move to find a way to survive this. Even a 1% chance is better than 0. Our hero lunges forward again, but the demon just laughs, clearly enjoying what he calls a decent warm-up. It would have been way too boring if Rayon's flames just fizzled out from a single punch. He dares the demon to keep the fight going. The demon unleashes another fist, a blur that Rayon barely evades as the impact kicks up a massive cloud of dust and smoke. Even the demon has to admit Rayon's flames are built different, a whole other league compared to some basic aura. And in that moment he gets it. This is how he took down the Green War Demon, a realization that makes the loss sting even more. He then taunts Rayon, saying fire is completely useless against him, and asks if he knows the reason. Our protagonist just says, "Yeah, I know. It's all about the helmet forged from the armor of an ogre king." Rayon spells it out. Ogres, the undisputed rulers of the forest, can walk through raging infernos without a scratch, capable of smashing castles to rubble, even while being pelted by countless flaming arrows. The blood-raving demon has that same insane trait, making fire attacks a total waste of time. Hearing this, the demon just scoffs. He sneers that Rayon should get it by now. Any aura he throws out will be completely futile. But our hero just shrugs. If fire's off the table, he'll just have to try something else. With a flash, he unleashes a chilling frost aura, and the demon is visibly stunned by the sudden elemental switch. He was already shook by Rayon's god-tier control over fire, but now he's staring down an equally masterful water attribute aura. Floored, the demon demands to know how someone so young could wield such advanced attributes with such insane precision. He's left wondering what Rayon's real deal is. Our hero just smirks back. Does it really matter, he asks, since you're about to be defeated by these very hands? Pissed off by his sheer confidence, the demon roars out a challenge. He's gonna find out just how long that fighting spirit will last. From a distance, a group of swordsmen spot the explosive battle and immediately bolt towards the scene. Buren, full of anxiety, screams out to see if his friends are still breathing. Then he stops dead in his tracks when he sees Rayon fearlessly clashing with the demon. But Buren is shocked to see a frost aura, not flames. He realizes Rayon can command two different auras. His brain can't even process when their boy became such a monster with a sword. See, across the entire continent, warriors are ranked into different tiers based on their power, and it's the same for any weapon, including swords. It all comes down to a warrior's aura level. Newbies who are just starting out are called allied beginners. Once they get the hang of flowing aura through their weapons, they graduate to aura users. Push that skill even further, and you hit the realm of the aura expert, where you can literally shoot aura out from your blade. And that's when it clicks for Buren. Rayon has hit the expert level. He's wielding pure sword energy. It should be absolutely impossible, but there he is going toe-to-toe with the blood-raving demon. Buren is in awe seeing Rayon fighting on the very edge of the expert realm, barely managing to hang on. Still, he can't ignore the terrifying power gap between them. Just then, Rayon catches his eye and gives him a look. A silent command that only people who have bled and trained together for years could possibly understand. Buren gets it instantly. Rayon is signaling for a pincer attack the second he creates an opening. Ruin and Martha see the signal and brace themselves too. The three of them make a silent vow. They will protect their village, and they believe that with him they can actually pull it off. In the chaos of the fight, our hero yells. He urges his friends to unleash every last bit of power they have. The trio rockets toward the demon's head, while its attention is locked on Rayon. They're dead set on winning this with their own power. But to their horror, the demon grins. This is exactly what he was waiting for. He unleashes a shockwave of astral energy that sends all three of them flying like ragdolls. Buren immediately recognizes that suffocating power. The demon isn't just an expert anymore. He's broken through to the next level. He's a master. With a mocking laugh, the blood-raving demon actually thanks Rayon. He saved him the hassle of picking them off one by one, and he's clearly enjoying the sight of their hope twisting into pure despair. He sneers, asking if Rayon seriously thought he stood a chance, and warns him that he's about to die right here for not knowing his place. But our protagonist roars back that he wasn't the only one waiting for the perfect moment. Rayon channels all the murderous intent he gathered from his past life as an assassin, and fuses it with the soul-deep cold of his frost aura, pouring it all into his 10,000 Flames cultivation sword art. He focuses every ounce of that power into a single ultimate point, designed to pierce through anything. In a flash, Rayon is right at the demon's chest, driving his sword home. The blood-raving demon collapses to its knees, but after a beat, it gets back up. Gripping the blade stuck in its torso, the demon asks with genuine surprise if Rayon timed his attack for the exact moment his guard was down. He admits that if he had made even one tiny mistake, he would have died, and then he throws a monstrous punch. The demon sends Rayon flying and then snaps his sword with its bare hand, telling him he's just too damn weak to close the gap between them. Our young swordsman crashes to the ground, lamenting that even though he attacked when the demon's aura was at its absolute weakest, he still couldn't break through those super fortified muscles. He realizes the demon actually managed to block the fatal blow by instantly hardening his own skin and muscle into living armor, the true mark of an aura master. Looking at the situation, Rayon knows the plan has completely failed. As the top-ranked trainee, he barks an order for all Sieghart cadets to fall back, immediately stressing they have zero chance of victory in their current battered state. He directs the team to shift their entire focus to the evacuation. Their new mission is to save every single resident they can find. Without warning, he screams at Buren, insisting that this is no way for a swordsman of Sieghart to die. Our hero commands everyone to retreat, to get away from the blood-raving demon, no matter the cost. Without hesitation, the team follows his lead. With Buren taking charge of the evacuation, they all start running, and Runan yells back at Rayon, telling him he better not die on them. His face is a mask of sheer determination. At the same time, the demon starts taunting Rayon, asking if he honestly believes his friends can get away, or if he truly thinks he can hold this monster off all by himself. In that instant, our boy calls out to Wrath, proposing a bet. Wrath practically buzzing with excitement for his turn jokes that this feels less like a wager and more like Raon's final stand. He asks what the terms are, and Rayon offers up the final outcome. Either the demon kills him, or he somehow survives. Wrath scoffs at him completely, doubting he can pull this off. But our hero admits the odds are basically impossible. That's exactly why. To have even a sliver of a chance, he needs Wrath's power. In return for restoring his wrecked body and aura, Raon offers to take on all of Wrath's rage. Wrath figures that since Raon is probably going to die anyway, and this is his only shot at getting a body, he agrees, flooding him with a tidal wave of pure rage. Our protagonist is racked with unimaginable pain as Wrath's fury electrifies every nerve. Across from him, the demon just watches. It's completely baffled by Raon's sudden recovery. The sight completely defies all logic. It's not like he chugged ogre or troll blood. This is something else entirely. Raon, however, just reminds the beast of what he already told him. You don't need to know how. With his strength surging back, he calls out to the demon, vowing to keep it busy until the sun comes up. Buren orders everyone to follow protocol, helping anyone who's injured or too slow to move on their own. He gets that they're in pain and terrified, but he shoves the group onward. They are running out of time. They have to get to safety, and they have to get there fast. Two trainees whisper to each other, confused about what's going on, and if they're even going to make it. Martha overhears them and reminds everyone that Raon stayed behind to face that monster for them. He's fighting to save the villagers and his own friends, even with a busted arm and a dislocated rib. Suddenly, Martha just snaps. She screams at the officer for just standing there like a statue, demanding to know if he's trying to get them all killed with that pathetic attitude. Buren immediately whips the group back into shape, ordering everyone to pick up the pace and letting them know that Crane already bolted to a nearby branch to call for reinforcements who should be on their way right now. Just then, Buren freezes. A massive monster is charging toward them, and someone shrieks, asking if that's an ogre, and what the hell a creature like that is doing here. Buren is wondering the exact same thing, unable to process why the king of the forest would descend into a human village. Then Martha points her voice tight with fear. There's another one. In seconds, it's terrifyingly clear that they are completely surrounded. Someone realizes the ogres are executing a pincer move, thinking there's no way this is possible. But Martha, remembering Eden's power to command monsters, figures out exactly why the blood-raving demon didn't immediately chase Raon. It had already sent the ogres ahead. It was counting on this exact scenario. One of the younger guys just loses it, convinced they're cooked, and this is where they die. But Buren refuses to back down. He roars that they have to keep fighting, because Raon is still back there holding that monster off. He tells them that if they die here, they will never be able to look their friend in the eye again, the one who is risking it all alone. Martha, for the first time ever, actually agrees with Buren. She declares they have to get the villagers out of here fast so they can get back and help Raon. Buren nods, confirming that surviving and getting everyone else out is the highest honor they can pay their comrade, the one who's fighting for all of them. The three warriors then launch themselves at the monsters. But suddenly, a bizarre wind whips through the air. It slams into the ogres, and Buren instantly recognizes who it came from. Meanwhile, back on the main battlefield, the demon mocks Raon, calling him a persistent little bug and telling him to just give up already. Our hero, battered and completely drained, is slumped against a rock. He glares at his shattered left arm, even thinking about just hacking it off so he can keep fighting. But he stops wondering why he's even putting himself through this agony. Why is he fighting a monster like this? He never felt pain like this, not even in his past life. Back then, he would have bolted without a single hesitation. Just then, an image of Sylvia appears in his mind, reminding him that she wants him to become a warrior he can be proud of. Just like the legendary Sieghart swordsman of old, she pulls him into an embrace, flooding him with strength. Our protagonist realizes it's her words, and all the memories of the time spent with his friends that are pushing him forward. He thinks of Runan, who acts cold, but is secretly the kindest one of them all. Buren, who started out as a total jerk but is now laser-focused on his goal, and Martha, who's rough around the edges but has an unbreakable will. He admits to himself that they've all grown on him. He wants to save every last one of them, so they can all become true Sieghart swordsmen together. As he struggles back to his feet, Wrath materializes, calling him an absolute fool for taking on so much pain while channeling his legendary wrath. Did you buy them enough time? Wrath's voice seethes. When Raon gives a slight nod, the demon inside him erupts in fury, screaming that he has no clue what this sacrifice truly means. Did he honestly think he could just reclaim his body and destroy the demon? Then just catch up to his friends when he was barely on his feet? Wrath roars that Raon might survive the possession, but he'll be lost forever if he willingly surrenders control. As more of Wrath's energy floods his system, the pain skyrockets and he collapses, his screams echoing in the chamber. Seeing him at his breaking point, the demon smirks. Looks like you're finally done. A wicked idea crosses his mind. He'll butcher Raon's friends first, saving him for the grand finale, savoring the moment our hero is forced to witness each and every one of their heads roll. Even through the agony, Raon's spirit refuses to break. Gritting his teeth, he vows to hold the line, to give everyone else the opening they need to escape. As the blood-crazed demon turns to leave, our hero struggles to his feet and bellows the monster's name. He declares himself the heir of Glen, the devastating king of the north, a swordsman, who is fated to become the most powerful warrior on the entire continent. With a blazing fire in his eyes, he swears that as long as his heart is still beating, this demon is going nowhere. The creature, taken aback by his sheer willpower, actually acknowledges Raon's guts, promising he won't forget the name. As the demon lunges, our protagonist knows in his soul he doesn't have an ounce of strength left to even try and dodge. He shuts his eyes, bracing for the end, when a sudden violent gust of wind stops the attack cold. Rimmer is there, effortlessly blocking the monster's attack. Took you long enough. Raon manages to get out. Rimmer, rubbing his eyes, apologizes. Sorry, I overslept. He tells our boy he's got this now. Instantly, the demons recognize him. Rimmer, the legendary sword of light from Sieghart. Rimmer gives them a casual wave. Hey guys, been a minute. The blood-raving demon snarls, demanding to know why he's here. Simple, Rimmer replies, his tone ice cold. I can't let a bunch of trash like you trample on our promising new sprouts. The demon just scoffs, sneering that sending someone like Rimmer to babysit a trainee mission just proves how soft Sieghart has gotten. And then the fight is on. The demon notices that even with his balance completely shot, Rimmer is struggling to deflect a simple punch. He wonders if the rumors were legit, that Rimmer is a washed-up cripple with a shattered energy core. Rimmer just brushes it off. Baseless gossip. You should find a better source, he fires back, adding with a smirk. Demons are always so behind the times. He points out he's been retired from the front lines for ages, so he has no idea why those rumors are still floating around. The demon calls his bluff, saying Rimmer's blade used to carry a terrifying killing intent, but now it feels like nothing more than a soft summer breeze, a sword far too dull to ever cut him down. The two collide in a flurry of blows, with Rimmer surprisingly giving the demon a run for his money, calling him a straight-up barbarian. All the while, our hero watches from the sidelines, completely captivated by how Instructor Rimmer flows between offense and defense, as smooth and unpredictable as a leaf caught in the wind. Raon realizes that Rimmer's surprise attacks are literally perfect. He's even channeling astral energy, so why he wonders is Rimmer dragging this out. This fight could have been over ages ago. Our protagonist starts to suspect that Rimmer is doing this on purpose, putting on a swordsmanship clinic even in a life-or-death situation. If that's true, Raon thinks the guy has to be completely insane. In the middle of their clash, Rimmer taunts the demon. What's wrong? Can't even beat me when I'm this beat up. He warns him, keep this up, and you're gonna lose that helmet. That finally gets under the demon's skin, who roars at him to quit messing around and fight for real. Man, it's getting hard to hold back. Rimmer sighs, deciding it's time to wrap this up. His teaching material is starting to get a little too rowdy. He yells over to Raon, watch closely, kid. This is the Sieghart way of combat, the level you need to reach. First, the creation of a sword field. Then the eye of the storm. The demon feels a pressure change, wondering if this tempest, whipping up around Rimmer, is his sword field. He can feel Rimmer's aura exploding, sealing off every possible escape route. He's cornered. The demon figures the only path forward is a direct head-on assault. Leaping into the air, he screams for Rimmer to be annihilated, and Rimmer shoots up to meet him. They rocket toward each other, but Rimmer's speed is on another level. Their attacks detonate, creating a massive explosion of smoke that can be seen for miles. When the dust finally clears, the demon admits that Rimmer had funneled the force of their bodies, their auras, and all the calm wind into a single sword strike. A textbook perfect demonstration of what a sword field is. But the demon is still confused. How could Rimmer, who isn't even from Sieghart's main bloodline, possibly create one? Rimmer clarifies that it's not a true sword field. He just faked it by harnessing the power of nature. A little trick he picked up thanks to his elven blood. The demon concedes. Even old and sick, a tiger is still a tiger. He turns his back, voicing his one regret not being able to finish off Raon. He knows this failure is going to seriously mess with their overall mission. That's enough out of you, Rimmer warns, his voice deadly serious. I won't let scum like you ever lay a finger on our young king. The demon actually agrees that Raon has the makings of a king, but tells Rimmer not to get cocky. Eden has a prodigy who can match Raon's talent, he says, at least for now, before finally admitting his defeat to Sieghart's Sword of Light. With one final epic strike, the demon crumbles. Rimmer flicks his blade clean, sliding it back into its sheath before turning his gaze to Raon, and asks, did you see that? That kid is the power of a true Sieghart. It's called a sword field. This isn't some cheap magic trick conjured with mana. A sword field is forged from your very soul, a culmination of every battle, every victory, every scar, every triumph, and even the future you're destined to seize. Rimmer assures him, you've got the blood of Sieghart flowing in you. One day you'll be able to unleash this power too. Until that day comes, get out there, train harder, live more. Then, almost to himself, Rimmer mutters, I wonder if Runan, Martha, and Buren saw that. Just then, his three friends come crashing through the aftermath, their faces etched with worry until they see he's okay. Martha practically sags with relief, while Buren can't hide the grin spreading across his face, just glad his boy is still breathing. Watching them, Rimmer reflects on how hard it is to pretend. Everything is fine. For anyone without that pure Sieghart bloodline, Activating a sword field isn't just about skill, it demands an insane amount of talent and life force. It literally burns away your lifespan. With his own energy core shattered, activating that power just now sent waves of pure agony through Rimmer's body. But he doesn't regret it. Not for a second. What Rimmer witnessed from our hero when he arrived on that chaotic battlefield convinced him he was seeing the dawn of a new king. In that instant, he pledged to serve Raon as his new master. Ever since his own devastating injury, Rimmer had been adrift, a man without a mission. But these young warriors reignited a fire within him. He would gladly burn through what little time he has left for them. No regrets. Of course, his one final wish is to witness Raon Sieghart ascend the throne as the next king before his own light fades for good. Back in the grand halls of the royal palace, Raon's grandfather, Lord Glenn, is trying to confirm if our boy actually went head-to-head with a blood-raving demon from Eden. Rimmer just smirks, admitting he totally rushed back just to see the old man's face. And let me tell you, Rimmer says it was worth it. Glenn, looking completely stunned, just growls, "Cut the crap and get to the point." Rimmer holds up his hands. "Look, I know it sounds insane, even I can barely process it, but I saw it with my own 2 eyes. Every last bit is true. And it wasn't just me," he adds. "Every single trainee from the 5th and 6th training grounds, plus all the villagers from Sabo, they all watched Raon take on that monster by himself." Glenn's mind races. A demon of that caliber is a challenge for a full-fledged swordmaster. If what you're saying is real, Glenn asks what were the casualties. Rimmer reports that incredibly, most of them escaped with only minor scrapes. Raon, on the other hand, was messed up bad. But he held on, refusing to go down until I got there. Glenn scoffs, "And you expect me to just swallow that story?" Rimmer grins. "I know it sounds like a fairy tale, but you won't be doubting me for long, not after you see for yourself that Raon has ascended to the rank of sword expert." He lets that sink in. The kid held his own against a beast with the power of a master. That elven sap we used on him, it was worth every single drop. At this, Lord Glenn looks genuinely shocked, remarking, "The sap from the second world tree is a treasure beyond price." But Rimmer doubles down, and Raon earned it. For a feat like that, he absolutely did. Glenn narrows his eyes. "You sound like you're playing favorites, Rimmer." Rimmer just sighs. "It's not about favorites. I just want to see him and all the other kids reach their full potential." Glenn gives a slow, thoughtful nod. "Lowen," he commands, "gather the division leaders. We'll hold a meeting the moment the trainees get back." "Yes, my lord," Lowen replies. Then, unexpectedly, Glenn looks at Rimmer and says, "You did good work." Rimmer can't help but grin, his mind reeling. He thinks to himself, has it been 20 years since I last heard him say something like that? But Glenn immediately shuts it down, grumbling, "Don't let it go to your head. You might have heard it more often if you weren't always pulling some reckless stunt." Glenn then changes the subject. "When are they scheduled to return?" Rimmer confirms they should be here any minute now. And sure enough, standing outside the Sieghart Palace, Raon reflects that the Sabo village mission was a success. Mostly, Eden's little surprise party caused a lot more destruction than planned. The squad stuck around to help rebuild, and since our hero was pretty wrecked, he got to recover in the village chief's house. The first thing he did upon waking up, checked the reward he won from his bet with Wrath. Naturally, Wrath immediately tried to call shenanigans, screaming that since Rimmer landed the final blow, the bet was void. Still, the stat boosts from that win were ridiculously satisfying. Even as Wrath fumed, he was especially salty about the new Iron Will trait Raon picked up. The system explained that it grants the user the exact ability they need most in a critical moment. Wrath was pissed, grumbling that if not for that new trait, he would have already hijacked Raon's body. "Don't get cocky, kid," Wrath growled in his mind. "I've got all the time in the world. My power is returning faster than ever, and I've already planted my seed deep inside you." Wrath had to concede that. For a mere human, Raon was leveling up fast. But in the end, he vowed, "I will win. Your body and your soul will all belong to me. And when that day comes, your consciousness will be the one trapped under a glacier for eternity." Back in the present, standing before the palace gates, the exhausted trainees are all lined up as Sieghart's external commander Ilyun addresses the weary group, formally welcoming them home. Dorian groans about wanting to sleep for a week. Runan whispers about beet ice cream, while Martha just says, "I legit thought I was gonna die." Buren just shakes his head. "At least we're back in one piece." The commander looks over the battered squad and acknowledges, "You all look exhausted." But he tells them there's one last stop. He marches them straight into the Lord's Manor, where every single trainee drops to their knees before Lord Glenn. The hall erupts in whispers. Is it for real? Did Raon Sieghart actually body the Green War demon and survive a throwdown with the blood-raving demon? Looking at him, you'd never guess. Dude barely looks like a high-level sword user max. As Raon bows his head, his mind is racing. At first, he was shook about being summoned, but now he realizes this is a golden opportunity. Every major player in the clan is here. Our guy knows this mission leveled him up, but he also knows future fights are only going to get crazier. He has to get way stronger, with squad leaders, division heads, and even the direct lineage masters watching. It's obvious Glenn Sieghart is taking this whole thing dead seriously. And since Glenn is all business and always rewards results, this is the perfect stage to show off what they did and maybe score some new techniques. That's when Lord Glenn calls out Rayon's name. He's heard the rumors that Rayon was the MVP of the mission, and now he demands a full report down to the last detail. Rayon starts from the beginning, explaining how it all kicked off with a sketchy feeling the moment they arrived in Cebu. That gut instinct led him to ambush the Green War Demon while he was hunting for the Goblin King's magic stone. He describes the insane battle and how right after the blood-raving demon crashed the party, Rayon explains he volunteered to be the decoy to keep the other trainees from getting wiped out. Suddenly, Karun flips out, screaming at Rayon that he's a liar. He asks Glenn if he's seriously falling for this garbage story. He argues that the Green War Demon alone should have been enough to completely annihilate a bunch of teenagers. Never mind the freaking blood-raving demon. Without missing a beat, our hero just nods to Dorian. Bring it out. Dorian steps forward and throws down the helmets of both the green and blood-raving demons right at Lord Glenn's feet. The court goes dead silent. The proof is undeniable. The story is true. Rayon then looks to Glenn and asks for permission to draw his weapon. It's granted. He unsheathes his blade and it explodes in a torrent of fire, stunning everyone with the sight of a real-deal aura. Blade blazing with immense power. Whispers start up again. People remember that 10 years ago, Rayon's mana was practically non-existent. Now it all makes sense. Of course he could beat the Green War Demon. Rayon turns his fiery gaze on the punk royal and asks with a smirk, "Is this proof enough for you?" The royal, seething with anger and jealousy, has no choice but to admit it. Rayon has hit the expert-level realm and has the trophies to back it up. Lord Glenn then addresses everyone, commending Rayon and the top trainees from the 5th and 6th training grounds for their excellent work. Later, Rayon thinks about how Glenn's single word sent a shockwave not just through the group but through the whole manor. Glenn's highest praise, no matter how epic the achievement, had always been, "Good job." For the first time in decades, he actually used the word excellent. Some of the trainees literally started crying, barely breathing as they soaked in the legendary praise. After that, Rayon finished his report, handed over the Goblin King's magic stone, and laid out Eden's real master plan. When the dust settled, all the other trainees got bronze tablets for their efforts. But our warrior, he was awarded a silver tablet. Still, as he's leaving the court, the ceremony finally over. Rayon wonders if he got his hopes up too high. He was banking on a special reward for exposing Eden's entire scheme, but it looks like getting a new martial arts scroll is just a dream for now. But then, Wrath pops into existence, already complaining. "Are you serious? You did all that, gave Glenn that critical intel, and you got zilch." Wrath gripes that he'd almost started to trust Glenn after he gave them the 10,000 flames cultivation, but that was clearly a mistake. As Rayon heads for the exit, Lowen cuts him off, asking for a moment. Rayon is confused by the sudden stop, but then Lowen tells him to be at the annex at midnight. Our boy is wondering what this is all about. "The head of the house has summoned you," Lowen explains. "It's time for your second reward." Later, as Rayon finally gets home, Helen tells Lady Sylvia that the young master has returned. His mother, looking absolutely overjoyed, rushes with Helen to meet him at the main gate. Sylvia says she heard he clashed with Eden's forces and asks if he's okay. Our guy reassures her he's fine, almost completely healed up. She pulls her son into a tight hug and apologizes, admitting she was wrong to pressure him to act like a perfect Zeeghart. Sylvia confesses her words only came out because she was so worried, especially hearing he faced down those monsters all by himself. But Rayon tells his mother he's actually thankful for what she said. He admits that when he was staring down the blood-raving demon, he wanted to run. He felt totally outmatched. For a second, he even considered using the other trainees as a distraction to save himself. But then her voice popped into his head, telling him to live like a true Zeeghart swordsman. That was all the encouragement. He needed to find his courage and stand his ground. He tells her the only reason he's standing there today, as a proud swordsman, is because of her. For that, he says, "I'm eternally grateful." Our hero is shocked when he looks up and sees both his mother and Helen just bawling their eyes out. The maid sniffles, wondering when he got so mature. "Whoa, why are you guys crying?" he asks. Later that night, he seeks out Judiel to get a debrief. "Anything weird happened while I was gone?" She hits him with some terrifying news. The Central Martial Palace has summoned her back, and she's pretty sure they're planning to retire her for good. Rayon immediately figures they're furious. She never snitched about his upgrade to sword expert, and they're looking to take their frustrations out on her. In the throne room, he makes a call. He can't let Judiel die. Not after he went through hell and back to flip her into a double agent. He locks eyes with her, his tone dead serious. If she wants to see tomorrow, she's going to follow his script to the letter. Judiel is completely stunned. His galaxy brain plan, she's to send a letter to the Central Martial Palace, declaring that she's officially become Rayon's personal maid. He lays out the perfect cover story. His mother has been freaking out about his health, so this move will keep the palace from getting suspicious. In fact, it'll make them think they have an even juicier pipeline for intel right through her. He adds another layer to the scheme. If she feels them getting suspicious, she's to leak that Rayon's power is surging back. But, and this is the genius part, only the head of the house and Instructor Rimmer know the full story. This play will prove she's still a valuable asset. He tells her to get that letter out as soon as possible. He warns her to keep her cool, to avoid blowing her cover, and she quickly agrees. The second she's gone, wrath materializes, critiquing his every move. He's practically sneering, asking why Rayon is bothering to keep a useless spy around. But our hero fires back that Judiel is far from useless. She's the perfect bait for a trap designed to crush Karun. He refuses to just toss her aside. He knows what it feels like to be discarded. With that drama handled, he shifts focus to the last item on his to-do list. Later in the royal court, Rayon bows before Lord Glenn, announcing he has answered his summons. Glenn doesn't waste a second on pleasantries and asks which footwork technique Rayon relied on most during his last mission. The young swordsman is a bit thrown by the random question, but he explains his belief that mastering footwork can single-handedly decide a warrior's fate. That's precisely why he's stuck with the river footwork, the absolute foundational technique drilled into all trainees. Lord Glenn gives a knowing nod. He points out that while the river footwork is always useful, its basic nature is a major weakness. It just won't cut it against truly monstrous enemies. And then Glenn drops a bombshell as a reward for exposing Eden's real goal. He's going to personally teach Rayon a new footwork style, one perfectly suited to him. Our hero is in shock. Is the head of the entire clan really about to give him a one-on-one lesson? Glenn rises to his feet, telling Rayon to focus up. He makes it crystal clear he's only going to show him one time. As Glenn begins to move, blistering flames erupt and swirl around his feet and body. Our protagonist is absolutely mesmerized. He's thinking, are these really the movements of the continent's most powerful warrior? He knows this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The footwork Glenn unleashes is like nothing Rayon has ever witnessed. It's simultaneously slow and blindingly fast, both rigid and fluid. It feels infinite and totally unrestricted, as if those steps could carry him to the edge of the universe. The demonstration is brief, but it's an utterly flawless and captivating display of power. It's completely impossible to analyze. Despite the fiery spectacle, Glenn reveals the technique is called the Supreme Harmony Steps. A notification suddenly flashes in Rayon's vision. The system announces that the Ring of Fire has just observed the Supreme Harmony Steps. It captured them in their absolute perfect form, meaning his progress in learning the first step, the heavenly advance, will now be massively accelerated. Glenn asks if he was paying attention. The young swordsman apologizes, admitting he could only really track the very first movement. Glenn seems to understand completely. Lord Glenn declares their business concluded. As he retakes his seat, he reminds Rayon that this was his prize for solving the Eden mystery. Whether he actually learns the technique is now entirely on him. Rayon asks for permission to leave. Afterward, Loan quietly speaks to Glenn. He confesses he never expected him to teach Rayon the Supreme Harmony Steps, voicing his concern about whether the young master can actually master it. He points out, it's an absurdly difficult martial art. But Lord Glenn replies that even from that single brief demonstration, Rayon was able to follow the heavenly advance, which is the foundation and literally half the essence of the entire Supreme Harmony Steps style. He notes that while Rayon might not fully grasp it yet, he's confident that one day he will understand and completely master the technique. Back in the garden, our boy reflects that it's been several days since Glenn showed him the Supreme Harmony Steps. He's been grinding non-stop with the system's help, but he still hasn't nailed it. Wrath, of course, chimes in, reminding him it's not some technique a scrub can just pick up. Still, our protagonist can feel it. He's right on the edge of a breakthrough. But as he's practicing, his mother suddenly yells at him to get some rest. Rayon is legit wondering if her energy center is busted because she's moving almost as fast as Rimmer. Sylvia looking seriously ticked off. She reminds him he gave his word he wouldn't train until he was fully healed. He immediately tells her to chill and agrees to stop. He's thinking she's even more terrifying than the monarch of the Devil Dome. In the end, his training gets shut down completely. All because of Sylvia's relentless nagging. She even warns him that if she catches him at it again, he is going to be in some serious trouble. Even when he tries to train on the down low, Helen and the other maids are watching him like hawks, leaving him zero opportunity to practice. Kicking back in the garden, he sees they all seem to be having a good time and has to admit that resting once in a while is actually kind of nice. Out of nowhere, a maid sprints towards him, announcing there's a major problem. Raiden Zegart is here for a visit. Rayon is trying to figure out the reason. He knows Raiden is the son of Baldur Zegart, who is Glenn's fourth son. He asks why on earth Raiden would show up at the annex building. The maid explains that they have no idea, but the situation exploded when Raiden suddenly got violent with Lady Sylvia and the maids. The second Raiden steps onto the annex grounds, he sneers at Lady Sylvia, disgusted by the state of the garden. Expecting guests, and you couldn't even bother to clean up. His voice drips with venom as he snaps. Are you seriously telling me you never got the letter about my visit? Sylvia, unshaken, calmly states that no such message ever found its way to her. Raiden's face twists with indignation. So what you're saying is either my butler is incompetent, or I'm a liar. She quickly tries to defuse the situation, insisting that wasn't her intention at all, and just asks for a moment to get things presentable. As she scrambles with her maids to tidy up, Raiden is internally fuming, convinced the entire estate should have dropped everything the moment they heard his name, especially since he just single-handedly demolished a whole branch of the white blood religion. But does he get any credit? Nope. All the buzz is about some kid named Rayon. The absolute nerve of some nobody from a side branch stealing his thunder. Unacceptable. His patience completely gone, Raiden screams at Sylvia to get a move on and then spits directly on her hand. Helen, seeing this, can't stay silent. You've gone way too far. Even for someone from the main family. He just scoffs at her, and then crack, a brutal slap sends her collapsing to the ground. Raiden looms over her, snarling that as a direct heir, he's her master. He could literally kill her, and his only punishment would be a 2-day stay in his room, and she still had the nerve to talk back. In a flash, Judiel appears yelling for Sylvia to be careful. She's seen enough. She's not about to let Lady Sylvia get hurt and moves to intervene. Just as Raiden raises his foot to deliver a vicious kick, a blade slices through the air. It's Rayon, sword drawn. Raiden freezes his eyes, locking on the newcomer. A nasty smirk spreads across his face. This is perfect, he wanted a word with our hero anyway. He gestures to the weapon. You really plan on using that scary thing? Ordering him to sheath his sword like a good little boy, Raiden puffs out his chest. I am Raiden Zeegart, son of the great Baldur Zeegart, and I am the master of the true martial palace. Rayon couldn't care less about the fancy titles. Blinded by rage, he lunges, aiming his blade straight for Raiden's throat. But in a blur, Raiden's servant blocks the attack with his own sword. You little bastard, Raiden shrieks. Rayon, without missing a beat, pivots and slams a devastating punch into the servant, sending him staggering back. Do you have any idea who you're messing with? Raiden roars. Our hero fires back. Yeah, a home invader trespassing on my property. For the first time, a flicker of shock crosses Raiden's face. What nonsense are you spouting? I am the rightful master of this house. Rayon's response is a heavy kick, square in the gut. Doubled over and gasping for air, Raiden drops to his knees, sputtering, You're a dead man, you bastard. I'll make you pay. The young swordsman glares down at him. You're no master of mine, and this annex isn't your house. It's my home. It's my family's home. As Rayon raises his sword to end the confrontation, a sharp voice cuts through the air, ordering him to stand down. It's Rakiel, materializing from the shadows. Rayon immediately recognizes the man is from the Heavenly Blade Division, the personal swordsman of the family head. He's left wondering what on earth he's doing here. Raiden seizes the opportunity, commanding the division member to execute Rayon for his insolence. But Rakiel's reply is, Ice cold, I only take orders from the head of the house. I suggest you withdraw as well, Rakiel adds. Raiden spits back, calling him nothing more than a guard dog. But his butler urgently whispers that antagonizing a member of the Heavenly Blade Division would be a colossal mistake. Grudgingly, Raiden agrees to leave, but not before pointing a trembling finger at Rayon, promising to inflict a humiliation and pain far worse than death. In the aftermath, a shaken Helen apologizes to Sylvia, blaming herself for not being able to stop it. Lady Sylvia quickly comforts her, expressing deep gratitude for her courage and assuring her she did absolutely nothing wrong. She vows to handle the fallout, but our protagonist steps forward, his voice firm. No, I'll take care of this. You have to trust me. Later, we see both Rayon and Raiden kneeling before Lord Glenn, who tells them to rise. His face is grim as he announces he's heard about the incident. Raiden immediately starts his performance, claiming he sent a letter to the annex to meet Rayon, only to be met with disrespect and zero hospitality. He spins a tale about how Rayon and his butler attacked him without any provocation, crying that he could have been killed. Rayon just watches this display, thinking to himself that Raiden is a far better actor than a swordsman, a total departure from the monster Judiel had described. When it's his turn, Rayon gets straight to the point. That's a complete lie. He can still perfectly recall Raiden's face beat red and contorted in fury as he screamed at them. This accusation makes Raiden snap. He lunges across the room, grabs Rayon by the collar, and starts cursing him out right in front of Lord Glenn. Laun immediately intervenes, ordering Raiden to back down, and reminding him of whose presence he is in. Lord Glenn, observing the starkly different stories, calmly decides it's time to call in a witness. And in walks Rakiel, who respectfully greets Lord Glenn and introduces himself as a member of the Heavenly Blade Division. When asked to give his testimony, Rakiel reports that from what he observed, the annex never received any letter from Raiden. He confirms that Lady Sylvia was simply tending to her garden with the maids, as she always does when Raiden appeared without any warning. Rayon is genuinely shocked. He was fully prepared for Rakiel to side with the direct heir out of loyalty. But instead, the swordsman is just laying out the cold, hard facts. After hearing it all, Lord Glenn turns his piercing gaze to Raiden. Your story seems to have some major holes. Did you actually dare to lie to me? Cornered, Raiden desperately tries to pivot. The real issue here is that someone from a collateral branch dared to raise a hand to the direct line. This threatens the very foundation of our house. Lord Glenn admits that, yeah, a collateral branch attacking a direct descendant is a huge overstep. but he declares they're both at fault and will be punished equally. Raiden fires back, arguing a simple slap on the wrist isn't gonna cut it. But our hero cuts in saying he'll accept whatever punishment Lord Glenn decides, right after he handles one little thing. Now Glenn's intrigued and asks what that might be. Rayon lays it all out, how Raiden dragged his mother's name through the mud and brutalized their maids, and still hasn't faced any real consequences for it. Lord Glenn just repeats that both of them are in the wrong, and that they've been making a scene from the jump. He snaps at them, asking if they even realize where they are. Raiden is totally folding under the pressure of Glenn's aura, claiming he can barely breathe. Rayon, on the other hand, calmly states that's precisely why justice needs to be served. He throws Lord Glenn's own words back at him, that this is a house of swordsmen, so a swordsman's honor must be settled with a blade. He formally requests permission for a duel. Lord Glenn smirks, figuring this might actually be entertaining. He finally gives the green light, announcing the duel will take place in the Great Training Hall in 1 week. Later, Raiden stands before his father Balder, who can't believe a duel is actually on the table. Raiden confirms it, explaining how Rayon had the guts to demand it right in front of their grandfather. The stakes are insane if Raiden wins. They get to shatter Raon's energy core, but if he loses, both he and his butler have to bow down and apologize to everyone in the annex, and his faction can never mess with the annex building again. Balder just scoffs, saying that no matter how gifted he is, Raon is just the kid of Sylvia and some nameless nobody. He orders his son to show everyone the massive gap between the main family and the riffraff. Raiden tells his old man not to sweat it, claiming he only lost before because he was unarmed and got caught slipping. But now, he says Rayon is a total joke, because he's finally broken through to the intermediate expert realm. Pleased Balder tells him not to get too hyped and accidentally kill the kid, since a death in a formal duel would look really bad for them. Instead, he gives him a chilling suggestion: just cripple Rayon, slice the tendons in his wrist and crush every last bit of his hope. Raiden just nods, taking the vile advice. Meanwhile, back at the annex, Lady Sylvia and Helen are watching our boy train his swordplay. Helen is a nervous wreck, mentioning the upcoming duel with Sir Raiden and asking if they should really just be watching from the sidelines. She freaks out, saying Raiden is an intermediate expert, while Raon's barely a beginner. Maybe they can still call the whole thing off. Sylvia agrees the duel is incredibly risky and admits things got out of hand because he was overwhelmed before. She also points out that Raiden uses Balder's flexible sword style, a tricky moveset designed to exploit every tiny opening. On the battlefield, he's a completely different animal. Even so, Sylvia tells Helen to trust in Raon. Helen, shocked, asks if she's seriously going to let this duel happen. Sylvia confesses she's terrified too, but there has to be a reason. Raon pleaded with them to have faith, so from this moment on she's choosing to believe in her son. As our protagonist keeps practicing, Judel shows up with his lunch, bringing easy-to-eat sandwiches and telling him not to rush, or he'll get a stomachache. He thanks her, but then he spots a book packed with the food. He flips it open and realizes it's a complete analysis of the flexible sword style that Raiden uses. Rayon is stunned by how perfectly it's all been organized for him to study. He can't figure out how Judel dug up all this intel in a single day, let alone compiled it into a whole book. He thinks back to how she shielded his mother and is now bringing him mission-critical info without being asked, and a wave of pure gratitude washes over him. A week flies by as both fighters make their final preparations. At last, the day of the duel arrives, and the entire household is buzzing with anticipation. The two combatants face off in the training arena. Raiden sneers that he's been dying for this day, and that he can't wait to put Rayon in his place. After all that trash talk, he threatens to dismantle him so completely that he'll never be able to hold a sword again. The referee tells them to step up when they're ready, while Raiden daydreams about the pathetic look on Raon's face after he's been crushed. But our hero just fires back. You really think you're gonna live to see that? The drums pound, signaling the explosive start of the duel. Raiden screams that Raon's bluffs are over as he charges forward only to swing at empty air. He freezes, shocked. Rayon has vanished. In reality, Rayon is already standing directly behind him, the cold steel of his sword resting on Raiden's shoulder. Raiden, absolutely stunned, stammers asking when he got back there. Our protagonist leans in and whispers, "Today, you're going to die," 8 times, then drops his sword and unleashes a punch so powerful it sends Raiden rocketing across the arena. Blood streams from Raiden's mouth, his mind completely unable to process what just happened. He admits to himself that he didn't even see Rayon move. Rayon just tells him to get up. "I promised you 8 defeats. As he winds up another punch, he declares, "This one is for lying about the letter." Staggering back to his feet, Raiden spits a curse, vowing to make Rayon regret not ending him with that first devastating strike. But once again, Rayon just vanishes. Our boy's voice cuts through the air, over here, now on Raiden's left, before smashing his sword hilt into his face, declaring, "That's for disrespecting the flower my mother treasured." The next fist that connects is for crushing that flower, followed by another brutal blow for daring to strike Helen while she was down. Raiden's mind is reeling. He knows Raon is only using the star-connecting sword and river footwork basic techniques. He's just a novice expert supposedly on a whole other level below him. Yet, as the beatdown continues, he just can't comprehend why he is getting completely bodied. From the sidelines, Helen watches, realizing Raon could have finished this duel with his opening move. But instead, he's methodically breaking Raiden down, not for a simple win, but as pure payback for the violence they suffered. It dawns on her that in this household where bloodline is everything, even maids considered worthless, are now being avenged by someone defying the main family itself for their honor. Nearby, Lady Sylvia is overcome with emotion, watching her son dominate. She remembers how her own father relentlessly chased power, making their home colder and colder, and how she never truly belonged. Despite her prestigious lineage, she ended up running away, unable to handle the cold reality and the family's cruelty, when she should have found the strength within herself to endure. But now Raon is showing everyone what true endurance looks like. A masterclass in fighting back no matter how stacked the odds are. As the duel rages, our hero sends Raiden crashing to the dirt. In that moment, Sylvia gets it. Her son is demonstrating that you have to push forward and face your demons, not run from them. The referee's voice finally cuts in, announcing Raiden is incapacitated. Raon is declared the winner of the sword duel. The second the referee calls it, Balder absolutely erupts, screaming at his son, demanding to know what this utter humiliation was all about. In the stands, Rimmer is gloating, yelling, "I told you so," to anyone who will listen. All of Raon's crew, Dorian, Martha Buren, and Ruanan, are going wild, celebrating his incredible victory. At the same time, Lowen quietly mentions to Lord Glenn that in all his long years serving the Zeekarts, he's never once seen the crowd cheer for someone from a collateral line, completely ignoring the sacred hierarchy. Lord Glenn just nods. He admits it's definitely a shock to see Raon's friends being so loyal, but the truly mind-blowing part was the fight itself. Though Raon is still green, he somehow pulled off the Supreme Harmony Steps, a footwork technique Glenn himself invented after conquering his own darkness and achieving transcendence. It's a martial art so insanely difficult most warriors couldn't nail it in a lifetime, yet Raon basically mastered it in just 2 weeks. Glenn also clocks the insane charisma our boy has, earning this much support at such a young age. Across the training ground, the crowd is chanting Raon's name. Lord Glenn thinks back on his own thirst for power, and how strength became the only thing that mattered in this house. It's a culture he created, one he's too old to change now. Still, a thought sparks, maybe someone born outside the main family. Someone who intimately understands the sting of being treated unfairly could be the one to finally reform this entire household. Getting to his feet, Glenn announces that with the duel concluded, the terms of their agreement must be honored. He orders Lowen to slash the True Martial Palace's budget for the year and to cook up whatever reason is needed to justify it. Lowen grins, assuring his lord that he gets the picture. With Glenn personally overseeing it, the duel's conditions are enforced. Raiden is forced to confess his crimes before the entire crowd, kneeling to apologize to Raon's mother and the maids he terrorized. The True Martial Palace gets a final warning: never interfere with the annex again, the maids finally feeling safe. Break down in tears of overwhelming relief and joy. The nightmare is over, and they're all going home together. A little later, Lady Sylvia pulls her son aside, asking, "When did you get so powerful?" admitting she was completely floored. Our hero, suddenly shy, just asks her not to hug him so tight. Watching from a distance, a girl with a ponytail notes that in moments like these, Raon just seems like a normal kid, his whole vibe completely different from the fight. Another girl chimes in that with skills like that, maybe Rimmer wasn't capping about Raon surviving. An encounter with the blood-raving demon. A man with them agrees, saying that his footwork and his swordplay were damn near flawless, way beyond simple talent. The ponytail girl says he'd be a huge get for her division, but the man cuts in, insisting he's claiming Raon for his Black Tiger division after graduation. The ponytail woman warns him not to count his chickens. A gray-haired woman points out that the 5th Training Grounds graduation is coming up. Once they ace their final exam, they'll all have to pick a division. And while Raon is a total standout, he's not the only monster in the 5th Training Ground. Martha Buren and Ronan are all skilled enough to be top tier, no matter where they end up. The next recruitment ceremony is going to be seriously epic. That night, inside his room, Judel stares at her young master, asking, "That whole sword duel, you had that planned from the very beginning, didn't you?" He smirks, confessing it was part of his calculation and that he never doubted the outcome. A chill runs down her spine. "You are genuinely terrifying." But she adds, her voice softening, "You're also unbelievably kind." The sudden compliment leaves our boy completely speechless. She thanks him again, remembering how he shielded her from Sir Karun, then tells him to get some sleep before quietly taking her leave. Gazing out the window, Ryan mulls over their conversation. The look in Judel's eyes moments ago felt entirely real. Her raw emotion, the way she instinctively tried to shield Sylvia, those feelings couldn't have been faked. He resolves that it's safe to let her in on the secret. The monstrous rage he unleashed was nothing more than a performance. Later, at the opulent royal palace, Rimmer saunters up to Lord Glenn. Flashing fingers now loaded with gold rings, he catches the curious eyes of both Glenn and Lone. Glenn cuts straight to it. Where did you score all that jewelry? Rimmer puffs out his chest, bragging that he won it all in a massive bet against the true martial palace master, with Ryan being his golden ticket. Not only that, but he also managed to snag a fresh batch of elixirs for the entire crew back at the 5th training ground. Glenn sips his tea, a smirk playing on his lips and deadpans. So, you're just openly admitting to blackmailing your own son now. He figures Rimmer's obnoxious boasting can't possibly be the real reason for this visit, and tells him to cut to the chase. Rimmer explains that he's come with a proposition. Now Glenn's interest is piqued, pointing out that he'd already put Rimmer in charge of all training matters. But Rimmer shakes his head, clarifying this isn't about their routine, it's about the graduation exam. Glenn leans in, telling him to elaborate. Rimmer lays it out. The current test is either a basic instructor sign-off or a simple trainee spar. But these kids have already stared down the Knights of the Owen Kingdom and walked away from a mission that should have been a death sentence. They've been through hell and back, enduring trials far beyond what's expected of any normal trainee. That's precisely why he believes the 5th training ground has earned a totally new kind of challenge. Lord Glenn asks what exactly he has in mind. Rimmer pitches a brutal survival exam, where the trainees are thrown out into the world and forced to last without a shred of assistance, or the privilege of using the Sieghart name. He argues that even if they aren't official swordsmen, they need to be pushed to a higher plane. Glenn considers the proposal, observing that Rimmer himself seems different now. Rimmer, caught off guard, asks him what he's talking about. Glenn lays it out. Ever since his energy core was shattered, and he was forced to retire from the front lines, a shadow had always lingered in Rimmer's eyes. But now, after mentoring the kids from the 5th training ground, that fire is back, a passion that rivals that of his own students. Rimmer gets flustered, admitting it's a little embarrassing. While Lowen agrees that his entire vibe has improved, Rimmer says he's found a new calling in teaching a skill beyond just his swordsmanship. He even jokes that he might be raising the very person who will succeed Lord Glenn. You mean Rayon? Glenn asks, but Rimmer says it could just as easily be Buren, Martha, or Runan. Glenn then gets down to business, ordering him to submit a formal report on the new exam within 1 week, and warns that if he's late, this whole conversation is getting memory hold. Rimmer coolly replies, "Way ahead of you, it's already prepared." Later, as all the trainees are gathered in the Great Hall, one of them wonders aloud why Rimmer is ghosting them, after being the one to call them there. Of course, this is nothing new. Instructor Rimmer is literally never on time. Someone cracks a joke that he probably passed out at a gambling den or a tavern, and is only just crawling back now. At that exact moment, Rimmer boots the door open and announces his grand entrance, claiming he was late because he was making a quick stop at the orphanage. Dorian just mutters, "If you're going to lie, at least make it a good one." Rimmer swears he's telling the truth. Whatever he says, "I've got a huge announcement, something I've been wrestling with that I've finally decided on." Looking over the crowd, he drops the bomb. Their graduation exam is happening soon. They can't just be trainees for the rest of their lives. He says that while the standard test is either a sparring match or getting an instructor's approval, this year is going to be a whole different beast. A curious trainee asks him to explain. Rimmer reminds them that they've already gone toe-to-toe with the Knights of the Owen Kingdom, fought in a real-life war against the South-North Union, and even survived a freaking ambush from Eden. Because of all that, instead of some lame duel or a pat on the back, they're getting chucked into the real world to see just how massive it really is. The theme for their final exam is simple survival. In 1 month, they will leave the Sieghart name and their trainee status behind, and be forced to survive in brutal locations across the continent with nothing but a single sword. For anyone too scared, there's an alternative, easier test. In the crowd, Renan turns to Raun and asks if he's going to accept the challenge, and our boy gives a firm, confident nod. She immediately declares she's doing it too. Dorian, intrigued, decides to throw his hat in the ring as well, figuring the instructor must have a solid reason for this. Martha, oozing her usual confidence, just scoffs that survival has been her whole life since she was born. Rimmer is genuinely shocked at how quickly they all agree, especially our protagonist, and he starts to question if these kids have any idea what kind of hellscapes they're being sent to. He focuses on Raun, the top dog, knowing the others would likely just follow his lead, without thinking about the insane risks. Our hero calmly acknowledges that he fully expects the journey to be a nightmare, but he trusts Rimmer wouldn't give them a mission that was actually impossible. Rimmer commends that attitude, but warns him not to expect any special treatment. Then, he reveals their destinations. Buren is being sent to the Levine Desert. Martha is headed to the Seon Canyon, Renan to the Catan Jungle, and Raun to Habun Castle in the desolate northeast. The name immediately triggers a memory for Raun. He knows Habun Castle's terrifying reputation. Rimmer confirms it's a perpetual war zone where monsters from the northern sea and stolen mountains swarm the walls daily. It's known as the hellish battlefield for a reason you barely get a second to sheathe your sword. "Every single one of you is in for a world of pain," he states, his gaze landing squarely on our boy, "especially you." With that, he tells them to start their preparations. They have about 1 month until they ship out. Later, we see Raun training like a madman in the palace garden with his mother and Helen watching him. Helen is beside herself with worry, saying he's pushing himself to the breaking point and is barely sleeping. She whispers that she wishes he'd just turned the test down. Lady Sylvia concedes that Haven Castle is a certified death trap, but she knows it's also a massive opportunity for him to level up. With the castle set as his exam stage, he needs to be in peak condition. She resolves to become his ultimate support system, clearing the path so he can lock in on his grind. But as he trains, our hero feels the bone-deep exhaustion creeping in, after going beast mode on his regiment for the past week. Still, a nagging voice in his head tells him it's not gonna cut it. The beasts at Haven Castle have hides like armor and colossal frames, making them nearly impossible to slice with a normal blade. Sieghart's swordsmanship is balanced between offense and defense, but he knows that against these tanks he'll be at a severe disadvantage. He has the 10,000 flames techniques, but they're such massive aura guzzlers that using them in a long fight is a huge risk. The Ring of Fire has been a clutch save for him so far, but he knows he can't rely on a single item forever. With only 3 weeks left on the clock, our protagonist makes a critical decision. He needs intel on Haven Castle, and he desperately needs a new, purely offensive skill to fill the glaring hole in his arsenal. It's time to bet on himself. Moments later, Rayon stands before Lord Glenn, who questions if he's dead set on cashing in his silver tablets for a new sword manual. Our boy confirms it without hesitation. Glenn reminds him they're his to use as he pleases, but admits he figured Rayon would use them to restore his mother's status back to the main family line. Rayon confesses that was the original plan, but after the mission in Subo Village and his most recent duel, he had a massive reality check. His accomplishments earned him nothing more than a silver participation trophy, not the gold he needed. Glenn's old warnings about the difficulty echo in his mind, and our protagonist finally understands that only golden tablets can restore Sylvia's honor. So instead of hoarding a pile of silver tablets, that won't change a thing. He's making the smarter play by cashing them in to get stronger now, which will allow him to earn the real prizes later. Glenn agrees it's a solid strategy, especially since he's headed to Haven Castle. He then flips him a dusty tome, telling him he can grab something else if this one isn't to his liking. The title on the cover, Fangs of Insanity, immediately captures Raon's full attention. A grin spreads across our hero's face. He knows that if Glenn himself handpicked it, its power is basically guaranteed. He gratefully accepts the book, and Glenn simply wishes him luck in mastering it. But as Raon turns to leave, Glenn's voice stops him cold. You know exactly what kind of hellhole Haven Castle is. Weren't you terrified when you heard that's where your exam would be? Why didn't you refuse? Rayon explains that after surviving the fight with Eden, he learned a vital lesson. Glenn leans in, intrigued. Our protagonist says that making it out of an unexpected life-or-death battle alive gave him an experience boost equal to a whole year of training. He understands now that he has to throw himself into situations that push him past his breaking point to truly get stronger. On top of that, he trusts Instructor Rimmer would never assign them a challenge they couldn't possibly overcome. It's going to be a brutal journey, no doubt, but he's confident he'll be grateful for it in the long run. Glenn offers one last piece of wisdom. A sword technique isn't set in stone, and thinking outside the box will be crucial. Raon thanks him for the insight. Suddenly, Rimmer materializes from behind Glenn's chair, declaring that this is exactly why Raon is his favorite student. He gets absolutely hyped when a student actually grasps his intentions, something that puts our hero on a whole different level from Burin or the sharp-tongued Martha. Glenn immediately starts roasting Rimmer for being a terrible teacher, trash-talking his students behind their backs, and expresses his surprise that Rimmer would let Rayon get his hands on Fangs of Insanity, a sword technique that's easily worth a golden tablet. Rimmer just fires back, teasing Glenn about his boundless love for his grandson. Glenn complains that Rimmer runs his mouth too much, but Rimmer insists he's actually been talking less lately. Even so, he admits Fangs of Insanity is a wickedly violent technique, and worries if Rayon can actually control its ferocity. Now that he's delivered the book, his job is over. It's entirely up to our boy whether he masters the skill or gets consumed by it. Rimmer points out that despite Glenn's harsh words, he still gave Raon critical advice, a classic display of a grandfather's love. Glenn retorts that if Rimmer has enough energy to talk this much, he must be fully recovered from his recent injuries and gets up to teach him a lesson. Rimmer nervously begs for a timeout, insisting he's not fully healed, but Glenn is not deterred and prepares to strike him. Outside the palace, Rayon is startled by the sharp sound of a heavy smack. Later, our protagonist is sitting on his bed, studying the book and wondering how this sword style could possibly be worth just a silver tablet. Fangs of Insanity, just as the name implies, is a top-tier, instinct-driven technique focused on pure, relentless offense, constantly driving to rip into an opponent's throat, like the fangs of a rabid beast. It's not something you can learn from theory. True mastery is forged only in the heat of battle. That's why Raon immediately started a sparring gauntlet, with the other trainees never resting until the day before the graduation exam. He was determined not to quit, until he reached a higher plane of skill. By the time no one else could even stand, our boy was finally starting to understand. The night before the final exam hangs heavy in the air. Fresh from another brutal training session, Raon sits in the quiet of his room. Judiel meticulously patches him up, winding fresh bandages over a new canvas of bruises. She asks out loud why he's so battered these days, pointing out that he's been grinding himself into dust, especially with the graduation exam literally tomorrow. She warns him that Lady Sylvia would freak out if she saw the state he was in. He doesn't deny it, admitting he's been going all out. Daily combat, he explains, was the only real way to master it. The fangs of insanity. She connects the dots. That's why he's been needing her medical skills so much. He just nods. Raon's expression shifts. There's something he needs to tell her. Judiel gives him her full attention, and he finally drops the bomb. He lied. That whole story about feeding her a rage worm, a total fabrication. He asks if she knew all along, judging by how she acted. She admits that while she wasn't 100% sure, she definitely had her doubts. She remembers how at the start, she absolutely believed him. The raw fear for her own life left zero room for skepticism. But living in the annex, surrounded by warmth, started to change her perspective. The young master treated her like an actual human being, never demanding anything, and even cooked up a scheme to keep her off the Central Marshal Palace's radar. The moment she saw him throw himself on the line to protect Lady Sylvia, saw the raw determination in his eyes. Judiel began to suspect it was all just an effortlessly elaborate act to keep her safe, but she couldn't prove it until this very moment. Raon, intrigued, asks why she's telling him all this now. Judiel confesses that he's the one who changed her. She's been watching him, noticing how he always hid behind a mask, but recently his real emotions have started leaking through. The day Raon went ballistic in the annex, she was dead serious about shielding Sylvia and Helen with her own body. But then she saw the intelligence report on Haben Castle, the very one she'd compiled for him lying on his bed, and it hit her just how badly she wanted to be on his side. Overwhelmed with gratitude, our hero gives her a sincere thank you. That's when she finally opens up about her little brother. They were torn apart when they were sold, and she has no clue where he is or what happened to him. The only reason she followed the palace's orders was the sliver of hope she might find him again. Tears stream down her face as she apologizes. But Raon shocks her by vowing to rescue her brother. He lays it out as long as Karun is gunning for him. Their paths are destined to cross, and when they do, he swears he will do whatever it takes to track down her sibling, as long as he makes it back alive. Judiel then asks if she can ask him something, and he agrees. She needs to know why he came clean about the rage worm. What if she had immediately run to Karun and betrayed him? Our protagonist gives her a straight answer. He just trusted that she wouldn't. She scoffs, calling it a ridiculous reason, but he just looks at her and asks what she plans to do now. Without hesitation, Judiel pledges her loyalty to him, telling him to ask her for anything. Raon gives her a critical mission: protect the annex while he's gone. He tells her he has complete faith in her. The night fades and morning breaks. It's time for the graduation exam. Rimmer rallies the troops, announcing their final test. They must survive in the wild for 1 full year and then make their way back. If they pull it off, they'll be on a whole new level. As is tradition, Rimmer calls on the top trainee to give a little speech. Raon still feels like it's not his vibe, but he steps forward anyway and faces his comrades. There's an old saying, that a warrior who lives through their first real battle is hard to kill. And even though their first taste of combat was a surprise, every single one of them made it out. When they were pushed to the absolute edge, they banded together and survived. And that's exactly why they'll keep on surviving, keep getting stronger, and return as heroes to honor the name of the 5th training ground. He ends with a roar, yelling for everyone to conquer, survive, and move out. Watching from the back, Rimmer thinks to himself that he knew from the start. Raon was built different. It's not just his insane skills, it's his unshakable calm, his massive heart, and a work ethic that's borderline obsessive. During their last spar, Raon actually managed to master the fangs of insanity, blowing Rimmer's mind yet again. The only reason he'd even agreed to the match was because Raon had already demolished every other trainee. In the end, Rimmer was the one who walked away with an injury. What a disrespectful punk, he thinks with a grin, sending a silent prayer for Raon to come back in one piece so he can witness the rise of a new king. It's time to salute their instructor. The trainees roar their thanks to Rimmer for his guidance, and he tells them to get out there, get stronger, and come home. Dorian pulls Raon aside, telling him he's going to level up like crazy this year, so Raon better not slack off. Martha chimes in with her own version. She owes him big time, and if he dares to die out there, she'll personally hunt his ghost down. Our hero can only wonder if his friends are capable of being normal for even 5 seconds. Buran silently offers him a parting gift, beet ice cream. Raon is genuinely surprised and asks if Buran is cool with giving it up. Buran just tells him he's got plenty more and wishes him a safe journey before walking away. As Raon finishes his goodbyes, he sees Dorian plopped down on the ground. He reminds him, it's time to roll. But Dorian starts whining, asking why on earth he has to tag along with Raon to Haben Castle. Our hero just smirks, telling him they have to make another stop first. With Dorian in tow, Ryan announces their next stop, the sprawling merchant city of Cameloon, where he's on the hunt for some serious gear. But before they can even think about the battlefield, Ryan and Dorian find themselves navigating the chaotic, jam-packed central market of Cameloon. He's laser-focused, scanning every stall, but despite the endless ocean of merchandise, the specific items on his list are nowhere to be found. A suspicion begins to form in his mind. The truly valuable stuff must be hidden away on the black market. Right then, Dorian shatters the quiet. He asks his young master what he's so desperately searching for, pointing out it's obviously not something sold in these mainstream shops, as he gestures to a nearby stall. Dorian notes they've been pacing endlessly and asks if Ryan even plans on checking out the storefronts. Our hero turns to Dorian with a question of his own. He asks if Dorian has ever heard of Cameloon's infamous black market. Dorian just nods, confirming that he's well aware of it. This piques Ryan's curiosity. He presses further, asking if this is Dorian's first visit to the city, and how on earth he'd know about such a hidden network. A faint smile plays on Dorian's lips, as he admits that while he may not look it, he was actually brought up in a merchant family. He's no stranger to the shadier side of commerce, and just like that, it all clicks for Ryan. This completely explains Dorian's behavior up until now. He always had a hunch there was more to Dorian than met the eye, but he never would have guessed his companion came from a line of traders. With the cat out of the bag, our protagonist sees no reason to be subtle anymore. He thinks for a beat. Ryan decides they should hit the black market right now. Dorian informs him that you can only get in through a secret entrance, asking if Ryan knows the way. Luckily, Ryan remembers his instructor Rimmer mentioning the hidden path, which seems to be a good enough explanation for Dorian. Dorian admits he had no idea there was a casino tucked away within the black market, figuring that a guy like Rimmer would definitely know the secret route. With that settled, the two of them slip through the concealed entryway. The moment they step into Cameloon's massive underground market, Dorian is floored by how huge and incredibly clean the whole operation is. It's even more pristine than the public market above ground, he mutters, wondering if they'll actually score what Ryan is looking for down here. Our protagonist suggests they check the auction catalog first. They find an empty bench, and Ryan begins to scan the pages. He flips through the listings and it doesn't take him long to spot it. There it is, the black butterfly. He's not shocked to see it slated for auction tonight. The bidding starts at a steep 10 gold coins. Dorian, peeking at the price, asks Ryan if he's actually planning to buy it. He points out how insanely expensive it is, and the young master confesses that while it might be technically possible, blowing all their travel funds on one item is way too big of a gamble. He decides they need to hit up a pawn shop first. They need to beef up their wallet. He tells Dorian to follow him, who naturally asks where they're headed. Ryan tells him they're off to a pawn shop. He's got a few things to sell to scrape together more cash before the auction kicks off. An hour passes. Dorian finds Ryan asking if he's all set, only to see him browsing stalls instead of making a beeline for the auction house. Ryan explains that since they've got some time to kill before the main event, he's checking to see if he can spot any hidden gems. Even with a bit of extra coin in his pocket, he comes up empty-handed. He comments that, sometimes, the greatest treasures are just junk that nobody's noticed yet, just waiting for someone with a keen eye, deciding it's a lost cause. He tells Dorian it's finally time for the auction. But as they turn to leave, a glint of metal snags his attention, a ring that sends a jolt of familiarity through him. He freezes, wondering if it could possibly be the legendary ring of Zygarde's first patriarch, a vision that flashed in his mind when he first learned the 10,000 Flames technique. He never dreamed he'd stumble upon it here, of all places. He walks up to the vendor and casually asks for the price. The shopkeeper, impressed by Ryan's sharp eye, launches into a sales pitch, claiming the ring boosts strength and sharpens the mind, and then names his price, 5 gold coins. Dorian's jaw practically hits the floor at the ridiculous price. He immediately calls out the shopkeeper for trying to rip them off, pointing out that he obviously picked it up for a handful of silver. Dorian, now fully activated, argues that if the mind-clearing power was worth 5 gold, the ring would be in a high-end magic shop, not some grimy stall. He then questions the so-called strength boost, scoffing that it's probably nowhere near as potent as an ogre gauntlet. On top of all that, the design is basic, and it's covered in tiny cracks. He adds that they can't even be sure if the thing is made of actual gold. In fact, Dorian declares nobody would even pick this up if you left it in the trash. He slams down a counteroffer, 1 gold coin. The flustered shopkeeper, looking like he's been completely outplayed, caves and reluctantly accepts the deal. Ryan is seriously impressed, complimenting Dorian's insane haggling skills. Just then, Wrath materializes, commenting that there's a secret hidden within the ring. The demon also remarks on how Dorian completely transformed into a shark during that negotiation. Our hero can't help but agree. Dorian is a true master of the bargain, although maybe not the best person to judge an item's hidden potential. Still, it was a seriously successful trip. At that exact moment, a masked young woman, flanked by her assistant, strides toward them. She asks Ryan if the deal for the ring is done. He confirms it is. Without missing a beat, she offers to pay him 10 times what he just paid for it. She corners him, insisting he sell the ring to her, arguing that for a broke adventurer like him, her offer is a godsend. Dorian is visibly shocked, and even the shopkeeper leans in suddenly, wondering if he misjudged the ring's true power. Dorian whispers for him to just sell it, tempted by the insane amount of cash, but Rayon's instincts scream that this woman knows exactly what she's holding. The way she talks, she hints it could be worth 100 gold coins, maybe more. He gives her a polite but firm no. She immediately jacks up her offer to 20, then 30 times the original price, but he doesn't even blink. Even at 50 gold coins, Rayon shuts her down, claiming he simply doesn't like selling his personal items no matter the price. The woman's butler steps forward, warning him to think very carefully, dropping heavy hints that defying her will bring a world of hurt. Calmly, our protagonist replies that someone's status doesn't intimidate him in the slightest, and tells them to get out of his face. The young woman's patience finally snaps, and she demands he hand over the ring, while she's still trying to be civil. Rayon clocks the instant personality flip, wondering if she's just another spoiled brat used to getting her way. She starts threatening him, sneering that he has no idea how dangerous the world is, and that those who refuse to bow have a nasty habit of vanishing. Completely unfazed, he tells her he's leaving if she's done with her monologue, and just walks out. Furious, she immediately tells her butler Satyr that they're heading straight for the auction house, positive that Rayon is planning to join the bidding and dead set on crushing him by outbidding him on anything he wants. Inside the massive auction hall, the auctioneer presents the necklace of the day, which gets snapped up for 70 gold coins, followed by a silver monostone and the ring of raging flame. So far, nothing has caught Rayon's eye. He's just waiting, wondering if the black butterfly is going to make its appearance. And then it does. The auctioneer reveals a rare black butterfly that feeds on monostones, playing up its exotic beauty and the difficulty of keeping it alive. The bidding starts low at just 2 gold coins, but it skyrockets to 7 before our boy confidently drops a bid of 13, hoping the awkward number will throw off the other bidders. But then, out of nowhere, the masked woman bids 50 gold coins. The auctioneer, absolutely stunned, declares it a new record price, and hammers the gavel down, giving her the win. She instructs Satyr that they're leaving, pointing out that Rayon's entire focus was on that butterfly, confirming it was his true target. With a smirk, she declares her business with him is officially over. Dorian, recognizing the woman's crew, notes that she's not even trying to hide her animosity anymore. He asks what their next move is, since it could be ages before another black butterfly is up for auction. Rayon just grins and tells him not to worry. He suggests they head outside and gear up with some clothes fit for traveling at night. Dorian is completely baffled, asking what the sudden change of plans is for. Our hero's reply is chillingly simple: I'm going to steal that butterfly back. Dorian is left speechless. See, on this continent, every top-tier assassin has a specialty: speed, precision, or pure power. But in his past life, Rayon Zeegart was a legend for something else entirely. He was known as the ultimate ghost. His mastery came from a unique footwork art known as the shadowless steps. He once thought he'd never have to use that forbidden skill in this new life, hoping to learn the divine supreme harmony steps instead. But fate had other plans. 10 minutes earlier, Dorian had delivered the nighttime infiltration outfit Rayon had asked for. Our protagonist gives him props for finding such a high-quality set on short notice, and then asks if he found any dirt on the masked woman. Dorian hesitates, making Rayon wonder what's up. Finally, Dorian spills the tea he got from the locals. That woman is none other than Princess Jana from the Balkar Kingdom. She's not just royalty, she's been a magical prodigy since she was a child, and on top of that, she has an almost supernatural ability to appraise magic items, which makes her the absolute favorite of the King of Balkar. Given who she is, Dorian begs him to just give up for now and wait for another chance, explaining that she's basically an untouchable VIP in the black market. Our boy, however, explains that the auction house will still need to do a final appraisal of the item, and unlike for a normal guest, the princess's new prize won't have been delivered to her private room yet. This is the golden opportunity to steal it, while it's technically still the property of the black market. Telling Dorian he'll be back in a flash, Rayon vanishes, ignoring his friend's desperate protests. Slipping behind a nearby door, he confirms his theory was spot on. The princess's newly won item is sitting just outside her room. The auctioneer is sitting nearby, complaining to a friend about someone paying 50 gold coins for what he calls a useless ornamental butterfly. His friend, distracted by a card game, tells him to shut up and focus on his hand. Rayon's eyes lock onto the black butterfly. The staff members are close, but they're completely oblivious. He knows that these rare butterflies have to be kept in open-air cages because they die in sealed containers. He knows exactly how this is going to go down. The butterfly instinctively clings to magic stones for their pure mana, but the very instant it senses the presence of the 10,000 flames. This isn't just regular mana. We're talking about pure, uncut cultivation energy so potent it's bursting to break free all on its own. Rayon just watches as the black butterfly slips from its prison, fluttering through the air, before landing softly on his outstretched hand. And just like that, he snags it. One of the guards finally clocks that the butterfly is missing, but his buddy is so deep in a card game he needs a serious reality check before it sinks in. Before the staff even processes what just went down, they're scrambling in a full-blown panic. Meanwhile, our protagonist has already slipped away with the prize. Elsewhere, Dorian is pacing a hole in the floor, absolutely convinced that if the young master gets caught, it's going to spark an international disaster. His heart is pounding in his chest, consumed with regret for not stopping Rayon. In the middle of his freakout, a voice cuts through the noise. Dorian. He jumps totally bewildered, wondering when his master even got back. Cool as a cucumber, our hero explains, he just walked in. Dorian's eyes go wide. No way. That means he actually pulled it off. Rayon just smirks and flashes the pouch where the butterfly is now captive. He tells Dorian to head back to their room. But on the way they run smack into the mysterious masked woman. She cuts them off, feigning surprise to see Rayon there, and guessing out loud that he must be feeling pretty frustrated. She taunts him, insisting there's zero chance he could ever outbid her at the auction. But then she dangles an offer, the black butterfly. The catch. All he has to do is trade her the ring. Think carefully, she warns. This is your one and only chance. Our young master is getting seriously irritated, wondering if this woman is deaf because he's already told her it's not for sale. She just laughs, acting like he's ungrateful for her so-called kindness, before her voice drops to an icy edge. Right as she's threatening his safety, if he doesn't cooperate, the auctioneer suddenly barrels in, desperate to get a message to the princess. The black butterfly has vanished. Someone stole it. A slow, mocking grin spreads across our hero's face as he remarks that it sounds like she's the one in real trouble now. The princess connects the dots in an instant. That smug smile, the sarcastic tone. She knows it was Rayon. Honestly, it takes one to know one, and she recognizes her own brand of chaos. She can't prove a thing, but she's 100% certain he's her culprit. Calling him a wicked thief, she sneers and demands to know if he has any clue who she is. Rayon's reply, don't know, don't care. That's the last straw. She rips off her mask to reveal her identity, Princess Jana of the Balkar Kingdom. Warning him to never show such disrespect again, she sicks her butler on him, and the man lunges forward to attack. Our boy is completely unfazed. He stands his ground, ready to school these entitled royals on how the world really works. The fight is over in a flash. He wipes the floor with the butler, leaving him in a heap on the ground as the princess stares in stunned disbelief, screaming at her servant. How could he lose to someone she considers so far beneath them? Just then, Greer appears on the scene and immediately recognizes Rayon. He introduces Rayon as the legendary swordsmanship prodigy of Zeegart, and casually informs the princess that the Zeegarts serve under none other than the destructive king of the north. All at once, her memory flashes. The king is known for his signature blonde hair and red eyes, the exact same traits Rayon possesses. The realization hits her like a physical blow, and raw fear takes over her face as our protagonist turns to her. What did you just call me? He asks, his voice dangerously low. A wicked thief, I've had just about enough of you. He wonders aloud if her little tantrum could be taken as an official insult from the nation of Balkar to the house of Sieghart. Rayon gives her one final chance to say she's sorry. He even offers her an out, suggesting she can just blame it on being young and reckless. The princess, now petrified, starts stammering that she didn't know who he was. He warns her that if she doesn't apologize, he's going to lodge an official protest about being treated like a common criminal, and about her repeated provocations. She finally breaks, dissolving into tears, and begging him for forgiveness. He accepts her apology, telling her he has no desire to escalate this situation. As Rayon and Greer prepare to leave, Greer gives her a final warning to start acting her age, and to stop bringing shame upon her kingdom. Once they're clear, Greer asks if he interrupted something, but Rayon just shakes his head. He's actually grateful for the perfectly timed intervention. Greer tells him not to worry about Jana, promising to give her a gentle talking to later. Our boy gives him a nod of thanks. Greer then switches gears, asking what brings Rayon all the way out to Cameloon. Rayon just says he's on a mission. Confused why a Zeegart would be so far from home, the young master clarifies that he's actually here for his graduation exam, and he just stopped by to pick up some new equipment. Greer is absolutely thrilled to hear about the exam, and asks what kind of gear Rayon is shopping for. He replies that he desperately needs a new sword. His current one is decent, but he's been using it for way too long. Greer immediately suggests a workshop in the Western Craft District, raving about the blacksmith's incredible skill. He offers to give Rayon a personal introduction, though he can't go along himself since he's tied up with his own mission. Thankful for the tip, Rayon gives his thanks before heading out. Greer tells him he's looking forward to seeing him and Owen after the exam, and wishes him good luck. Dorian lets out a massive sigh of relief, amazed at how recklessly Rayon just acted, but incredibly grateful that Greer showed up when he did. Our protagonist admits that while he had a plan, he can't deny that luck was definitely on his side. Dorian then asks if they're heading straight for the workshop, but Rayon shakes his head, deciding they'll check it out tomorrow. He has some personal business to handle tonight, and as darkness descends on the city, he's sitting in the quiet of his room, a black butterfly resting on his hand, as our boy whispers, "It's time for the creature to do what it was made for. See, this black butterfly can absorb mana, but it can't process it, Meanwhile, the two-tone flower can't gather a single drop of mana its entire life. But when you bring these two together, they literally cancel out each other's curses. The flower siphons all the mana the butterfly has collected, instantly leveling up into a top-tier elixir that perfectly balances the energies of fire and water. Rayon knows this kind of knowledge is ridiculously rare. He only knows about it because of the memories from his 10 to 1,000 flames. Cultivation. Right on cue, the system dings. A sliver of the frost curse has been wiped out. His core and mana circuits are way stronger, his energy and willpower have shot through the roof, and every single stat just got a major boost. After chugging the elixir, the system flashes his new and improved stats. The next morning, Rayon tells Dorian it's time to hit the workshop. Dorian immediately senses a massive shift in the young master's whole vibe, and he's left wondering what the hell happened overnight. The power radiating off him is insane. Dorian admits to himself he was only curious about Rayon at first, how he could grind so hard when everyone, even his own family, treated him like the clan's biggest failure. But after seeing him up close, Dorian realized the young master was more of a Sieghart than any of them. It's why the members of the 5th training ground, even though they're all split up now, threw their loyalty behind Rayon. Dorian is convinced that with his master's insane power, he might even be able to fix the problems plaguing his own family. But that's not the only reason he's decided to follow him. For a second, he gets lost in his thoughts, until Rayon's voice cuts through, asking what he's spacing out for. Rayon tells him they have to bounce the second they pick up the sword from the workshop, and orders Dorian to stay close. It's going to be a long trip. Dorian's mind is made up. He's all in on leveling up by Rayon's side, totally sure that as long as he sticks with him, everything will fall into place. Finally, he calls out to Rayon, "I'm coming." As they head out, Rayon casually mentions he'll be fixing Dorian's star-connecting sword form the whole way to Haboon Castle because honestly, it needs a lot of work. Dorian just sweats, wondering if that's actually a good thing. A while later, they walk up to a small workshop and call out. They drop Sir Greer's name, and the blacksmith asks if they mean Owen's third prince. Rayon says yeah, explaining that Prince Greer vouched for this place. The old smith looks skeptical, but the moment his eyes land on Rayon, his jaw drops. This kid might look young, but he's already operating on a level way beyond Greer. His aura is overwhelming, sharp and deadly, like a battle-hardened blade. The blacksmith notes that Rayon's energy is different from the prince's and asks out loud if he's a Sieghart. Dorian is shook, wondering how the old man clocked it without them saying a word. Out of nowhere, Wrath materializes and comments, "Now that's a true master blacksmith, someone who can read a person's entire history and power level with just one look." Rayon just tells Wrath to shut up. The old man admits he's seen a ton of swordsmen in his day, but he's never felt a presence like Rayon's. After a quick apology for not introducing himself sooner, Rayon gives his name and Dorian follows his lead. The blacksmith finally introduces himself as Kubarad. He cracks a joke saying he's just some old dude who keeps swinging a hammer because he ain't dead yet. The name hits Rayon like a ton of bricks. Kubarad Jatan, the living legend who forged countless masterpieces across Owen and Balkar. His name is known across the entire continent. Rayon never imagined he'd find the guy hammering away in some back alley workshop. Kubarad gets down to business, asking what they need. Rayon says he's looking for a solid sword for a long journey. The old man assumes he wants a custom job, but Rayon shakes his head, saying he's not even a true swordsman yet, and someone else has already claimed the right to forge his first blade. Vulcan, I presume Kubarad guesses. When Rayon confirms it, the old blacksmith lets out a hearty laugh. He knows Vulcan came out of retirement just for this one job, and he wouldn't dare try to steal a swordsman that Vulcan has his eye on. Instead, Kubarad tells Rayon he can pick out any temporary sword he wants. The man doesn't make junk, so he's free to choose whatever catches his eye. Dorian pipes up, asking if he can pick one too, and the blacksmith, feeling generous, gives him the green light. Both of them thank him profusely, and start looking around the shop. Stepping inside, Rayon is blown away. Every single weapon in here is a work of art, a beast on the battlefield. And then his eyes lock onto a blade glowing with a faint red light. Dorian, meanwhile, is totally overwhelmed, having no clue what to pick when everything looks like a legendary item. The old blacksmith tells him to just grab whatever he likes. But then Kubarad feels a sudden, chilling spike of energy. He whips around and sees Rayon holding the red sword, and he screams at him to put that thing down. That sword is cursed, possessed by a demonic energy that could completely consume whoever tries to wield it. Dorian isn't sure what the big deal is, but the old man is freaking out, pointing at the blade's sinister aura. He's absolutely horrified. Wrath watches the blade's energy fail to even scratch Rayon's skin, and absolutely loses it. Screaming that this pathetic vermin of an aura dares to target his vessel, threatening to flash freeze and shatter it into a million pieces. Rayon tells him to chill out, but Wrath fires back, insisting that without his power, Rayon would have been completely devoured. Our hero just scoffs, reminding the demon that he's nobody's property, and a sword like this could never overtake him, with or without his help. Kubera, looking concerned, asks if Rayon is okay. Rayon flashes him a reassuring look, saying he's totally fine, but points out this is no ordinary dagger. The old man's face darkens. "It's a failure," he says, "a blade possessed." Then the story begins. Once there was a southern village named Siren where the people worshipped a sacred tree called Othello. It was a tranquil place filled with kind, gentle souls. But one day, the white blood religion swept through, slaughtering half the villagers and kidnapping the rest. Not a single person was left alive. Kubera, hearing of the massacre, forged a dagger from Othello's own wood, hoping to give the fallen souls some peace. But the instant the blade was forged, the steel and hilt flushed blood red, channeling all the villagers' rage and resentment into its core, corrupting his noble intentions. Since that day, no one has been able to withstand the blade's horrific energy. Until Rayon. Gripping the dagger, our hero is flooded with the memories of Siren. A tidal wave of bitterness, agony, fury, and grief. He can't fathom how such a monstrous fate fell upon them at the hands of the white blood religion. Realizing there's a score left unsettled, Raon makes a vow. He may not have time to hunt them down himself, but if their paths ever cross, he'll let the blade taste its revenge. He asks the weapon to join him. Kubera watches in awe as the ghastly aura recedes, wondering if the sword has truly accepted Raon as its wielder. Our boy once again sees the sword for its true purpose, a blade forged to grant eternal rest to vengeful spirits. He invites the weapon on his quest, bestowing upon it a new name, the Blade of Requiem. Our young master then thanks the old blacksmith for crafting such masterpieces, admitting he never dreamed he'd get both a primary sword and the Blade of Requiem. The old man waves it off, telling him not to feel pressured. For a blacksmith, having a swordsman with such immense potential use, his creation is the highest honor. Raon says that if he ever visits Sieghart, a warm welcome will be waiting. The blacksmith smiles, saying he looks forward to that day, and wishes Raon a safe journey to becoming a true swordsman. After their farewells, the two boys hit the road. As they vanish, the blacksmith reflects that he first pegged Raon as just a gifted kid, but the boy not only tamed the cursed blade, but became one with it. A legendary feat called unification with the blade. No. He realizes our protagonist's power is something far, far greater. The name Sieghart is about to shake the very foundations of the world again. On their journey, Dorian notes they've been trekking north for days, leaving Kamaloon far behind, and now a blanket of snow covers everything. Just as the repetitive landscape gets boring, Raon declares they've finally made it. Before them stands Haven Castle, the arena for their graduation exam. The fortress is absolutely massive. Dorian gags, covering his nose from a strange stench. But Wrath is thriving, announcing that the reek is the glorious air of a battlefield, a smell that invigorates the King of Essence. Our hero asks why Wrath is suddenly so hyped, now that they're here, pointing out that the journey itself was a total breeze. Dorian can't believe his ears. As they pushed north from Kamaloon, it got colder and colder, but Raon forced them to keep moving constantly. Dorian whines that every single time he complained about the freezing cold from dawn till dusk, Raon was on his case about his sword stance, except when they were literally walking. Raon even made him practice solo during his night watch shifts. Dorian mutters that he didn't catch a wink of sleep the whole trip and questions how Raon could possibly call that easy. Wrath, now annoyed too, admits that for once, the idiot has a point. He complains that Raon needs to learn to train in moderation, since the King of Essence can't get any proper rest either. Abruptly, the castle gates grind open, and Tarion, the vice commander, emerges. He eyes them up and down, asking if they're the new mercenaries, and points out that they're late. Introducing himself as their new commanding officer, Tarion states he'll be leading them. From this point on, Raon expresses that he's looking forward to working with him. Tarion glances at Dorian's pathetic state, and our hero just deadpans that there's no need to worry. This is his default setting. Satisfied, Tarion orders them to follow him. As they step inside, Raon is practically dragging Dorian, telling him to quit his whining and walk, but Dorian just begs to go home. Our hero scans the interior. The atmosphere is even more brutal than he'd heard. The walls are a mess of patched-up holes from endless battles, and every resident looks completely hollowed out and exhausted. The stench of blood and burning flesh has literally soaked into the stone. All of it is a perfect match for the intel Judia gave him. Raon is low-key impressed. It's doubtful she's ever set foot here, yet she managed to dig up so much detail in so little time. As they near the main palace, a girl watches them with keen interest, thinking she's never seen their faces before, and wondering if they're new hires. This is Yua, an operative from the Frost Branch. An old man shouts for Yua, calling for her help to get the shop open, and the girl's face absolutely beams as she rushes to help her grandpa. This wholesome moment snags our hero's attention right before Tarion storms inside, announcing his arrival to the commander and presenting the fresh-faced mercenaries. Except they're actually trainees from Sieghart. Commander Milland gives them a knowing look, confirming their identities without skipping a beat. He introduces himself as the man in charge of Habun Castle. Rayon immediately clocks that the commander was already in on their secret. He recognizes the imposing figure as the legendary Milland the Giant of the North, the absolute unit who's been defending this castle for over 20 years. Wrath murmurs that the commander's gaze is that of a true general, the kind of intensity the King of Essence hasn't witnessed in centuries. Rayon is floored that Wrath feels it too. He thought only veterans with decades of battle scars could possess a stare that sharp. Meland lays down the law. Nobody outside this room knows who they really are, and their cover story is non-negotiable. He gets why Rimmer shipped Rayon out here for some real-world experience. But he makes one thing crystal clear. There are no training drills, no lessons. There is only the endless grind of battle and the biting cold winds. He warns them, if you're looking for comfort, the door is right there. Dorian only half-joking pipes up, asking if they can actually bounce. But our boy stands firm, declaring they came to level up and will face whatever hell is thrown at them. The commander cracks a grim smile, liking his spirit, and says he'll be watching to see just how long that fire lasts. He then breaks down their new reality. From this moment on, their rank is ground zero. Ordinary soldiers, starting from the very bottom. He barks an order to his aide, Charles, to dump the two of them into the 3rd scouting party. Charles snaps to it. Meland tells them to expect everything from grunt work to frontline combat. He dismisses them, having Charles lead them to their new bunks. As they're escorted out, Rayon offers a quick farewell. But the second they're gone, Terrian starts airing his doubts. He flat out admits he has a bad feeling about the new recruits. The commander just raises an eyebrow, asking him to explain. Terrian argues that Dorian looked totally shook, frozen in place by fear, while Rayon was acting way too chill like he was on vacation. He's convinced they're going to be a liability. He even scoffs about the flower bracelet on Rayon's wrist, making it impossible to see him as a fighter, and suggests they should kick them out now before they cause trouble. But Meland pushes back, reminding Terrian that looks can be deceiving, and that both of them survived Sieghart's notoriously brutal training regimen. He decides it's smarter to see what they can do before passing judgment, and Charles chimes in with his agreement. Meland then goes quiet, wondering why he's been ordered to file reports on these two every 2 weeks. Charles figures the order must have been in Rimmer's letter, but Meland corrects him. The request came directly from the main Sieghart estate. The realization hits Charles like a truck. That means the Northern Conqueror himself, the head of the house, made the request. The commander confirms it. He was explicitly told to report every single detail about what those two get up to, a level of micromanagement he's never seen before. Even Lord Glenn is left completely stumped. He just can't figure out what the Conqueror is playing at. Meanwhile, Rayon walks into their new room and is shocked to find it completely redecorated. Dorian just casually claims he threw it all together, while Rayon was hitting the restroom. But our hero knows for a fact the room was a depressing dump just a minute ago. He's baffled, asking where Dorian even got all this stuff, especially the flashy golden curtain. Dorian smugly explains he came prepared, packing it all in his bag. Rayon, completely bewildered, asks if he brought other colors too. Dorian confirms that acting like curtains are a basic survival essential. He then starts asking Rayon about his favorite colors. He even offers to pull out anything else he might need, making our protagonist give that seemingly tiny side bag a very suspicious look. Just then, a young man barges in. He asks if they're done getting settled and introduces himself as Raiden, captain of the 3rd scouting party, the very same squad they were just assigned to. Raiden cuts to the chase, telling them to gear up immediately. They've already got their marching orders. Back at the Sieghart estate, Glenn is grilling Rimmer about his sudden appearance. Rimmer is all smiles, saying he heard rumors about the secret council being assembled to decide Rayon's official standing. He teases Glenn, saying he never pegged him as the type to care so much about his grandson. Glenn just lets out a heavy sigh. He assumes Lowen spilled the beans even after being ordered to keep his mouth shut. But Rimmer has bigger news. He proudly announces that Rayon not only scored the legendary 2-tone flower on the Snow Tiger Claw mission, but actually absorbed its power afterward. And on top of that, he totally humbled the notoriously arrogant Balder princess. Glenn just scoffs, saying there's nothing cool about becoming a thief, especially when it means ticking off a neighboring kingdom's princess. Rimmer fires back that Rayon was 100% not the one at fault with the princess. He was just clapping back after she provoked him. He then bets that not even the secret council will figure out how our protagonist managed to snag the butterfly. But then the bomb drops. Rimmer finds out Glenn has already recalled Rayon and Dorian. He's totally stunned. He pleads with Glenn, asking if he isn't the least bit curious to see what our hero will do next, especially now that he's got a sword from Kubarud himself. Glenn, however, shuts him down, explaining they were sent away specifically to avoid drama within the family, and now he's bringing them back. Out of nowhere, Rimmer slyly mentions that he knows Glenn is getting regular reports from Haboon Castle. Lowen immediately starts whispering that he wasn't the snitch this time. Then Rimmer just goes off rambling that it was super obvious Glenn would set up a back channel to keep tabs on his grandson, and pushes him to just suck up to Rayon, tell him he's the greatest. Rimmer adds that if they keep this vibe up, the whole annex misunderstanding will blow over, and even Glenn's rocky relationship with Sylvia will get better. That's the last straw. Glenn explodes from his seat, ready to throw hands with Rimmer. Rimmer tries to scramble for an exit, but he's not fast enough. He catches a savage beatdown, his screams echoing through the halls. Meanwhile, miles away at Haven Castle, Rayon stops feeling like he just heard a distant scream. A little while later, Raiden teleports our boy and Dorian to Mount Sterling, a place that's a literal frozen hellscape of thick snow and vicious monsters, even if the view is kinda epic. Raiden then decides to spring a pop quiz on them, a little test to see what Rayon and Dorian are really made of. He points to some tracks in the snow. Dorian guesses they might belong to an ice troll. But our hero immediately shuts that down, explaining that troll footprints look human, just way bigger and deeper than these. He points out that these tracks clearly belong to a four-legged creature, and nails the identification: they're from a caribou mountain goat. Raiden is visibly stunned, then challenges him again. Can he tell how old the tracks are? Rayon notes the ground is still soft, figuring they were made within the last 24 hours, and says they could probably track the animal down if they bolt west right now. Raiden then gestures to some claw marks on a tree, and our protagonist casually states they're from a dire wolf marking its turf. It uses its claws to carve up trees and rocks, but he adds the wolf that made these is long dead. He explains that dire wolves are territorial and stick to one area, and these ancient markings prove its creator is gone. Raiden's mind is blown by how much our hero knows. He remembers how rookies in his squad usually get hazed with pointless trivia, meant to prove that book smarts are useless in a real fight. But Rayon's knowledge is on a whole other level, turning this attempted hazing into a genuine masterclass. Raiden shoots a look at Dorian and tells him to identify the marks on a branch he's holding. Dorian starts to complain, but Raiden pressures him into giving an answer. While they're distracted, our boy decides to scope out the area, tapping into his legendary senses. The True Soul Sword begins to hum, scanning the entire mountain on its own, and feeding a constant stream of information back to our protagonist through its spirit energy. He remembers the sword doing this before, back when they first arrived, absorbing the spirit energy from fallen monsters and funneling it straight to him, which is how he unlocked all these new spirit energy skills. Suddenly, Wrath materializes, looking completely annoyed, and demands to know why Rayon is using a cheap trick like that, instead of the king's legendary sense bragging that his is way better. Our hero just coolly replies that the sword is handling it for him, so there's no reason to tap into Wrath's power. Wrath gets triggered, insisting the legendary sense is just a tiny fraction of his true power, and is leagues above some glowing sword. Our protagonist fires back, asking how he can even compare the two, which sets Wrath off on a rant about how he was the undisputed strongest king in the entire demon world. Rayon just shrugs. He points out that since the power comes from a demonic entity trying to hijack his body, he has no clue what kind of messed up side effects it might have. After a beat, Wrath actually reassures him, promising that the technique he's about to teach, called Glacia, uses the cold energy our boy already possesses. Rayon is shocked, realizing he might have just stumbled upon an insane power-up. Later, he's sitting cross-legged on the frozen ground. As Wrath explains the Glacia technique, a normal human could never learn it. It's only possible for someone with pure, innate cold energy. He warns our protagonist that mastering it will take a massive amount of time and focus, telling him to clear his mind and concentrate. The goal is to connect the cold energy inside him with the raw cold energy of the environment, becoming one with it to observe everything. After focusing, our hero sees Wrath's energy perfectly blending with the falling snow. But Wrath explains that's just the surface level. At their core, they are the exact same cold energy. He pushes Rayon to grasp that. Forging that connection is the key. Our boy struggles with this since he's never imagined using his cold energy in such a wild way. He realizes he has to visualize the connection itself. Then something clicks. He can suddenly perceive things miles away like they're right in front of him. The entire frozen landscape has basically become his eyes, his ears, and his skin. After just a few minutes, our hero feels his body slowing to a crawl, but his senses are exploding. He can see Dorian and Raiden perfectly, and even a dire wolf that just took down its prey on another peak. It's absolutely insane. He's not just sensing their presence, he's watching their every move. Suddenly, a jolt of pure danger rips through his senses. He snaps out of his trance and screams at Raiden that a shark mole is charging straight for them. Raiden is confused. This is monster territory for sure, but he thinks there's no way an aquatic creature could survive up here. Then a pack of shark moles erupts from the snow right in their faces. Raiden knows they're screwed and yells that they have to bail and warn the squad. But just as he turns to run, his foot slips on the ice and a shark mole lunges with a guttural roar. In a flash, Rayon is there, his sword a blur as he intercepts the attack, planting himself between the monster and his commander. He knows Raiden doesn't fully trust him yet, but he yells at him to trust the sword. With that, Raiden snatches Dorian and flees, shouting for our boy to be careful. In an instant, the entire swarm of shark moles descends on our hero. Thankfully, he whips out his rabid fang sword to parry, and immediately realizes this blade's performance is on a whole other level. He doesn't even have to tap into his aura. He can fend off the sharks with nothing but pure, refined sword techniques. His cold energy remains perfectly synced with the environment, sharpening his swordsmanship and letting him practically see the sharks' attacks before they happen. He knows that to truly wield these powers, he needs to forge his senses in the fires of actual combat. He unleashes a flurry of strikes on the shark moles, his movements gradually syncing with both the rabid fang sword and the hum of glacia. Our protagonist is a lightning-fast learner, admitting to himself that coming to Haven Castle to grind for real-world XP was the best decision he could have made. Moments later, Raiden storms back in with reinforcements only to stop dead in his tracks. Raiden has already wiped out every single mole shark monster. The man is completely stunned. These creatures could have caused massive casualties, even if the entire squad had fought them together. Our hero, meanwhile, notices Raiden is just standing there speechless, grappling with the fact that he distrusted a newcomer and almost led his team to disaster. Then something completely unexpected happens. Raiden bows low in apology, thanking Rayon for protecting every last one of them. He confesses he didn't trust him, and that his poor judgment created an incredibly dangerous situation, his gratitude pouring out with absolute sincerity. Rayon just responds that he would have reacted the exact same way if some new guy had waltzed onto his team acting the way he did. This humble response shatters Raiden's perception, revealing Rayon's true character, and making our boy feel just a little bit flustered. But any doubt in Raiden's mind has been vaporized. He's now convinced their new recruit is an actual angel sent from the heavens to save them. To celebrate the newbie's legendary first mission, Raiden orders the entire squad to assemble at the tavern later that night for a feast. Once everyone gathers at the tavern, one of the soldiers expresses his doubts, finding it hard to believe our protagonist took out all those mole sharks by himself. He scoffs that Rayon doesn't even look 17, but Raiden instantly jumps to his defense. Across the table, Wrath is laser-focused on the food. He declares that cheese and pineapple is a god-tier combination, though our boy strongly disagrees and wonders if something is seriously wrong with him. Dorian just chuckles at his young master's unique taste, admitting that even he couldn't stomach the pizza Rayon is currently inhaling. Out of nowhere, a girl named Yua appears, compliments our hero's looks, introduces herself, and starts suggesting other items on the menu. As he scans the menu, our boy learns that Wrath is now dead set on getting mint chocolate chip ice cream. He's skeptical, but Yua insists their restaurant's version is on another level because the mint growing near Haven Castle is exceptionally fresh. Just as he's about to say no, Devil Dorm reminds Rayon about teaching him that secret technique. With a sigh, our protagonist gives in and orders the ice cream. He's still confused why a tavern would even serve a dessert like this, while the other squad members, buzzing with curiosity, ask how he managed to fight off 6 shark moles at the same time. One soldier is just in awe, wondering how a kid so young got so ridiculously strong, but he makes sure to thank him for saving everyone's bacon. They're all predicting he'll get promoted in no time, and want to get to know him before he becomes a big shot. Our boy, unused to all the praise, just feels the awkwardness creeping in. At last, Yua serves the mint chocolate ice cream. Wrath's eyes go wide with excitement as he eagerly describes its look and flavor, boasting that it's cold and sweet. Just like him, the word cold suddenly triggers a thought in our protagonist's mind, and he asks if there are other ways to apply glacia. Wrath gets incredibly animated, surprised he's already connecting the dots, and explains that glacia is so much more than a simple detection skill. It's a method for channeling cold energy with maximum power and peak efficiency. The light bulb goes on for Rayon. He can use it for both attack and defense. He learns that he could probably see some mastery over it after about a year of dedicated training. But a whole year sounds like an eternity, so he proposes a wager with Wrath. He'll master glacia in just 6 months. Wrath flinches, having lost every single bet they've ever made. But when our hero shortens the deadline to 5 months, Wrath's pride gets the better of him, and he instantly agrees. After a fun evening, Rayon decides it's time to head back to the dorms. Just as he and Dorian are about to leave, Yua approaches them. She offers our boy some pineapple cookies she baked herself from the leftover pineapple used on the pizza. He graciously thanks her, and she tells him to stop by anytime if he ever wants more. Meanwhile, deep in the mountains, Patrol Team 3 is sprinting desperately toward Haven Castle. They have to deliver an urgent report to Commander Milan about a gathering of ice trolls in the region. The very next day, Raiden gathers our boy and Dorian. Their new mission is to go out and eliminate those ice trolls. Dorian immediately starts to panic, reminding him that their first mission was literally yesterday. But Raiden's hands are tied. The orders came directly from the top. He flashes back to that morning when Commander Milan first received the intel. The report came from Patrol Team 2, detailing a pack of ice trolls spotted near underground pit number 4. They've counted 13 trolls so far, but more could pop up at any minute, so they've been ordered to move out immediately. Vice Commander Tarian suggested they prioritize taking out the trolls before even looking into the mole shark incident near underground pit number 5. Meland then orders Tarion to take the command team along with the Wolves mercenaries to exterminate the trolls and survey the area. Their orders are clear: don't come back until the job is done. But then the vice captain makes an unexpected call. He's bringing Patrol Team 3 along. It seems he'd already heard the stories about the rookie who had single-handedly defeated all the shark moles. Seeing him emerge completely unscathed, Raiden is convinced our protagonist will be a major asset for this mission. Back in the present, Raiden tells Dorian and our hero to gear up and get some sleep. The second Raiden leaves, Dorian starts freaking out about another mission with zero downtime and asks our boy if a sword can even do anything against an ice troll. Meanwhile, our protagonist is already running the calculations, remembering that the frigid climate gives ice trolls incredibly thin skin. An aura-infused blade can cut them down, but like all trolls, they have an absolutely insane healing factor. Dorian is literally trembling, completely terrified that he's about to die. But Ryan tries to reassure him, saying his speed is more than enough to take down a troll. Dorian's still a nervous wreck, so our hero pitches a new plan. He suggests they have a duel, figuring that a one-on-one with him will make facing some lumbering ice troll feel like a total cakewalk. And just as planned, Dorian's ego flares up. He scoffs that ice trolls are total weaklings, and immediately passes out. The next morning at the main gate of Haven Castle, the vice commander starts roll call. Dorian looks completely wiped out, which gets Ryan wondering. But Dorian just insists he's fine, muttering that anything is better than having to spar with him. Suddenly, a new guy approaches our protagonist and introduces himself as Beto. He's the captain of a mercenary group called the Wolves, and Beto mentions that his crew is dying for a chance to fight Ryan. They shake hands, both looking forward to working together, before Beto heads off to check on his squad. The moment he's gone, Wrath starts grumbling that he doesn't trust Beto one bit. He warns our hero to be careful, claiming Beto has the eyes of a snake, and people with eyes like that are almost always backstabbers. Our boy locks that thought away. He'd felt a weird vibe when he met Beto's gaze too. Out of nowhere, Yua appears with the food they ordered. The soldiers' faces light up when they see her, amazed at how she keeps getting cuter, and how much her cooking has leveled up. Watching how adored Yua is by all the soldiers our protagonist figures, she must be the official mascot of Haven Castle. Then, in a surprise move, Yua walks right up to him, offering some beef jerky that she and her grandfather made. He's a little thrown by the gesture. Yua explains it's a good luck charm for his very first expedition. Ron gives her a gentle pat on the head and thanks her. Just then, Terrion shouts for everyone to line up for the briefing. Before they head out, he lays down their mission objectives: eliminate the ice trolls and patrol the territory between Mount Sterlin and the Northern Sea. As Terrion speaks, our hero notices Wrath has an unusually grim expression on his face. But Wrath just brushes it off as nothing, even though he's sensing some bizarre energy flowing from the mountains. At last, all the soldiers march out of the castle. But then something wild happens. The mercenaries start ordering the scouts to carry their bags for them. As they're leaving, the mercs demand the scouts treat the bags as carefully as they would their own girlfriends. They even mock them, saying it's not like any of them could actually get a girlfriend. Rayon is floored, wondering why the hell the Snow Attack Squad thinks they can pull this crap. Raiden explains their twisted logic. The so-called main fighters need to conserve every bit of their strength for battle. The scouts, who have way less pull, are just expected to take it. He adds that things have been this toxic ever since this squad got stationed here. The last time this happened, the scouts were forced to haul all the equipment back after the battle, and even had to clean up the entire post-mission disaster zone. Raiden warns our boy not to take it personally, because pushing back will only make things 10 times harder for him. Our protagonist finds this whole situation absurd. The scouts are the ones risking their lives up front, the first to run into traps or ambushes, and this is how they're treated. With the Snow Attack Squad, there's absolutely no sense of camaraderie on the battlefield. Raiden says their captain Edquiel thinks this is just business as usual. Hearing that Raon makes a silent promise to himself he's going to smash this toxic tradition, starting with Edquiel. When the entire group finally arrives at the target location, they're stunned to find absolutely no sign of any ice trolls. Raiden swears he saw 13 trolls right at the edge of the forest. Captain Edquiel just scowls, lecturing that scouts shouldn't be operating alone. He insists that at least one swordsman should be assigned to every scouting party. Despite his rambling, the vice captain orders everyone to fan out. Their new objective is to hunt for troll tracks, but after hours of searching, they come up with absolutely nothing. Our hero thinks to himself that even if ice trolls leave faint tracks, there's no way they'd leave zero trace. Raon walks over to the vice commander to request permission to investigate the area more deeply, but suddenly, Edquiel cuts him off. He tells him to go set up camp or do something useful instead of embarrassing himself. Terrion, however, gives our boy a chance to speak. Despite Edquiel protesting that it's a colossal waste of time, our protagonist activates Glacia to scan the area. All the while, Edquiel just keeps on complaining. Then all of a sudden, our boy declares that he's located the trolls, pinpointing their position near the frozen valley northwest of Mount Sterling. Edquiel immediately blows up at him, accusing him of not taking the mission seriously, and demanding to know if he actually found their real location. When Raon confirms it, Edquiel gets even more furious, yelling at him for cracking jokes in such a dangerous situation. Our hero calmly replies that he's not stupid enough to joke at a time like this. After Edquiel finally simmers down, Terrion asks our protagonist how he managed to find the trolls. Our boy explains that he used a form of energy detection, a special skill he learned from a master-level expert. Edrisil scoffs, arguing there's no way to confirm anything in the frozen valley from this far out with just energy detection. The vice commander deep down has to agree. No shot a total rookie like Raon could actually pull off a stunt like that. However, one look at Rayon's piercing red eyes, which seem to see right through everything, makes it damn hard to call his bluff. The vice captain recalls, there's only one person in all of Zygarde who glides through forests and mountains like they're his own backyard, and that's Rimmer. If their boy learned his tricks from Rimmer, he thinks, then his claim is legit. Bato steps into the circle, his interest piqued, and asks how long it'll take to get to the spot. Our hero lays it out 30 minutes to get on site plus extra time to secure a tactical advantage. Bato is blown away. This kid isn't just finding the trolls, he's already mapping out the attack strategy. With a grin, he nudges the vice commander, suggesting they go check it out. They still have 2 hours until sundown, despite Edrisil practically fuming in protest. Tarion makes the call, ordering everyone to gear up and ascend Mount Sterling, declaring this their chance to neutralize the threat before it escalates. But seeing Edrisil's face still dripping with doubt, our protagonist throws down a challenge. A bet. If the trolls are exactly where he said, the Snow Squad has to start speaking to the scouts, with respect, carry their own damn gear, and pitch in with the chores. If he's wrong, Raon will be Edrisil's personal errand boy. Edrisil's eyes light up as he accepts the terms, warning our boy to get ready for a humiliating defeat. And with that, the entire troop marches toward the frozen valley. But they're being watched. A cloaked figure observes from the shadows, absolutely floored to see the group, making a beeline for the trolls' exact location. He's spiraling, wondering how they could have possibly discovered the hideout. When he meticulously erased every single track, he realizes they're going to find the trolls way ahead of schedule. He needs to slow them down. Then, a wicked grin spreads across his face as a far more sinister plan begins to form. He immediately summons a welcoming party. Out of nowhere, the soldiers find their path completely blocked by a horde of trolls. Edrisil grinds his teeth in pure frustration, unable to process how Raon located the trolls from such an impossible distance. Our boy casually strolls up to him. About that bet, he says, a smirk playing on his lips. Looks like after we clean this mess up, the Snow Squad is on chore duty. He leans in, adding, a squad captain always honors his word. Right. Edrisil looks ready to combust, but Tarion steps between them. He points out, they're damn lucky. Rayon pinpointed the trolls' position and commands everyone to get their heads in the game. Tarion then readies all units for a full-scale assault and gives the signal to let loose. A hailstorm of arrows rains down, and the trolls crippled by the volley start to stumble. The commander roars, don't give them an inch to regenerate, inspiring all the swordsmen to charge in and finish them off. Our hero watches the battle, impressed by their seamless formations that are overwhelming the ice trolls. But Bato is on another level. Just a few moments ago, he was completely laid back, but now his eyes blaze with the intensity of a predator locked onto its prey. Tarion, noticing Rayon holding his position, questions why he isn't diving headfirst into the fight like he usually does. Our protagonist calmly explains that their primary objective is to guard the scouts, so they need to remain on standby. He then adds a cryptic hint that he's got a different opponent he needs to deal with shortly. The scouts get the order to provide covering fire. From the rear, Raiden commands the swordsmen to smash the trolls from the front, while the crossbow unit is tasked with creating diversions. He's amazed at their flawless execution. The group completely steamrolled the trolls, right from the start, never giving them a chance to regain their footing. As Raiden starts thinking about getting Rayon a victory gift, a sudden wave of dread washes over him. He spins around to see an ice troll warrior and a shaman charging straight for them. The warrior leaps at Raiden, who knows he can't possibly dodge in time but is suddenly saved by Tarion and Bato. They shout at him to stay locked in, while Bato adds that these warrior-class trolls are a whole different beast. All at once, they're bombarded with attacks. As the shaman unleashes devastating magic from a higher vantage point, the vice commander bellows snow attack squad with Bato, suppress that warrior. He then points to the scout squad, ordering them to interrupt the shaman's chants. Just as Raiden commands his team to reload their crossbows, the cloaked man fires a volley of ice bolts at them. But out of nowhere, our hero materializes, shattering the bolts into a million pieces and leaving Raiden completely stunned. The masked man then steps into the clearing, clapping slowly. Well done, Rayon. And you too, Tarion, he says. Truly impressive. The vice commander's blood runs cold. He recognizes that cloaked figure. Eden, he seethes pure fury in his eyes, now understanding who orchestrated this ambush. Eden simply grins as a massive formation materializes above them. Behold the cold shadow demon curse, he announces with a flourish. And I have no intention of leaving anytime soon. In an instant, every soldier is crushed by an overwhelming pressure, forced down to their knees by the bone-chilling curse. For the glory of the restoration plan, Eden declares, I will be taking all of your lives. But incredibly, our boy surges forward and lands a vicious blow on Eden, stunning him with the fact that he can even move under the curse's influence. Rayon explains coolly that he has spent his entire life fighting off curses far more potent and energies far colder than this, as he unleashes the Rabid Fang sword and Savage Fang dance. Our protagonist lunges, striking Eden once more. After the impact, he scoffs that relying too heavily on cursed energy only dulls one's true strength. As Eden begins to crumble and the curse dissipates, Edrisil is left utterly speechless, witnessing Rayon demolish a curse that had brought even the powerful Tarion to his knees. Snapping back to reality, Tarion roars for all units to suppress the remaining trolls. But before they can even catch their breath, Tarion gets right in Eden's face, telling him he couldn't even manage to take out a single soldier. He demands to know the point of the whole pathetic ambush, offering a swift end if he spills the details. Eden just cackles, completely dismissing the offer of mercy. And that's when he drops the real bomb. His true goal was to split Haven Castle's forces. Then, with a twisted grin, he announces he has one final gift. Suddenly, a massive explosion rips through Haven Castle. As the shockwave hits them, Eden declares that Haven Castle is about to fall. On the battlefield, absolute chaos breaks out, as soldiers see plumes of smoke rising from their home base. Raiden, totally shook, yells that Haven Castle is supposed to be an impenetrable fortress. Meanwhile, the Blue Spirit. Eden confesses their original scheme was to use the attack to lure Milan out. But since that plan went sideways, he cooked up a new one, chanting a dark spell to summon an entire horde of trolls to wreck Haven Castle. Those brutes are probably tearing the castle apart right now. In a blind rage, Tarion smashes his fist into Eden's face, insisting that it'll take more than a few trolls to bring down Haven Castle. Eden actually agrees, adding that if Milan is inside, the fortress won't be conquered. All of a sudden, the Blue Spirit erupts in manic laughter as the ground begins to shake violently. Utter confusion rips through the soldiers, but our protagonist knows this is no normal earthquake. Eden brags that he's been pulling all the strings from the very beginning, playing them perfectly. He boasts that there's nothing any of them can do now, except watch from a distance as Haven Castle crumbles. He laughs like a complete psycho, taunting Tarion's men. Having heard enough, Tarion ends Eden on the spot. He then roars for all units to fall back to Haven Castle immediately. By the time they get there, the entire castle is an inferno. Inside, Milan is barking orders, his top priority being the evacuation of all the villagers. He sends the first squad to fight the fires, and the second to hold back the ice trolls. Just in the nick of time, Tarion returns with every last soldier. Milan gives them the quick rundown. They were jumped by a massive swarm of ice trolls, then asks if they found anything out of the ordinary. On their mission, Tarion confirms that Eden was the puppet master behind the ambush, and that they've already handled the Blue Spirit, who summoned the horde, but he warns that judging by Eden's final words and the earthquake, this is far from over. Milan pushes back, saying their enemies have little to gain by actually capturing Haven Castle, but Tarion counters that all this chaos might just trigger a monster wave way ahead of schedule. With ice trolls, other monsters, and now a massive quake, the odds are high that a colossal wave is already on its way. Sheer terror grips the soldiers, who realize their damaged fortress stands no chance against a full-scale monster wave. Get a grip, Milan's voice thunders, shaming them for acting like cowards. He reminds them that Haven Castle is the iron wall protecting the entire continent. If they fall, their people, their families, and their friends lose their only shield. With one hell of a speech, Milan reignites their spirits, driving them to fight not just for themselves, but for everyone they love. The effect is immediate, and the troops' morale soars, leaving Raiden awestruck by his commander's leadership. Milan then orders a few men from each squad to protect the civilians and handle cleanup, while the rest are to follow him to defend the castle walls. He tells Dorian and our protagonist to stay behind and help the internal squads, but Tarion immediately objects, suggesting they both be brought to the walls. Milan is hesitant, warning they'll just be fodder for the first wave, but Tarion fires back that our hero one-shotted the Blue Spirit, and Dorian came back without a scratch. There's no way they can afford to bench them. Finally, giving in, Milan orders Raiden and Dorian to join him on the castle walls for the defense. Once they're up there, a scout screams, pointing at something absolutely unbelievable on the horizon. Milan sees it for himself and is completely stunned. At the same time, Bento asks Edequil if he's ever seen a wave this massive before, and Edequil admits that in all his years he's never witnessed a horde like this. Rimmer's words flash through Raiden's mind that Haven Castle is the eternal battlefield, a place where he'd fight endless monsters, from the North Sea and Mount Sterling, a place where he would never get to sheath his sword. Back in the present, a literal tsunami of trolls is charging the castle. Milan, trying to grasp the impossible scale of the threat, demands to know their numbers. Tarion reports that he can see at least 1,000, but given their unrelenting charge, he estimates there could be tens of thousands more. Raiden is in shock. Even with his enhanced vision, he can't count them all. Milan then asks if he has any experience with these waves. Our protagonist confirms he knows a little. His mind races back, recalling that stopping these waves always comes at the cost of countless lives. which is exactly why soldiers are constantly sent out on expeditions, to thin the herd before these waves hit and keep the casualties to a minimum. You can rebuild anything else, but you can't bring people back from the dead. Snapping back to the moment he gets his orders, protect as many soldiers as possible. Then a single deafening roar erupts from the monsters. Milan's command cuts through the fear, swords up. He tells them that even if they're terrified, every soul trained at Haven Castle is a true warrior. He knows he can crush this trial, lifting his blade with a promise to grab drinks and celebrate once the dust settles. The tank squad, a wall of shields and spears, fortifies the front line. Up on the ramparts, archers take aim. Mylan gives the signal and a lethal volley of arrows rains down, shredding through the monster horde. But the victory is cut short when a scout screams a warning. A roided-out elite orc is making a beeline for the castle gate. The soldiers scramble to stop it, but their attacks just bounce right off. The beast is completely unfazed. Mylan himself steps into the breach, determined to hold the gate alone. As this goes down, orcs begin swarming the walls, and the soldiers are given a new command the second they pop their heads over the top, hit them with a full-blown aura assault. But their defenses crumble when a lone orc scrambles over the fortifications, forcing a soldier to scream for backup. In the nick of time, our guy lunges forward and obliterates the creature with a single brutal slash. His chest heaves. He's slaughtered hundreds of monsters, but this is a straight-up nightmare. It feels like he's barely making a scratch in their endless tide. Suddenly, a new command echoes across the walls. All units brace for impact. A boom skull is hurtling toward the right side of the castle. The monstrosity detonates against the stone, and the shockwave blasts our protagonist off his feet. As his vision clears, all he can hear are the agonizing screams of the wounded. He realizes the explosion hurled countless soldiers from the wall. Just as he moves to help them, an aura message from Milan flashes in his mind. The order is to stay put and defend the remaining sections of the wall, reminding him that if they sweat the small stuff, the entire operation will crumble. Rayon gets the grim logic. If they abandon their posts to save the injured, the whole defense goes down. But he's no commander watching from the back. His sole mission now is to prevent as many soldiers from dying as he possibly can. In a stunning move, our hero vaults over the wall to protect the fallen, prompting Wrath to scream in his mind that he's insane. Wrath questions if he can possibly survive while shielding the soldiers on the ground. Our protagonist admits it's a long shot, but he's resolved to push his senses to their absolute breaking point. Wrath tears into him for acting on pure emotion, warning him that only death is waiting down there. A part of Rayon knows that falling back is the logical move, but he swore an oath in this life to live as a swordsman, not some backstabbing assassin. His resolve hardens like steel as he grips his blade, declaring that no one is getting past him. He's determined to endure this hell and walk out alive. With that, our guy becomes a whirlwind of destruction, relentlessly carving through monsters. The fight is a blur, his hands torn to shreds and bleeding. As he burns through every last ounce of his aura, his entire world shrinks to the feeling of his sword tearing through flesh and the sight of endless crimson. Time becomes meaningless under a flickering blood-red moon. Then eventually he realizes there are no more monsters standing before him. Far away, a woman in a mask observes Rayon's rampage through a scrying orb. Her primary goal was the destruction of Haven Castle, so she could acquire the incarnated body. Instead, her little operation yielded an entirely unexpected prize in our protagonist. When daylight breaks, Rayon jolts awake in a bed, his last memory being the horrifying image of the castle walls finally giving way, and his desperate struggle to hold the line until the cave opened. In an instant, Yua is at his side relief, washing over her face in a stream of tears, to see our boy finally conscious. A little later, Dorian explains that everyone was seriously freaking out, because he was completely unresponsive for 3 days straight. They tried everything, but nothing worked. They were legit afraid he was dead. Guilt-ridden, our hero apologizes for the scare and thanks Dorian, but Dorian insists the real thanks should go to Yua. Apparently, she refused to leave his side until the entire wave ended, despite having to juggle her crazy busy shifts at the tavern. As if on cue, Yua walks in with a bowl of soup, telling our guy to eat slowly because she made all the ingredients extra soft. Genuinely touched, Rayon thanks her for nursing him back to health. She just plays it cool, saying it's basic customer service, to take care of the regulars, and even jokes that he needs to stop by the tavern to drive up sales now that he's mobile again. As our hero gets to his feet, he suggests they all eat at Branch of Frost that night, saying he has a major craving for something greasy. Dorian, however, says it's more important for our protagonist to show his face and let everyone know he pulled through. The whole fortress has been holding its breath, waiting for him to recover. Dorian swings open the door. The soldiers erupt in a massive cheer, greeting Rayon as the hero of Haven Castle, their joy and relief absolutely electric. Several guys admit they were convinced he was a goner, and they thank him over and over for saving the fortress. Some call him a legend for diving headfirst into that chaos. One soldier yells that drinks are on him tonight, while another swears he'll never forget this debt. Completely overwhelmed and stunned, silent our boy can only stand there as Milan makes his way through the crowd, looking immensely relieved to see Rayon on his feet. He explains to everyone that this wave was on another level, far bigger than anything they had ever anticipated. An assault of that magnitude should have resulted in a staggering number of casualties, but because of our hero, who vaulted over that wall, without a second's hesitation, not a single life was lost. Milan lets that sink in. He says that even though Rayon is a mercenary, the entire fortress is now in his debt, and he offers his most profound gratitude. At that moment, Edequil pushes forward, shocking our protagonist. Edequil admits he had Rayon pegged completely wrong, writing him off as just another greenhorn sellsword, even after seeing what he could do in a fight. Edequil confesses he still looked down on him, but by leaping into that meat grinder to shield their comrades, Rayon showed them all the true meaning of being a swordsman. Then, stunning everyone, Edequil bows his head low, offering a sincere, heartfelt apology for how he'd treated our boy. After that, Milan announces their incredible feat calls for a festival. All food and ale will be on the house for 3 days, at Branch of Frost, so they can all properly celebrate. Pump the soldiers, let out a roar, and stampede off to get the party started. A grin spreads across our hero's face as he watches his crew looking like they just clawed their way back from the afterlife, and Milan yells for him to get in on the action. He promises he's down, but has a quick meeting to hit first. The vice commander and all the key leaders are then summoned to trail after Milan. Dorian chimes in, telling our protagonist to lock down their seats so they can get the victory party started as soon as possible. A little later in the briefing hall, Milan breaks the silence, wondering aloud if they're all just going to simp for Rayon, but Terrian immediately claps back that the kid is owed the ultimate reward. Proper compensation is non-negotiable, considering our boy single-handedly saved countless lives. Milan then considers giving him something with more value than stacks of gold, the legendary artifact of Haven Castle. Rodin is absolutely floored. He's thinking there's no way Milan would hand over the Snowhorn sword, while Terrian is just shook at the thought of Rayon becoming the next lord of Haven Castle. But Milan clarifies that the sword is just a symbol. Instead, he's planning to bestow armor forged from the monostone of the Orc Lord himself, the White Soul armor. This drip is even more legendary than the Snowhorn sword, but after everything our protagonist pulled off, it's the absolute least they can offer. Milan admits he'll only rest easy if Rayon is decked out in that god-tier protection. Terrian and Rodin are 100% on board, calling it the perfect gift for the legend who kept so many people from dying. But then, Edequil throws a wrench in the plans, posing a serious question. He asks if our hero is really just some ordinary sellsword, because the fighting style he unleashed was way beyond the pay grade of any regular mercenary. Edequil points out that Rayon's skills basically scream that he's built different, and he wants to know his real backstory. In a move nobody saw coming, Milan apologizes and says there are reasons. He can't spill all the tea right now, but he personally vouches for our protagonist, assuring them he's legit, and his heart is pure. Milan promises that when the time is right, Rayon will reveal his true self, but for now, everyone just needs to trust the process. He confirms the kid is not tainted by any darkness. With the serious talk over, he hypes everyone up to go enjoy the festival and celebrate the rise of a new hero. 10 months have rocketed by since Rayon first rolled into Haven Castle, and for our protagonist, the time feels like both an eternity and the blink of an eye. So much has gone down. He's achieved an insane amount, all thanks to the true soul sword he got from Kubarud. Our boy literally learned how to bend spirit energy to his will. He survived a monster onslaught at Haven Castle, a fight so brutal they now call it Hell's Battlefield. After weathering that storm, our hero unlocked a brand new way to use Glacia, pushing his power to another level. Through all these insane trials, the people of Haven Castle have become his ride-or-die crew. The tales of his deeds have now gone viral across the Taloness continent, and the people have given Rayon a new title. Stories of the hero of Haven Castle are now being told in every corner of the world. Meanwhile, way out in the northwest region of the continent, on the other side of the Levin Desert, Buren catches wind of the news about Haven Castle's hero. A man with green hair reports that a blonde swordsman battled from dusk till dawn to protect the wounded, earning the epic titles Hero of Haven Castle and Sword Demon. A jolt of pure excitement surges through Buren. He knows Rayon is still leveling up. After a beat, the green-haired man sits down next to him and asks if Rayon is the one Buren is desperately trying to surpass. Buren confirms it without hesitation. The man is baffled why Buren is so hyped instead of salty, even though the rival he wants to beat is just getting stronger and stronger. Buren just grins, saying it's way more fun this way. Overtaking a more powerful rival is the ultimate flex, and the stronger our hero gets, the more powerful Buren will have to become in response. The green-haired man teases him, saying they must be super close, but Buren shuts that down, insisting they are strictly rivals. On the far side of the Levin Desert, Martha is hearing the same whispers about the hero of Haven Castle. Her assistant fills her in on the viral stories, saying Haven Castle somehow stopped a catastrophic monster wave, all thanks to Rayon. Martha lets out a heavy sigh. She's wondering just how much more powerful he's planning to get. Her assistant, clearly skeptical, claims the rumors are always overblown, and insists Martha is way stronger, pointing to the beast she just recently slayed. But Martha fires back, saying it's not even close. She can sense that our boy has powered up on a completely different scale. This seriously freaks out her assistant, who asks, what kind of person could possibly make Martha feel this intimidated? Martha reveals that Rayon is the man who once saved her life, and also her greatest rival. Buried deep inside the Kadam jungle base, one of Runon's crew brings up the unbelievable story, questioning how it's even possible for one dude to jump off the walls and shield every single injured person in that chaos. A short-haired female warrior dismisses it as pure fiction. She claims there's no way some kid could pull off a feat like that, and another soldier asks Runon for her take. Runon replies with chilling certainty that the rumors are 100% true. Our boy is absolutely capable of pulling off those kinds of miracles. The short-haired warrior argues he must be weaker than Runon then, but she immediately corrects her, insisting he's actually stronger, both in raw power and in spirit. The others are completely stunned. This is coming from Runon, the legend who conquered the entire jungle in just 6 hours. Then a warrior, chilling in a tree, points out that Runon always gets a different energy when Rayon's name is dropped, and speculates if she sees him as a rival. Runon lays it all out. She's not trying to compete with him. She wants to be strong enough to fight at his side, to be a partner who can back him up, not some liability he has to carry. Cut to our hero, perched on a snow-blasted mountain peak deep in concentration, honing his glacia technique. He realizes that with every use, his senses sharpen, becoming almost painfully vivid. It's gotten so insane he can literally see for miles without even opening his eyes. He remembers Wrath throwing a total fit when he first unlocked this power, but lately the Demon King's been eerily silent, his gaze constantly fixed on the summit of Mount Sterling. Spotting his chance, our protagonist decides to poke the bear, trying to bait Wrath into spilling some info by proposing a bet. But plot twist, Wrath beats him to the punch, suggesting a wager of his own. Rayon, intrigued, asks what exactly he has in mind. Wrath asks if Rimmer's whole test was just about him surviving a full year at Haven Castle, and our hero confirms it. He points out he only has 2 months left to go. Wrath then drops the bombshell he bets Rayon won't make it out of those last 2 months alive. Our protagonist just laughs it off, but Wrath gets dead serious, insisting he never bluffs. Our boy immediately fires back that Wrath has lied a million times, and even wonders if he's being a total idiot since graduation is barely 2 months out. The last wave got shut down with the defeat of the Blue Spirit Balkan, and now Haven Castle is beefed up with extra soldiers. An attack from Eden seems totally off the table. If they have any brain cells left, they won't risk round 2. Raun figures all he has to do is cruise back to Sieghart. With a smirk, he accepts Wrath's challenge, and a sinister glee flashes in Wrath's eyes. A month blows by since Raun took the bet. Now there's just 1 month left until his graduation exam is in the bag. Despite Wrath's doomsday predictions, things at Haven Castle have been dead quiet, unfolding in a way Wrath clearly never saw coming. Getting frustrated, Wrath even started yelling at Mount Sterling, calling the peak a lazy bum. Then one day, our boy spots something weird, a massive flock of crows circling restlessly above the castle, making him wonder if a monster is lurking nearby. Suddenly, he steps on something soft. Looking down, he finds a frog, which is completely impossible in this freezing weather. Then the world starts to fall apart. The ground erupts in a violent tremor as terrified screams echo through the air, everyone thinking it's an earthquake. The warning bells blare to life as scouts scream from the walls that a wave has appeared. Pure chaos erupts among the soldiers. This isn't the right season for a wave. They scramble to the ramparts to mount a defense, and in the mayhem, Raun immediately finds Runan. He tells her they're sticking together, yelling for her to hurry up, as they warn others, rallying all the soldiers to fight the monster horde. They get a look. This wave is just as massive as the last one. Meanwhile, Tyrion asks Miland if Eden is pulling the strings, because nothing else makes sense. But our protagonist senses something is off about the monster's behavior. This time, they aren't fighting to kill. It's like they're fleeing from something far more dangerous. And just then, Wrath's voice cuts in. It's coming. He taunts our hero, reminding him he should have bounced when he had the chance. Wrath sneers that this is the price Raun pays for ignoring his warnings. Anxious and confused, our boy demands to know what's going on, but Wrath's voice is grim. It's too late. The thing has awakened, and it can feel every single one of you here. Wrath adds that it's not going to stop until it has utterly annihilated everything and slaughtered every last living thing inside the castle walls. Fading back into the bracelet, Wrath chillingly mentions that the creature might halt its rampage if it's offered a worthy sacrifice. Panicked, Raun screams to know what's coming and what the hell Wrath means by a sacrifice, but Wrath just ghosts him. "I'm not obligated to spell it out for you," he says. Without a second to waste, our protagonist sprints straight for Commander Miland with a desperate question. What's the protocol if we face an enemy we can't possibly beat? Miland is completely floored by the question. He admits he never expected to hear something like that from Raun. and explains that their duty is to fight no matter the odds, because countless lives are counting on them. Even if it means sacrificing ourselves, he declares, we must buy time for the people to evacuate. That is the entire purpose of Haven Castle. A monster lunges from the shadows behind Raon. He cuts it down in a single motion, the chilling realization hitting him that they have no clue what they're truly up against. Bailing ahead of time isn't even on the table. For now, his only choice is to focus on crushing this wave. Later that night, Edicole also picks up on the monster's strange behavior, ordering his men to push forward, while the creatures seem disoriented. Suddenly, our protagonist sees it. Wild animals are sprinting towards the castle for safety, just like the crows from before. The sight leaves him stunned. He has never witnessed anything like this during a monster wave. On the other side of the field, Meland orders Tarion to dispatch troops and evacuate every single civilian, including those living outside the castle walls. Tarion freezes in shock, but Milan's voice is steel. There's no time to waste, he roars, forcing his subordinate into action. After that, Milan shoots an aura message directly to Raon, telling him to get out of there if the situation spins out of control. When our boy asks why, Milan's reply is heavy, because now I understand what you meant earlier. You need to protect your own life. You have a much greater future ahead of you, he insists, his voice leaving no room for argument, that his heroism would be etched into the very stones of Haven Castle. But Raon just grinds his teeth, absolutely refusing to ditch his people. The thought of running while everyone else dies is unthinkable. He's not about to escape alone. And then a bone-chilling presence floods his senses. A wave of pure dread washes over him, as he realizes it's been more than 12 hours, and the sun still hasn't risen. In the distance, a horned figure shuffles toward the castle, grumbling about being cold, exhausted, and just done with absolutely everything. Now that it's been woken up, it declares there's only one option left to wipe the slate clean. Our boy is frozen solid, paralyzed by the sight of this monster. Just then, Wrath materializes, scolding Raon for being so slow to pick up on the apocalyptic threat. Wrath finally drops the bomb. The figure is Sloth, the Decayer, a demon lord on par with Wrath himself, the literal monarch of laziness. Milan's arm starts to shake his face, a mask of utter despair. He's completely floored that a creature of this magnitude even exists. Our boy is stunned, seeing a true master like Milan react with such raw terror. It dawns on him that because Milan is a master, he can feel the terrifying, unbridgeable gap in power between himself and Sloth. Wrath pops up again casually, mentioning that Sloth is even beefier now than he was back in the demon world. Our hero demands answers, asking how Sloth is even here. He thought Wrath was the only demon lord who made the trip to the human realm. Wrath dodges the question at first, claiming Raon's level is too low to even comprehend it, but finally gives in and spills the tea on Sloth's arrival. He explains that over the last year, every single conflict, from tiny skirmishes to Eden's massive assaults, sent shockwaves to the very peak of the mountain. These vibrations eventually woke Sloth from his epic nap. He'd been stirring for a while, but now he's wide awake. Wrath decides it's story time, explaining that the demon world is a relentless meat grinder fueled by ambition and carnage. In a world like that, openly taking a nap is basically painting a giant target on your back. Yet somehow, Sloth, who literally can't stop sleeping, clawed his way to the top. He would methodically annihilate anyone who dared to interrupt his rest or challenge his power, slaughtering every single soul who tried to reason with or fight him. He kept this up for 1,000 years until he became a demon lord. And now, Wrath reveals Sloth is here to personally delete everyone responsible for wrecking his beauty sleep. When our protagonist desperately asks if there's any way to stop him, Wrath explains that if a heavy hitter like himself or Raon's grandfather were around, Sloth would probably dip to avoid the hassle of a real fight. Our hero is confused. Wait, doesn't he obliterate anyone who wakes him? Wrath clarifies that if a fight goes on for too long, Sloth can't go back to sleep, and he despises that even more than being woken up in the first place. A deep frown creases Raon's face. He gets it now. Every single move Sloth makes is calculated based on how it affects his sleep schedule. Suddenly, Wrath lays out two brutal options: let him take full control of Raon's body, or watch this entire place get wiped off the map. Wrath makes it crystal clear that these are the only choices if our hero wants to save a single soul. Our hero is trapped, weighing his impossible decision. If he hands over the keys to Wrath, humanity could be facing its ultimate doom: the arrival of not one but two demon lords. He decides that if it's the only way, he'll let Wrath take the wheel. But there's one condition: Wrath has to block Sloth no matter what. Just as our hero is about to make the deal, Milan steps forward, his voice filled with overwhelming gratitude. He tells Raon that ever since his arrival, everything has started to turn around, and the way our hero commanded the troops during the last wave was nothing short of legendary. Now, Milan says it's his turn to be an inspiration, and he begins to pour every ounce of his aura into his sword. Milan declares that he's done everything he set out to do, and has lived a full life, but Raon's journey is just beginning. Our boy has so much more to accomplish. Lit up by Milan's insane courage, Raon feels a surge of shame for even considering giving up. He ignites his own aura, ready for the fight of his life. He tells the commander that this burden is too heavy for one man to carry, and that he's standing with him right by his side. Our boy roars for everyone to fall back, screaming that it's a direct order from Mylan. Terrian screams back from the rear. He refuses to abandon them, insisting they have to fight together until the bitter end. Mylan bellows at Terrian, yelling that he can barely even stand. His job now is to save every last person he can. That is their mission. With a heavy heart, Terrian commands all units to evacuate the castle walls and throw open the south gate. Every single second that Mylan and Rayon can buy them is another life saved. As the soldiers retreat, they shout back, begging Rayon and their commander to make it out alive. Wrath just smirks, calling their struggle a pathetic waste of time since Sloth is already at their doorstep. The demon lord mutters about the cold and being so tired. Annoyed that these mortals dragged him all the way out here, he unleashes a tidal wave of demonic energy that nearly sends our hero to his knees. Rayon realizes with horror that the crushing pressure from before wasn't even Sloth trying. Wrath coldly repeats his offer. If our boy wants to even think about stopping Sloth, he has to surrender his body. The only other option is total annihilation. But our protagonist isn't ready to fold. He's convinced there has to be another way, a solution hidden in everything he's learned. He rapidly cycles through everything he knows about sloth, time, simplicity, annoyance, overwhelming power, the cold, and the constant sleepiness. As all the pieces click into place, our protagonist spins around and offers Wrath a completely new deal. Wrath looks genuinely surprised. Rayon lays it out. He'll take on all of Wrath's pent-up rage in exchange for the power to go toe-to-toe with Sloth. Wrath just scoffs, calling the idea utterly pointless. And with no upside for him, our boy fires back with an ultimatum he could just deny Wrath a vessel for good. If Wrath rejects the deal, they both perish, but if Rayon's gambit fails, he'll instantly surrender control. Wrath, seething with frustration, is struck silent while Mylan crumples to the ground nearby. Rayon screams at him to make the damn call. Boxed-in Wrath finally caves, grumbling that our hero is going to seriously regret this power play. And just like that, the air crackles with demonic energy, and Sloth freezes mid-attack. Our hero's voice booms, declaring that a scrub like Sloth has no business causing drama here, because this is the sacred domain of the Lord of Wrath, and Rayon is his chosen vessel. Wrath is literally speechless for a second, then erupts in pure disbelief, screaming about how the hell some human punk became his vessel, and what kind of scam he's running. Internally, our protagonist smirks, admitting, this is pure payback for Wrath messing with him non-stop. The demon is completely bewildered, demanding to know why. Rayon just claimed this entire castle as his personal turf. Our hero just ignores him, leaving him on read. Sloth, meanwhile, hesitates, needing to confirm if this kid is actually Wrath's vessel. Cool as a cucumber, our protagonist confirms it, adding that Wrath is currently unleashing his fury on anyone who had the audacity to trespass on his property. Inside, Wrath is losing it, telling Rayon to stop spewing absolute garbage, insisting he never said any of that, but our boy knows that Wrath's protests are completely useless. All Sloth can sense is the raw, unfiltered rage pouring off him, the very emotion he's been charging up for this exact moment, thanks to their little bet. As Wrath's vessel, Rayon tells Sloth to burn his master's will into his soul. Taking a deep breath, our boy lets out a primal roar that sounds like it's straight from Wrath's lungs, declaring that Sloth is dead meat for trespassing, and threatening that if he doesn't bounce, Wrath will personally hunt him down and make sure he never sleeps again. Wrath, totally lost, asks if Rayon has officially lost his mind, pointing out that he never ever said anything even close to that. But then a flicker of genuine panic crosses Sloth's face. His mind spirals at the thought that he might actually be robbed of his precious sleep forever. Seeing this, our hero is floored that his insane bluff is actually working, and leans into the act, pretending to calm the raging demon inside. He stutters, looking terrified as if he's physically holding Wrath back from descending. Wrath is just drowning in confusion, trying to process what in the world Rayon is even doing. But the charade continues, as Rayon tells Wrath not to waste his energy on this nobody since they'll need it for the full-scale subjugation of the continent. At last, Sloth finally speaks. His eyes are glued to the bracelet on our boy's wrist. Still, our hero doubles down on the performance, asking Wrath if he's going to get payback for Sloth, daring to put hands on his subordinates, and if he really plans to stalk Sloth to the ends of the earth just to steal his rest. At this, Sloth goes rigid, picturing the absolute nightmare of being hunted forever with no chance to ever rest again. He mutters to himself, wondering if Wrath would really fight him for all eternity. Deep in his soul, Sloth realizes that if this fight continues, his days of peaceful napping are permanently over. Seeing that a human not only has Wrath's bracelet, but also knows his one crippling weakness, Sloth is 100% convinced Rayon is the real deal. Inside, Rayon is marveling at how he's created the most annoying catch-22 for Sloth, just as Wrath described by flashing the bracelet and weaponizing Sloth's greatest fear. The whole scene is playing out exactly as he scripted it. Reintroducing himself, our hero proclaims he is the vessel of Wrath, the body destined to host the demon's descent. He then tells Sloth that the only reason Wrath even showed up was because the wave disturbed his master's slumber. Then he flips the script, claiming Eden masterminded the entire attack, using monsters like disposable pawns. Rayon swears they were only defending themselves and have zero clue where Eden is hiding out. After a tense silence, Sloth says if that's the truth, then he has no beef with them and is just going to dip and go back to sleep. Sensing Sloth's power signature fading, our protagonist decides to press his advantage. He acts like Wrath is about to burst forth for a fight, looking panicked and claiming the Demon Lord isn't done talking. Then, in a booming voice, he declares that Sloth doesn't just get to walk away. After attacking his people, Sloth tries to argue, but Rayon channeling Wrath commands him to be silent, and points out that if Wrath hadn't intervened, Sloth would have slaughtered every last person here. He invokes the ancient law, a life for a life. Since Sloth's actions got his subordinates killed, a debt must be paid. The choice is simple. Either Sloth forfeits his sleep forever, or he transfers all of his power to the king's new vessel. Wrath is shook, realizing this was Rayon's master plan all along. Sloth, seeing this as a total no-brainer, begins pouring his power into Rayon, even as Wrath screams for Sloth to just vaporize him, pleading that he's being played by a mortal, that he could obliterate our hero with a thought. Sloth just serenely continues the power transfer. The system dings, notifying our hero that a huge chunk of Sloth's power is now hardwired into his soul, and body set to activate after a brief adaptation period. Our protagonist can feel the immense energy, while Wrath just collapses, totally defeated, and convinced the stress of it all is going to give him an aneurysm. Sloth, now too drowsy to care about anything, turns to leave for good, but Rayon stops him one final time. Annoyed, Sloth hits him with a death glare packed with enough cosmic force to level a city, giving Rayon the clear message to quit while he's ahead. Model. Instead, he dangles the ultimate prize, the Goblin King's magic stone. A wave of warmth emanates from it, convincing Sloth this is his ticket to eternal slumber. Seizing the moment, our hero cuts a deal. No matter what goes down here, Sloth is never to return, and if another monster wave hits, he has to handle it himself. Sloth actually considers it musing that it's no big deal, then asks if this is Wrath's little idea. Rayon shuts that down quick. This is his. Play a contract to make sure Sloth doesn't just pop up again unannounced. Intrigued, Sloth decides a gift is in order for such a valuable stone. He raises a hand and materializes a flower bracelet on Rayon's wrist, a twin to Wrath's, cryptically saying it'll come in handy one day. Rayon is totally confused. Like, why a flower bracelet? But Sloth just shrugs, says it's his master's aesthetic, and then dips out before Wrath can throw hands again. The moment he's gone, Rayon tells himself to hold it together to not break until Sloth is completely gone and the sun crests over the castle walls. He can finally admit just how close to the edge they were, while a totally owned Wrath just seethes, cursing his name. A tidal wave of relief crashes over our protagonist. He's thankful for the intel he had on Sloth, and that his insane bet with Wrath actually paid off. He knows with chilling certainty that if anyone inside the castle had been awake, his entire gambit would have spectacularly failed. But as the suffocating darkness of the night finally recedes, the first rays of dawn appear. With Sloth's retreat, the living nightmare is officially over. As the sun climbs higher, Myland and the soldiers slowly stir back to consciousness. The last thing Myland remembers is a cataclysmic shockwave of power erupting from that horned demon, a being who had touched the realm of the Absolute. It was a terrifying echo of the legendary King of Annihilation from the north. The fact that he's even breathing is a shock to his system. Suddenly, Terrian rushes over, checking if Myland is okay. Myland, his own concern overriding his pain, starts to say, "Everyone is fine," but the words catch in his throat when he sees Rayon standing alone at the front line. Myland is completely floored. Rayon simply tells them all that he kept his word. Terrian is just speechless, wondering if this kid somehow impossibly shut down that monstrosity. Even when a veteran like Myland was knocked out cold, Ron held the line. Seeing everyone is safe, the last of our hero's strength gives out. He collapses, but Myland catches him, declaring him their hero. 3 days go by, and a tense quiet settles over Haven Castle. Myland asks for an update on Raon, and Terrian reports that he's still out cold, but his condition seems stable. Myland figures his body is just completely fried and needs time to reboot. Then Terrian brings up the elephant in the room, the horned figure. He asks who or what it was, because his memory after that point is a total black hole. Myland's face grows grim. He explains it had to be a demon. The aura it gave off was so malevolent, so cruel, unmistakably demonic. A shockwave with that much raw power could only have come from a demon king. Myland states grimly that unless you had someone like the Northern King of Annihilation on your side, fighting a demon king is a death sentence. Which leaves the one burning question: how did Raon pull it off, and how are they all still alive? Edequil offers a chilling theory. Maybe Raon struck a bargain with the demon king. Because beating one in a straight fight is impossible, negotiation is the only logical path. Edequil suspects our boy offered his own body and soul as collateral to save every last one of them. Meland remembers hearing the word negotiation drift through his unconscious mind, and Ediquil presses on, wondering if Rayon really made the ultimate sacrifice. Now, his curiosity about the kid's real identity is off the charts. Finally, Meland drops the bombshell. Raon is from the Zyghart bloodline. Ediquil nods, saying that only someone from the 6 emperors or 5 demons could pop off with that kind of talent at just 16 years old. Tarion admits he also knew Raon was built different, and being a Zyghart makes everything click into place. A heavy sense of debt falls over Meland. For everything Raon gave up, he's determined to back the kid no matter what. Sometime later, Rayon's eyes flutter open to the familiar ceiling of the medical bay. The fact that he's alive means things probably ended well. As he pushes himself up, he spots Yua asleep in a chair next to his bed. A bucket of fresh water and folded towels sit nearby, and it hits him that she must have been watching over him this entire time. She had no idea when he'd wake up, but she stayed by his side, tirelessly caring for him. But weirdly, Rayon feels zero fatigue. In fact, he feels incredible, like his body has been completely refreshed, and his senses dialed up to 11. Suddenly, Wrath's voice explodes in his head, asking if he feels lighter, and then screaming that Ron is a scammer, because his own head feels weird, not Ron's body. Instead of firing back, our boy genuinely thanks Wrath for saving him, but Wrath just thinks he's being trolled and threatens him. Wrath can't believe that Rayon is the only person alive who could play 2 different demon lords, calling Sloth the dumbest demon king in history for falling for the trick. He rages that it makes absolutely no sense for Raon's soul to get stronger just from stalling Sloth for a couple of minutes. Confused, Raon pulls up his status window and sees a flood of rewards and upgraded skills. He realizes he passed out before he could ever check the notifications, but now he spots something insane. Thanks to the trait Sloth, his stats will now literally increase in his sleep. Both Wrath and our boy are absolutely stunned into silence. Now Raon gets why he feels so damn good. That little nap was basically a 24-hour power leveling session, and the gains were absolutely insane, way more than he ever bargained for. Meanwhile, Wrath is absolutely losing it, screaming at Sloth for the failed takedown, and demanding to know Rayon's exact power level. Our boy just hits him with a casual flex. His stats shot up by a solid 11 points. The reveal leaves Wrath utterly stunned, then completely enraged, shrieking about how much power our hero just siphoned from him. Rayon just smirks, telling him his stats are still climbing thanks to Wrath's little temper tantrum. Just then, Yua starts to stir, and Rodin rushes into the room. They're both freaking out, asking if he's okay, but Rayon just waves them off, saying they're worrying for nothing. That's when Raiden drops the news. Commander Meland wants to see him. A bit later, our protagonist meets the commander, who looks massively relieved to see him in one piece. Meland admits he's never seen anyone bounce back from an injury that fast. He even predicts our boy will surpass him in no time. Rayon tries to play it cool, saying he just got lucky, but Meland isn't buying the humble act. Cutting to the chase, Meland apologizes for the timing, but asks the million-dollar question: how did he deal with the demon? Every single eye in the room locks onto Rayon. He's internally panicking, thinking these guys know nothing about demon kings and will probably exile him if they suspect he's got any kind of demonic connection. As he's scrambling to cook up a lie, Meland cuts in, telling Rayon he doesn't have to answer. Our hero is thrown for a loop, but Meland keeps going, explaining they figured out the monster was a demon king. And their theory. They believe Rayon cut a deal with it to make it leave, assuming he put his own body and soul on the line, as a sacrifice to save everyone. Our boy is completely speechless, as Equal and Tarion nod along, calling it an act of incredible selflessness, to bargain with a demon king. Things are spiraling out of his control, leaving our hero totally lost. All while Wrath is screaming in his head that it was Sloth who sacrificed a soul, not Rayon, and that no demon king would ever want a worthless human soul anyway. Meland gets to his feet, declaring that since Rayon sacrificed everything, it's their turn to repay the debt. He and every captain in the room pay their respects, pledging that Haven Castle has his back and that he can ask for anything, anytime. After a moment, Rayon speaks up, saying there is one thing he'd like: a sparring match with Commander Meland before he heads home. Time jumps forward, and now Rayon finds himself only 1 week from graduation. Thanks to Sloth, our protagonist has completely mastered his body's explosive new strength, gaining a profound understanding of his abilities. He's in peak condition. Today, he's heading to the arena to cash in on that sparring match. The stadium is packed, the crowd roaring for him to take down the commander before he graduates. Meland asks if he's ready. Our boy confirms he is absolutely prepared. He's been waiting for this exact moment. With no more delays, Meland announces the start of the match. The instant it begins, our hero feels the crushing pressure of Meland's aura, the undeniable power of the master of Haven Castle. He explodes forward, taking the initiative with a powerful strike, but the commander parries the blow effortlessly. What follows is a blur of steel as they trade a flurry of high-speed blows and blocks. Each clash sends shockwaves rippling across the arena. Edicoil feels the tremors from their battle, while Tarion watches with laser focus. He's in total disbelief seeing Rayon still just an expert rank fighter pushing the commander to this extent. Tarion mutters that Rayon's growth is just unreal. At this rate, he's just a hair's breadth away from reaching the master rank himself. Another knight comments that Rayon was absolutely nowhere near this level when he first got here. During the intense exchange, Meland notes that while our boy's strength and speed are legit, his strikes are still missing a final, decisive edge. He reminds Rayon that this is a friendly duel, then throws down the gauntlet asking if he seriously thinks he can win this easily. Our protagonist's only reply is, "I'm still getting stronger," as he channels power into his rabid fang sword. He unleashes another ferocious assault, and seeing a sliver of an opening suddenly throws an unexpected punch. Milland catches the punch with his bare hand without even flinching, and launches an immediate counter, forcing Rayon to dodge back. Our boy is baffled. He thought for sure that creating an opening with such a massive attack would land a clean hit. Yet Meland not only stopped it cold, but was already launching a counterattack. He also realizes the commander isn't even breaking a sweat. Meland sees the shock on Rayon's face, and tells him to say what's on his mind. Our protagonist points out that Meland is reading his every move, and despite constantly projecting his aura and sword energy, he shows zero signs of fatigue. Meland reveals the secret: the difference is the middle energy core, a power source that only opens up when someone hits the master level. This core allows a master to generate colossal power and sustain their aura with almost no effort. Meland acknowledges that Rayon is at the absolute pinnacle for an expert, but he still hasn't crossed the threshold to become a master. In a contest of raw power and endurance, he has no chance. The revelation hits our hero like a ton of bricks as he witnesses the overwhelming advantage of the middle energy core and the true power of a master. A wide grin suddenly spreads across Rayon's face. When Meland asks what's so funny, our boy explains he's just happy to see the road ahead. There's still so much further for him to climb. In response, Meland decides it's time to show Rayon what real mastery looks like, gathering his full, unbridled power. He prepares to unleash his ultimate skill, Ice Dragon's Bane, the legendary technique that once obliterated the Ice Dragon itself. With his ice-horned sword shimmering, Milan unleashes his ultimate technique, but our hero defiantly stands his ground, refusing to budge an inch. Seeing this as a priceless chance to gauge his own growth, he unleashes his own devastating skill to counter it. Milan, his curiosity-piqued, demands to know the name of this power. Our protagonist, channeling everything he learned at Haven Castle, and merging it with the searing memories of the Thousand Flames technique from his battle with Sloth, reveals his new ace in the hole. It's the 10th flame of the Thousand Flames technique, the Fire Dragon's Breath, but he just keeps the name simple and badass. Milan is hyped, eager to see which will dominate his legendary blade, or our hero's infernal dragon. The two warriors rocket toward each other, their skills colliding in a cataclysmic explosion that engulfs the entire arena in a storm of dust and smoke. Tarion stares completely floored by the raw power on display, wondering if Raon is actually going toe-to-toe with the commander. As the thick smoke finally begins to part, the crowd holds its breath, desperate to see who's left standing. And incredibly, both Milan and our protagonist are still on their feet. Raon dips his head in a deep bow, thanking Milan for the duel, and humbly conceding defeat. The stadium absolutely erupts the cheers for the commander's victory, echoing off the walls, while a wave of praise washes over Rayon for his insane performance. His name becomes a chant that thunders through the arena, as everyone celebrates his insane growth and unbreakable spirit. Inwardly, though, Milan is shook by our hero's monstrous talent. He thought his aura alone would be overkill, but he was actually forced to deploy protective energy. A wave of reassurance washes over Milan. He knows he backed the right horse in supporting Raon's journey. At last, Raon and Dorian are gearing up to depart from Haven Castle. Raiden grunts that he'd actually gotten used to having our hero around, while Beta offers some rare words of respect for his skill. In return, Raon expresses his deepest gratitude to Milan for everything. Milan just tells him to stay safe, and Tarion insists our hero should visit whenever he wants. Beta adds that he hopes their paths will cross again in the future. Then Edequil steps up, and our boy cracks a playful grin, asking if Edequil is planning to go back to bullying the patrol squad. Edequil frantically denies it, but Rayon just laughs, admitting he's just messing with him, and that it was a true honor to fight by his side. They clasp hands, each promising to get even stronger for their next meeting. As Rayon and Dorian finally leave, a massive crowd of soldiers gathers to thank them and shout their heartfelt goodbyes. Just outside the fortress gates, Dorian maps out their route. If they push hard with no stops, Raon will just barely make it to his graduation. But then a voice calls out, and Yua appears panting heavily from sprinting all the way there. Seeing her, our boy's face lights up, admitting he was low-key bummed he didn't get to see her before leaving, but he's thrilled she made it. Yua apologizes for her timing, explaining she was busy packing food for their trip. Wrath's ears perk up, praying it might include pineapple pizza. Raon thanks her profusely, and Yua quietly adds that she has a favor to ask. When Raon gives her his full attention, She suddenly gets flustered, ultimately shaking her head and deciding to save it for later, leaving our hero totally confused. Yua promises she'll tell him next time, and with their final farewells, Dorian and our hero finally hit the road. Watching them vanish into the distance, Yua silently swears that one day she'll find the courage to ask Raon if she can walk by his side for life. A full year flashes by. Since the 5th training hall's graduation exam kicked off, the trainees are now seasoned warriors, loaded with experience and achievements. The once barren hall now buzzes with a new generation of powerful swordsmen. They trade stories, boasting about their newfound strength, with some feeling confident they're on the verge of hitting expert level. All the while, Rimmer watches them quietly from a distance. Suddenly, a trainee wonders aloud if Rayon is back yet, since the graduation ceremony is literally tomorrow. Another voices their fear that something terrible might have happened to him. Rimmer rises to his feet and puts on a reassuring smile, telling them our protagonist isn't the type of guy to get kidnapped that easily. He tells them to quit worrying and focus on their big day, then slumps back into his chair as the trainees file out. But the cool facade crumbles the second he's alone. A knot of pure dread tightens in his stomach, and he immediately calls Loin for help. Loin just insists there's nothing he can do, but Rimmer completely loses it, grabbing Loin's legs and wailing that Rayon still hasn't shown up. He was supposed to be back a whole month ago. Normally, Rimmer would have just snuck out a message, but the damn Heavenly Sword Order. The Guardians of the Shadow Society have his usual spy routes completely locked down, even rigging the freaking ceiling with traps. Loin says he'd love to help, but he can't dig up any intel on our boy since Glenn has classified anything and everything about him as top secret information. Rimmer now beyond frustrated snaps that if Glenn cares that much, the least he could do is show a little affection for his own grandson. Fed up, Rimmer declares he's going to confront Glenn directly. He swears to Loin that he'll share whatever he finds out before storming off toward the inner sanctum, leaving Loin to watch in pure horror. Moments later, Glenn's terrifying power explodes from the residence as he deals with Rimmer. Meanwhile, at the Siegfried Central Martial Hall, Karun gets a chilling report. Raun Ziegart might actually be dead. His source claims that since our boy was supposed to be back a month ago, a team was dispatched to investigate his whereabouts. But a freak wave slammed into them and they never even made it to Haven Castle. The crisis was eventually beaten back. But with Rayon completely off the grid, everyone assumes he's either critically wounded or straight up dead. The news reaches Karun that a frantic Rimmer raced to see Glenn. But deep down, Karun is thrilled, a smirk playing on his lips that our boy has been conveniently erased, without him having to lift a single finger. His assistant speculates if Eden was behind the attack since Raun had previously defended Haven Castle from the Blue Spirit. Karun agrees, figuring Raun was a thorn in Eden's side, making him a prime target. Still, the assistant has a gut feeling that Raun isn't truly gone. Karun scoffs, thinking about the graduation exam. He explains that Rimmer's whole test is designed to gauge a trainee's initial growth, to see if they've even got what it takes to be called a swordsman. The ordeal takes days, sometimes a full week, so even if Raun miraculously showed up tonight, he's missed his shot. He's disqualified. Karun can't wait to see the look of crushing disappointment on our hero's face. As his assistant departs, Karun thinks to himself that he'd been racking his brain on how to handle the kid. But now, it's all over. He does admit, though, that Rawan was at the very least an amusing distraction. The day of the graduation ceremony finally dawns at the 5th training hall. Sylvia stands off to the side, her heart pounding with worry for her son, knowing that if this ceremony proceeds, he'll be officially out. Her maid tries to soothe her, whispering that they'd never start without the head trainee. Karun, on the other hand, looks utterly satisfied with the situation. The other trainees are all buzzing, swapping stories about the missions they crushed to get here. But their chatter is cut short when Burren strides over. "Stop wasting time," he snaps. "It's almost time. You guys need to drop the careless act." He tells them to get back to their spots, letting out a sigh and wondering when they'll ever grow up. From behind him, Martha saunters up to Burren. "Some things never change," she smirks. "You're still as uptight as ever." Burren mentally fires back, that her razor-sharp tongue hasn't dulled one bit either. She just shrugs, not caring if her words cut deep. Burren warns her that her attitude of wanting to fight everyone is going to make life difficult after graduation. Martha's smirk just widens. "They'll shut up real quick after I beat them down." Her confidence makes Burren wonder just how long that ego will last. He glances toward the massive gates, a flicker of concern crossing his face. Why isn't Rayon here yet? He starts to question if maybe the rumors were true. Did our boy really get jumped by Eden? But Runan shakes her head, her belief unwavering. Raon will be back. There's no way he'd lose to trash like Eden. In a shocking twist, Martha chimes in. "It'd be better for me if he stayed gone. That way, I'd become the representative." Runan explodes, shouting that our protagonist is absolutely coming back. She tells Martha to shut her mouth. Martha screams right back. If he was coming, he'd be here by now. Just as Burren tries to break up the fight, a booming voice cuts through the chaos, announcing the start of the graduation ceremony. The voice commands all trainees to take their designated positions, and then the air crackles with energy. the announcer's voice bellows, presenting the eternal son of Zighart, the true master of the North, Patriarch Glenn Zighart. The crowd erupts, chanting for the Patriarch. Rimmer, looking like a nervous wreck, steps forward and begs Glenn to wait, explaining that 2 trainees haven't made it back. Glenn's expression is ice. He flatly refuses, stating that everyone knew the graduation was set for February. If they are not here, they are not qualified. His voice is dangerously low as he asks if Rimmer is actually suggesting they delay the entire event, just for 2 missing students. Defeated Rimmer has no choice but to announce they're moving forward with the ceremony, which will be overseen by the Patriarch himself and all the family elders. But before it can truly begin, they have to do the final roll call. Rimmer declares there are 43 students in total, 41 are present, 2 are missing. A wave of whispers ripples through the trainees. This is really happening. They're starting without Rayon. Rimmer finishes the roll call, his voice heavy as he officially announces the start of the graduation. The massive gates begin to grind shut, but then they mysteriously stop. A collective gasp goes through the crowd, and there, silhouetted in the entrance, are Rayon and Dorian. Rimmer lets out a breath he didn't even know he was holding. "Sorry I'm late," our hero says with a grin as his friends rush over to mob him. They all shout at him, saying they seriously thought he'd failed. Dorian meekly pipes up from the side, "I'm here too." Rimmer is just glad to see his student alive. "Get to your position now," he orders. But as Rimmer leads our boy to his rightful place, Karun steps in to block their path. He addresses Glenn directly. "The other trainees returned a month ago and have proven their qualifications," he says, his voice dripping with condescension. Raon just waltzed in. His qualification is unverified. He cannot be allowed to graduate. But Glenn remains impassive, stating that it's the instructor's call to make based on Raon's performance over the entire year. Karun pushes back, smugly saying he's certain Raon wouldn't want to make everyone wait around just for his own sake. Rimmer, however, smirks. "Oh, he can prove his qualifications," he declares. "Right here, right now." And in a flash, steel rings out as Rimmer and Karun's swords clash, their auras exploding across the hall. The entire crowd is left completely shook, witnessing the insane glow-up our hero has had over the last year. Rimmer just smirks and proclaims that real swordsmen let their blades do the talking. In a flash, their auras collide and erupt into the sky, bursting like a firework finale. While the audience goes absolutely wild, Karun's face is a mask of pure disbelief. The effortless way Rayon parries Rimmer's assault leaves him spiraling, wondering what on earth could have triggered such a massive power-up in just 1 year. Rayon locks eyes with Karun, his expression screaming, "Is that proof enough for you?" Utterly defeated, Karun sinks back into his chair, seething. Rimmer then pivots to Glenn, asking if they should finally kick off the ceremony. Glenn gestures to the now-wrecked training ground, making it clear they'll be having a long chat about Rayon's new abilities after the formalities. But he gives Rimmer the go-ahead to proceed. Rimmer summons the head trainee Rayon to the front and launches into the final roll call. A total of 43 trainees answer the call. Not a single person is absent. And with that, the graduation ceremony for the 5th Training Halls class officially gets underway. Model: